course it dies right then. Alrighty. Welcome back, everybody. Episode 2 of Shadows of the Earthspur. We are getting back after a couple of weeks, so we're going to do a brief recap and get right into what's going on as these guys are investigating the strange mysteries of fiends raining from the skies at this poor little farm hamlet in the middle of nowhere. Everything seems to look good. Things are moving. One of the cameras is a little washed out, but we'll work on that with hanging curtains. But you're pretty washed out on my screen.
That could be lighting too.
Yeah.
We're kind of like in the
Oh, yeah. Well, and we're still getting things set up. We are in our new studio. We're still playing with camera angles and lighting and getting backdrop curtains and everything hung.
Could also be a
It's been an exciting experience for us, and we're really enthusiastic and excited to actually finally be here. So we are getting things set up and dialed in and making changes to get set up in the new space. And yeah, that's going to be part of the adjustment. So where we left off, you guys are in the hamlet of Brüsk. There was an unusual attack on the village last night. You guys have figured a few things out about what's going on in the village, and the fact that while the complaints seemed exaggerated and misunderstood, there is apparently something actually happening here that's not right, and you guys are getting into the details of that. The attacks seem to almost always come and have always come with stormy weather, violent storms, lightning, thunder, that sort of thing. Last night, however, when you guys were staying in the abandoned home of the Trellin homestead, there was activity around the house that you guys had to deal with when the weather was not bad. You guys have put some clues together and found out that there's some other things you need to investigate. I'll let you guys recap in character on that. But you have also been told by the shepherd, Tomlin of the town, that the self-appointed sheriff, that the weather that might have hit last night and some folks were expecting is definitely going to be there tonight, and he knows these things because he's lived in this valley his entire life. So you're expecting poor weather tonight. You guys had some plans that you wanted to go over. That's probably a good place to pick up so everybody's on the same page and you guys can re-coordinate what you want to do and what you want others to do, and figure out how you want to make that happen. Remember that you have been up and walking around all day, so if you plan on doing some kind of all-night stakeout or whatnot, you guys are going to want to try to coordinate your rest somehow. But yeah, we'll shift it over to you guys. For starting, we'll say it's around 2:30 in the afternoon, because you guys have visited the sheep farm and talked to the shepherd and done a few other things. You've talked to the neighbors, so you've eaten away the middle of the day.
All right.
And you can feel the pressure starting to drop, the breeze starting to pick up. You can tell that it's either going to get very cold or there is something coming weather-wise. So you're pretty sure Thomas is right.
Pretty sure we talked to the shepherd about the terrain features, right? How the kobolds are running up on the homes.
And that was something that we looked at the sheep farm that we went to too, because it's not anywhere around there.
Yeah.
So, I don't know if they're supposed to be. We think that they're using the weather as cover, right? Faking people out.
Oh yeah.
You know.
And
if there's supposed to be weather tonight, do we want to set them up?
we could be ready. I just don't want to be caught flat-footed if we are outside.
I don't either, because they move really fast. I mean, I want to see. I just feel like in the house, we're not going to have any. I don't have the ability to
Scope out or see out there.
Yeah, I don't have any ability to see from
If
outside.
we want to catch that, then let's not be on the roof. Let's be out a touch, being able to put eyes on the roof to see if someone's doing this or having undead or doing something like that.
let's be out of ways, being able to see the house and watch it happen. And then we can go in and assist if there's something that actually does go on.
And we know that, well, I mean, they tricked us.
Oh yeah, no, we
With
found their
their-
component parts. We know they're using jump spells and retreat spells, expeditious retreat. I'm sure of it.
Is that stable outbuilding the only building on the Trellin property? It's just that one outbuilding, or is there others?
Yes, yeah, it's
that
just
one
like a little half shed,
lean-to kind of thing?
almost
or
like a
not lean-to,
stable that doesn't have stalls in it.
Right.
And there's like an outhouse building, and that's it. There's no other actual buildings. It looks like there may have been
Don't wanna hang out there.
there may have
Okay.
been chicken coops or maybe a couple of little stalls at some point a couple of years ago, but there's nothing that's maintained or standing at this point.
Okay.
In our time walking around the village, was there any homesteads that we noticed the terrain that were not attacked?
Your passive investigation is 16. There are. So it looks like there have not been attacks at every house where there could have been.
Okay.
There doesn't seem to be any pattern to the attacks so far. It's not like they're sweeping from east to west or anything like that. It does seem to be semi-arbitrary, but the pattern you did pick up is it does look like there's something in place on the properties where that jump spell can be used for the illusion of things falling from the sky. And there are a couple of other places where that could be perpetrated. There's two other farms. They're not near the Trellin property. The village is pretty spread out across the valley, like I've said. Everybody's close enough that they're kind of within eyesight, but there's several minute walks. They're 10, 15-minute walks to each other's property. So in good lighting, you can see most of the village and you could watch for that. But if it's going to be a stormy night, it might be difficult unless you set something up to monitor that. Like maybe have those people give you a signal with a lantern or something.
Mm-hmm. I'd like to go to those homes and talk to the residents.
I think we probably have plenty of, it's only midday. We have time to do that.
Yeah. Or at
And
least
we can-
maybe get the constable involved.
I'm wondering if it'd be smarter to stake out maybe one of those areas instead of
Yeah.
our own.
Ones that haven't been hit but have the potential of being hit.
Yeah.
Like maybe two of us that,
How close are those two homes to each other?
They're not real close. They're sort of several properties away across the valley. So you've got eyesight to them in the day, or if somebody were waving a torch or a lantern or something,
Yeah.
but in the
Or-
dark
Like each one of those properties to each
to
other?
each other. They're on the other side of the valley. They're kind of next to each other, but fairly well spread out. Because they're on the other side of
Yeah.
the valley, on the outskirts. That's why they have rocks and outcroppings and stuff on their property.
So we could probably set something up like in between the two properties.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, if we have good visibility, you know
Yeah.
what I mean?
Set up an observation post.
They're just so fast. And if it's stormy and you know what I'm saying, like,
It's going to be hard to catch them. I mean, see it happen, catch them in the act, and then be there before they flee. I don't know.
unless we pick two of the properties and, you know, 2 and 2 were at each property, because we could,
Yeah, that might be
Try to, yeah.
split the party,
make
but
our own fire stations.
They're adjacent
Catch each other.
properties, so it's going to be like a several minute run unless
Yeah.
you can. If you set up with your horses, it'll be just a minute or two at a full clip to get
But
across
they're
each other's.
I'm
there and gone in
they're
less
so
than a minute. I
fast,
mean,
I
they
know.
do their whatever they're there to do, terrorize or cause these illnesses, or we don't know
It-
what
Or
their whole objective is.
what if we see if we can get them to
It-
all be in one place and we're in that place?
It
Because
does
then
seem to be that the objective of these things has been to attack these villagers. They don't stay and fight. So everybody has
Yes.
been lucky for the most part that they've been able to put up enough resistance that these things fall back.
Yes.
Oh, I've got it. Let's go ask them if they have any friends, places they could stay at for the night,
Mhm.
and then we could set up ambushes.
Oh, us be there instead of
Yeah,
them.
us be there instead
Well,
of
because
them.
we could have one place that's empty and us be in another place so that no one's life is at risk.
Yeah.
If they're in the other place and we're not,
Mm-hmm.
and we're in the other side. You
Or-
know what I'm saying?
Or, like, there's 2 homes, have the families go to a friend's house overnight, and when we split up, and each 2 of us each go and
That's what I was thinking too.
go and hide out in the property. Maybe not inside, but set something up on the outside.
We can ask them.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
can ask them. I think that'd be the safest thing for them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we can figure out between us if we decide to split or stay together. So let's go check those out.
Yeah.
Before we run out of time.
Okay.
Well, here's a thought too, a couple thoughts. One is basically maybe he ran out of his little minions. He had to go back to the Kobold Cave to get more minions, and he won't be back in time
What's
for
the matter?
We're
Hmm.
getting a little feedback in the audience.
Oh,
That's
Possible.
looking at the hardware before adjusting the software.
totally.
Let's turn it up a little bit. Analog dude, let us know if that's any better. Give us a minute or 2 for the change to set,
Yeah.
and
I'm not
let us
seeing
know
us.
if it sounds better.
Hit the yellow. We may need to turn gain up on the Behringer slightly.
Let's see. Let's see. I don't want to overcorrect without feedback, so let's wait and see. We appreciate the feedback, though, Analog dude. That's one of the things that it's hard for us. We don't have anybody at the computer running tech right now separately, so there's nobody monitoring audio separately. So the feedback is very helpful. Thank you. Let us know if it's better
Yeah.
or if we need to make more of an adjustment.
Hugely helpful.
Okay, so was that, you're gonna,
So if we do that, are we here just to protect the people?
Well, what I'm saying is maybe there won't be an attack tonight. And secondly, if he did have more minions, he was not very happy that we were in his house.
Oh, I agree.
Yeah.
If we stay on the Trellin house, that would be the most.
Then we become bait.
Which
the
I'm fine
passive
with.
insight on the both of you, because it's ridiculous. It is noteworthy that the only attack that has been out of the pattern is the night you were in that house.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So it clearly triggered a reaction.
Really resembles.
I say if we
Yeah,
stay at the Trellin house,
Damn your
that falls out, then we become the target, and everybody else can.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
You know,
that's a fair thought too.
let's just see if we can get them to go stay somewhere else, and we
'Cause
hang
if-
out back at his house.
If it is Paul,
Or whoever has the grudge there, probably Paul. Yeah.
'Cause that
And he
that
probably
wasn't
was not happy that we were in his house.
No,
that
exactly.
was not a normal. No.
So,
I wonder if
I
that's
think-
where he stages, because it's been empty.
Right.
he might.
We're not going to do passives for this. As you guys are discussing it, everybody make actual insight checks.
Insight check.
So good at this.
Oh.
Oh, I bet you are. Yes. What do I care what other people do?
I rolled lower than my passive.
17.
Uh,
We aren't
what did I
here
add
to
it
like explicitly be here and protect the people.
Insight
We
is
need
one
to
of your
find out
skills, so it
what's
should give
going
you
on
a-
and stuff.
Should be the roll plus whatever you have next to insight, which should be your proficiency plus whatever your stat bonus is. With you, I think it's like +5. You're good.
15.
What'd you get?
12.
Okay. That's enough with all of you guys discussing it, and it's really not hard to put together, and maybe not even very anything that's new to you, but it's definitely apparent that Paul also is not the stand and fight, engage kind of person. Everything Paul did was hands off, and the moment you guys came out of the building after he was harassing you and trying to burn you with the cooking fire and everything else, you never saw Paul.
No, we saw whatever the event
And he set up apparently an ambush or left one of the zombies for you, two of the zombies for you. So there may be a pattern or maybe a place that the zombies are getting their attack pattern from. But as you're discussing it with the insight amongst the group, especially since two of you are actually very good at it despite the rolls, it occurs to you that that might be something to consider as well.
I mean, he really seems a bit of a coward. So I'm thinking if we're at his house, which we know he doesn't like,
Right.
so what if they stand out in the field and look at us? The zombies, I mean, now that we know what they are.
Yeah.
So what? You got to come get us. I will
Right.
say we're going to have to figure out how not to get roasted. Because that was shockingly unpleasant.
No, I can't imagine.
And for somebody that likes shocks, that wasn't the kind I like. So, but I think we make him come to us, which is really going to really make him mad.
No, that we didn't up and leave after his
And we're
engagement.
not running around chasing him. Because, I mean, that was really like he wanted us out of the house to, like, get into the house.
Mhm.
Because obviously he did go to the house. Obviously he did go back into the house. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah, he's watching
or
from
he
a
was
distance.
he was at least,
He still feels very possessive of the house, or there's still something in the house he wants to keep, or I don't know.
right.
End of the
something.
day, he doesn't want people there.
So I think, I don't know, let's see if we can get these other people to safety at least. Because I would really hate to be, messing around trying to trap him or play games with him and innocent people get hurt.
Yeah.
I'm going
So-
to ask, just so that we're not off track, it has been 2 weeks. What is it? What's the evidence that he went back into the house?
The footprints around the building, if I'm remembering correctly, and he was super, super livid with the fact that I had inscribed runes from Saloon and sigils of Saloon as protection over the doorways. And
put mud on it.
for me, it was more than disrespect. It was almost like getting rid of them so he could enter, is just how I interpreted it. I don't know whether that's correct or not, but
In order for him to have been able to do that in that time frame, he would have had to have messed up your runes before you guys came out.
So he was skulking.
Just
But
so
I-
you know,
I
I'm not
honestly
saying
didn't-
he didn't go in the house. I'm
I
just
didn't even
wondering.
look.
I don't
No,
think
you didn't.
We weren't gone
You guys
for-
didn't notice until you were coming back in, and then it was
I mean,
either.
I didn't even
Yeah.
bring
No,
my
I think
shield.
he
was
was
after the
skulking
encounter.
around
It
beforehand.
was.
Yeah.
And it was either you or Alamar that noticed it, but
Yeah, he was skulking around probably before
or no, it was you.
he made
And
his
I didn't
attack.
think to look
Joke.
at the building. I didn't think to look at anything. I didn't even bring my shield. I just bolted because I was so pissed.
And we weren't out of the house to where he could have entered it for any length. At least I don't think so.
And he might have. I was just wondering what was leading you to it, because I didn't want you guys. It's been 2 weeks,
Right.
so it's only fair to make sure that we're recapping correctly.
Or, I mean,
I think he bolted as soon as there was
such a
commotion or
tantrum.
we came out, and then he had his undead pets to distract or attack or whatever. But
Where are we at right now? Are we at the
For
property?
I think we're still at
Him.
Paul's property.
lower
we're
the
still
gain
close to
on
I
lead
don't think
B
we've
slightly.
moved much from there.
Did we ever do an investigation of like?
Well, we
footprints
did look at
outside?
the other properties
we
to
did,
see
yeah.
if there were
So
other
just turn the
outcroppings, other
knob.
things that were still there, to see if
The
there was.
red one.
the opportunity to jump from there to
just
the house,
slightly to the left
or
a little bit,
some
lower
way
his
that they
game
could.
just a tiny bit.
Yeah, we tried-
However, he could make the attack and make it look like they
Thank
were
you
raining
so
from the
much.
sky.
I don't know
So
if
there were
everybody else is okay.
buildings adjacent to the homes or outcroppings or anything else like natural formations.
But thank you
or
for the
they
fine
could-
tuning.
I
That
think
really
we
helped.
did follow footprints to the outbuilding.
Correct. We did drop to the outbuilding. That's as far as
Yeah.
they went.
And then
Yeah,
they
that's
just disappeared
So-
at that wall. I think
Yeah.
you said like that there was
Side
a
by
wall,
side,
and
like
then
facing the wall, and then gone.
it was like gone.
So I say we hunker down at Paul's house for the night,
Mhm.
get a good night's sleep, have some watch, and then head to the mountains tomorrow,
Yeah.
or the hills, or wherever this cave is. I would
Correct.
take a look at this and see where.
Well, if two of you want to go warn the families in those other two properties, like this is what we think, and maybe
I
get
think they might
I think if they hung,
respond better to the two of you.
It'd be like a little gnome.
Well, that's true, but just a hunch.
All right.
Yeah.
Let's go check it out.
we'll go get the
Actually,
constable.
Go there with you, and we could go talk to them.
What?
you two would be the best option.
Make an insight check, okay?
This light?
Just to see how much of that
Oh no, that's
you
genuine.
pick.
No insight needed.
Eight.
That was
Eight.
genuine.
There's a low TN, but not that low. Yeah. Nothing seems out of the ordinary. Just for roleplay purposes right now,
Just go
like,
with it.
he seems to
Great
think plan
idea.
A is the plan.
Great
to go.
idea.
Great idea.
Okay.
All right.
So if you two could go to the outbuilding and investigate that, because like
Yeah.
we saw that the footprints came up to that wall, we ascertained that they jumped from the top. Well, how did they get to the top of it? And see if there's any further footprints beyond that.
That'll be okay. Yeah, we can look.
To see if you can ascertain an azimuth or anything like that.
We can take a peek.
And I think I am going to use some moon water and reinscribe the sigils. They just won't be visible. I used charcoal last time. I'm going to do it with moon water this time.
Yeah, go for it.
Can I roll to see what phase of the moon is tonight?
Yes, go ahead and roll since we haven't established it. Did you roll new moon?
It is a full moon.
Okay.
So
Lots of light.
I'm so excited.
New moon would have been exciting for
The
me.
goddess is going to be smiling on everything that we do. And I can actually, it's going to totally enhance the strength of the moon water. This is really good. This is really, really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe you.
Doth sound legit.
Sounds legit.
All right, so you guys are gonna go
We're gonna go
let
talk
the other
to them.
families know.
Yeah, I think
What's the basic sales pitch?
we'd like to go. Actually, I feel more comfortable getting the constable involved,
Okay.
just so like strangers aren't going to people's doors and warning them of danger.
Mm-hmm.
That might not go over too well.
Alrighty.
So get the constable involved and just, hey, that this is our theory, and
How much of it are you explaining? I mean, do you have any reason? I just want to know what details you're giving them. Why are those houses important? Or is it just trust us? We think these two are,
you know, I think more reasoning isn't needed. And I think we told the constable already of the terrain features that allow the zombies to jump.
and pretend to be falling from the sky?
Yeah.
Okay.
It might be a little weird if we start telling
Yeah, I
stories,
think we
you know.
transparency is good.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right. So, and yeah, so you're going to just explain to them, like, these are the only places that haven't been attacked. It looks like they could be.
Yeah.
All right. So what sort of conversational skills do you have?
I have persuasion.
No way.
Well, then do that, because that's the most applicable, unless you want to do it in some strange way, like shake the constable down into
Oh, I have no idea.
I've rolled a 9.
total.
Yeah.
Okay.
Physical check?
He gets your logic. He's a little reluctant to disturb people and ask people to leave their homes.
Right.
He's not.
But I don't know.
He's
much
not
about
fully on
wards or
board with
anything
that.
else,
It's like
so.
if this is what you think is going
I
to
mean,
happen,
I
then
should be
maybe
able
we do our
to
best to
detect
watch for
magic
it.
or remember.
But we can't just ask people to abandon their homes,
I
especially
don't know how helpful that is.
there's already strangers milling about.
Can you detect
He
undead?
gets it. It's not a horrible failure, but he just doesn't seem. The urgency
No.
doesn't seem to be coming.
I can
Okay.
bless you though.
How about
Did you want to try? Or?
how about
try,
if
but-
he could? Does he have any deputies or anything, or is it just him?
It's pretty much just him and the boy he's training,
Yeah.
which isn't his boy.
Okay.
I'll just basically say to him, we're not can't be everywhere all the time, and we don't want to have people be hurt. And so maybe we can get him somewhere safe.
Well, yeah, but asking these people to leave their homes not only is a hassle to them, but it's a burden to wherever they're going to go. We don't have an inn to put people in. You guys know that. So we also have to find people to put these folks up, which isn't necessarily going to be hard. We're a community here, but it's asking a lot of burden for not a lot of real proof or anything. So he's skeptical.
Well, we know that the storm comes, and there are these creatures that come out. I don't want to see people get the disease.
So go ahead and give a persuasion check and see how you do.
Nope, 7.
7. It's like,
Okay.
I appreciate the urgency and what you guys are looking into, but we still don't know what's going on. You guys have put a lot of pieces together, but we still have no proof, no real theory here that's definitive. What I will do is I will make sure I'm keeping an eye and checking. And I will go over there and warn them that they should probably make sure everything's locked up tight.
Mm-hmm.
I will do that.
Well, we tried.
Yeah. Just thank him for his time.
He,
Gotta be sorry.
he's gruff, as he's been since you guys got here, but he does express that he appreciates what you guys are doing and the things that you're finding. Since if this does turn out to have something to do with that Trellin boy, then we're going to have to resolve that as a community, I suppose. But for the time being, there's been enough disturbance in this community, needlessly shaking things up, which is how your plan feels at the moment. Is not something I want to do.
It's understandable.
What do you guys do? That takes about half an hour to walk there and have what turns out to be a fairly short and kind of pointless conversation. You're doing what?
So,
Your runes on the house?
yeah, I'm gonna inscribe Saloon sigil on the house and full moon symbols on the house, using moon water instead of visible.
Okay.
I think I used charcoal last time.
Yep.
And just in a few more places, the four corners.
Okay.
And then I
Um,
think we wanted to.
Go to the building out there and take a
You
look at
have prestidigitation, right?
it. I do.
Okay, so you probably need Alamar's help. What is smeared all over the runes?
Oh, yes, please.
It's
To help get that off.
it's
Oh, yeah.
not just mud. It smells
Ew.
like it's probably pig slop, maybe something else. It's
Zombie rot.
yeah. It's
Zombie.
it's not just been covered up with
Oh.
wet sand. It's somebody has made an attempt to defile what you put there. So, however, Alamar can fix that with nobody having to touch it or put water on it or anything.
Yeah.
So,
So it'll take you a few
Love
minutes to go around the house. Yeah.
Lovely.
So,
Lovely. So appreciate it. Oh,
That won't be hard. I'll
yeah,
go around and
it was
yeah.
get that off.
it was more than just covering them.
Okay. Yeah.
Somebody was quite unhappy that they were there.
Could have been a
Um,
homeless person outside that.
All right.
And then
Interesting.
just go take a look at the building that's out there where those creatures were hiding. It's like a shed or whatever, something like that. small?
It's like a bus stop. It's 3 walls
Oh,
and an angled roof. And like I said, it looks like there were maybe horse stalls, or there could be horse stalls
Okay.
in there, but there's no railing.
Okay.
It's just, and what you can tell based on what you saw earlier, the footprints and stuff were pretty much all gone now.
yeah.
Is it looks like somebody ran to that roof and used jump to get on the roof,
Probably.
because there's no climbing or anything.
Yeah, there's
there
not like there was a
anything-
step ladder or ladder left, which would
Is there
be.
anything left on top of it?
No, the thatch roof is kind of disturbed and sagging in places and whatnot. It was
Yeah.
already not in good shape, but it's definitely had the weight of heavy things
those
on it.
critters
recently.
on it. Yeah. All right.
That was
I don't think there's much
Oh,
else to
then
see out
Paul.
there.
Should we look around the inside?
Unless we want to.
Like, what about the fire? Like, that was
They
not,
did that because
not
they could
nice.
see.
that
Yeah.
was not nice magic. And I'm assuming not nice magic. Like, don't you have to,
No, you have to be able to see it to
right.
do it.
So,
So somehow they were peeking through or able to see in. So let's make sure everything's covered.
If you want to give me an arcane check, I'll tell you exactly what.
Sure.
I mean, I have that as well. I think you'd be better at it.
20.
That definitely beats the 13 you needed. It's you're guessing it was just the cantrip control flame.
Mhm.
He wasn't creating any flame. He was just actually having the flame of the fire reach out and take shapes.
Which is
That's what it looks like.
doable with that. So if we want to prevent that, let's just make sure there's no. Let's cover the windows good and make sure.
You did that. There were blankets put over the windows after that. So you guys have done that.
So that's in place. So likely, unless there's something else in play, he's not gonna be able to do that again.
I think, can I just kind of poke around the inside, the walls, like, just look around, like, just because I'm still kind of operating under the suspicion that he wanted us out of there for some reason, other than he just doesn't like people in his space.
Yep.
Just to see if there's anything he may have wanted to get to, or his books or something, or I don't know.
Yeah, make an investigation check and look around the house. No? What's the total? Total of 3? Wow, what was the bonus on that roll? Okay, just check.
I got a little distracted.
You're still upset about the runes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the only other thing is that.
Nope, nothing here.
Yeah, and the only other
Nothing
thing,
at all.
I wouldn't think so. So, yeah, the only other
Anywhere.
place is that
The kitchen
cellar,
ends
but
up being a little bit of a mess
Anywhere.
during the search. Lots of things taken out, but
You know.
yeah, the only other thing is that cellar that's out back, but it's not attached to the home in any way, really. So,
Oh,
there was a root cellar.
totally,
yeah, but
totally forgot about that.
that's it.
Okay.
All right,
Well, that
I think
was,
that's all we've got here.
gosh, that was just exhausting.
You gonna poke around and anywhere else or do anything else? You guys have
I'll
a
look
few
at the
minutes
cellar
left.
once more, but I can't imagine there's anything else. I'll take a look in there, but that's all I can think of.
You don't need my help, do you?
If you want to come, you can, but I'm just gonna take a peek at the cellar.
Okay. All right, well, make an investigation check.
All right.
Said there's just one table with it looks like people were preserving things at one point a long
6.
time ago. 6. just
I distracted you. I'm sorry.
What could she be looking at now?
It's just a mini tornado. I get like
Yeah.
that sometimes.
it's just an earthen room with an earthen floor. It goes up to the floorboards of the house.
Yep.
So it's dug out that much, but it's all but a mud pit down here, and it's literally a root cellar for them growing roots, and
All right, I'm gonna head back
maybe
to
a
the
while
house.
ago doing some
Okay.
appropriate gardening for a cellar.
Yeah. There's nothing point here. I'm just gonna go back to the house.
And about the time you're coming up from the root cellar, that's when you guys are you coming back, or are you going somewhere else?
Yeah, we'll go right back.
So Durban and Tristan are returning.
Oh, guys, that was a bust.
No one's moving.
Yeah, constable
Well.
says
He's really not interested in making him move out of the house, but
Well, if you talk to them and they
he
didn't
will
move,
warn him.
it's on them.
Yeah.
Whatever happens to them,
Even with people already having been hurt, he doesn't care.
Well, he's a little reluctant. He
then
just
he's a
doesn't want to
fool.
disrupt people.
But
What? I mean,
We get it.
disrupt them,
we get it.
protect them. It's a
when
fine
they're
line.
stubborn,
I get it.
and
you
whatever happens to them is on them.
Well, he is going to warn them. He said he would take the time to warn them appropriately and then keep an eye on their properties as the storm comes in. So,
Hmm. Okay.
Fully invested lawman, that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, didn't find anything here.
Yeah. There's nothing
like-
to discover here.
Everything in the cabinets in the kitchen is on the kitchen table at this point.
My hair at this point is just kind of like frizzy and like floating slightly. Yeah, nothing.
it's like you
Didn't
got a
find
little spook
anything.
there.
Like
Out of curiosity,
he went and checked the root cellar. There was just some really like interesting like dead vegetables and stuff in there. It was wild, really weird. Nothing
There's
in the
nothing
kitchen
new here.
round.
that place with the altar, did we search that place pretty closely?
Yeah,
Oh.
I looked everywhere. Nothing.
Mhm.
Okay.
We should be pretty buttoned up. I don't think there's anything
Okay.
else.
Okay. So what's the plan for the evening and the night then?
We just have somebody up for watch, just in case somebody
We
is
can. Where do we want to watch from?
inside the house where we're bolted in and it's safe.
So if we can't see out the windows because we don't want somebody to see inside, how are we supposed to keep watch though?
Well, if something's going to be trying to rip open the windows, we'll know. Or knock down the
Well,
door.
we could
I
have
mean,
two
yes.
people inside the house and two of us inside the root cellar.
Oh, true.
It's disgusting down there.
Hey, you guys can have that. I'm not doing that.
Okay, I have no problem.
Just a damp root cellar.
I figure if one person is up at a time, we can take watch and
That's what I
alert
say.
the others
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
if something or there's activity or some suspicion. Otherwise, let's get some rest before we head out in the morning.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And
so-
those
Around 4:30, just as it's starting to kind of get dark, it does start to rain, and there are darker clouds coming in. So it looks like it's definitely going to escalate into a storm.
All right.
So lovely. I'm gonna sit outside for a while.
Go for it.
And I just happily park myself in the yard and enjoy the lovely weather.
Let's make some dinner.
Oh,
Well, you understand her attunement with the weather,
Yes.
being a storm Nazi. So
very, it's very soothing.
Alright.
And
just
sorry
make
about
something to.
the kitchen.
It's,
You guys are gonna make something to eat.
yeah, I'll make something to eat.
What you cooking? Who's cooking?
I'll make
La-
something.
Last night somebody hunted for you, so I'm just wondering what you're eating tonight.
Hardtack and gruel.
True.
Did we eat all 4 rabbits?
Yes.
I mean,
And you guys have rations and stuff. I'm just wondering
They are
what you're
very
eating. That's all.
I can go hunt again. I don't mind hunting in the weather. I don't know that there's going to be many animals out.
Go for it. And if we need to, we
roll.
can just.
You can hunt. Roll with disadvantage because of the weather. Most things are going to be taking shelter.
And survival?
Yes. What's the high die?
No.
Oh, awesome. What's the low die? So what's the sub?
14.
14. Okay.
The weather's not a disadvantage.
14 is adequate. 14 works. And given that you're hunting during a storm with disadvantage, it takes, you're out for almost 2 hours before you come back, but you do come back with, we're just going to say it's something large and meaty like a badger.
Oh, did a can pop?
Oh, I hope not.
Because that's kind of what it sounded like. Okay. Do you know how to cook ranch?
It's the first for everything. Let's give it a try.
Okay, I'll skin it and clean it. I don't. You guys heard that, right?
Yeah.
I heard something drop.
Well, we have neighbors too. Plus, there's somebody that occupied this place.
I was like right behind you.
Yeah.
It was. It was like that direction.
Oh, hopefully nothing popped.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not like something dropped or something fell, but
All right. So
Maybe
yeah.
we have an invisible necromancer.
Here's your
Sorry,
tin
folks.
badger.
Had to check in the perimeter. It's meat. It's fresh meat. And it's actually enough meat for all of you.
Perfect. Let's cook it. Let's eat.
I want to see what it does and not cast it. How do I do
So, me,
that? That's how I do
make one more survival check for me.
that. Me?
Yes, well, I mean, whoever wants to cook, whoever has survival.
Please do not, but I will
hmm,
do it.
So normal this time?
Yeah. It's not hard. You're just cleaning and cooking.
11.
Good enough. It's just prepping an animal for meal and cooking. So it's not, unless you're trying to do
Not my best work, but
badger cordon bleu. Then
I'm a little wary of the fire, guys. Sorry about that. But,
badger Benedict.
it's cooked all the way through.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's
So
eat.
you guys have fresh food for the night. Don't have to use any of your provisions. And at that point, it is a couple hours to hunt and cook. So it's coming up on around 8.
Okay.
The storm is fully set in. There is thunder rolling in. It is not over you yet, but it's definitely coming. You can hear it in the distance. You're seeing the lightning through the shutters and whatnot.
And it's heavy, thick
Yes.
cloud cover.
No moon. Even though it's a beautiful full moon,
I can see.
you can feel it.
I'd like to just go out in the storm
Okay.
and take a look around.
Okay.
I'll go with you.
What are you looking for?
Any unnatural movement?
Okay.
And I'm going to go with him.
Okay.
And I am remembering to take my shield this time.
Okay. And you guys have just eaten, so it's going to be 8:30, we'll say. So it's at night. Storm's raging pretty good. On your property, you're not seeing anything with your. With your investigation skills and your passive stats, which are. See you next time. We'll just come the other way. Thanks for tuning in, Analog Dude. We're going to try to make this a regular thing. It's not going to be every week because we just don't have the schedules for that, but we're going to try to do this twice a month and make this a regular thing. Thank you for your input with the audio. Okay,
Very much
so what you do see is not the neighbors you spoke with, but one of the other neighbors sort of down the hill, just another one of the homesteads here. They're far enough away, they're probably a 12, 15-minute walk away, so they're a good distance across the open ground and everything. But it does catch your eye because you see lantern light outside. And as there's a little bit of light from lightning hitting now and then and whatnot, and what you see after just a few minutes of kind of focusing and try to get in on the dark and processing what's there, is there's somebody on the roof of one of the houses holding up a lantern. And when you guys sort of stop and look, you see the lantern comes down a little bit, and the lantern smashes on the wall of the house, which looks like it's where the porch is, and that whole side of the building catches fire from the oil lamp. And they raise a hand like this, and there's fire that starts on the roof. And then you see 4 small but dark figures, and they're moving so they're easier to see when there's light and rain and everything, come up onto the roof, just jump up onto the roof, and then jump off the roof and are running and jumping toward you guys. They've got a long way to come, but they are moving very fast. And there's a house on fire.
Was it one of the ones that we warned of?
No.
No?
This is one of the ones that's a neighbor to where you are.
Okay. Was it one of the ones with those terrain features where they could jump through the roof and all that?
Nope. This
No?
looks like they jumped from behind the house
Okay.
onto the roof where you could see them, and then jumped, and they're moving as fast as they can with their run and their jump distance and everything. They're coming at you like some kind of horrible jackrabbit. They're running and jumping over each other, and they're just scrambling to get.
They really want us to draw us out of here.
Yeah. I say, I'll get everybody's attention to come back out here.
Okay.
I know you're already
You're
out.
you're walking out and around.
Yeah.
And it's windy and stormy. You can still yell, and they will hear you, but
Yeah.
You're not immediately adjacent to the house.
You know, just
30
say
or 40
two
people
arms, like,
I'll repeat what he says, but my voice is suddenly like as loud as the
Yeah.
thunder.
are you able to help with the building fire, put it out?
So yeah, inside the house, you guys are pretty sure you hear Tristan yell, even over the storm. 2 arms, and then you hear this 2 arms, just like this thundering voice.
What did they
And you
find?
recognize the voice, despite its volume and tenor, as Terranils. I got to get that name down. Terranils. So you know what it is, but it comes through the house like thunder.
All right.
Um,
Get up and out. What the hell's going on?
I can't summon water of like any kind.
Are you able to use magic to help put out a fire?
I can't put out that much. The rain will help.
How much is it raining?
Probably not enough.
Yeah.
And perception checks as you guys run out, just to see how much you assess in the first few seconds.
They
15.
just constant distractions to
11.
get us. If they just wanted to attack us, they wouldn't have jumped up so that we could see them and started a fire so that we would run towards them.
So, Jogren, you see the house on fire. It's a neighbor. It's down across the valley a little bit. There's some rolling hills and unleveled pastures and whatnot, broken terrain between you. You see the house on fire. Your neighbor's house is on fire, is what it looks like.
Yeah.
That's all you really notice in the first few moments. You see the house on fire, but you also see one or two things jumping in the darkness, lightning flashes just in time to catch one running. You can tell that there are a few. You can't get a count because they're not in the open now that they're on the ground and moving separately. A few things coming at you very quickly.
Everybody get together, whatever, it's more of those undead things. Let's get ready. We have to deal with this before we can even help the house.
As
And you guys are assessing and watching with the lightning flashing and everything. The person on the roof with the lantern is no longer there.
okay, so
They're not standing on the burning.
Do we hear or see the inhabitants of the farm yelling and running and
You don't see them
trying
yet.
to
You're
put
not.
their own fire out?
You don't see them yet. It's been just a few moments. You're not sure that you would hear them yelling or an alarm like that from this distance with the storm, but you don't see them yet.
Will my voice carry to them?
It might.
So I'm going to do the same thing, but yelling in their direction that there's a fire, get out of your house.
And this is just
Do
your.
we know which neighbors they are? Is this the neighbors that we talked to before?
It's not the neighbors that were the
Okay,
family.
so I don't know their names. So, yeah, I'm just going to do the same thing and yell at them,
Okay.
projecting as loudly as I can.
And
but-
this is with your thaumaturgy
Mhm.
cantrip. Okay.
So,
so as everybody's attention is diverted that direction,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go slink off and hide.
Okay. Just kind of try to get. There's not a lot to hide behind, but you can get low into some of the growth and whatnot. You're just
Yeah.
trying to vanish a
what's
little
the,
bit.
Like a
what's the
tactical advantage.
visibility?
Okay.
What's the visibility like for people that don't have dark vision?
Well,
Like
it's
how dark? Like there's no moon, so it's
there's
like dark,
no
dark.
moon and it's storm clouds and it is raining, but it's also it's not unnatural dark or anything like
Right,
that.
so it's-
So 50, 60 feet.
You can sort of kind of see.
Yeah, you can sort of kind of see. Picking out details and stuff is hard until something gets close, but it's not like it's a thick fog or anything. It's a dark night and it's raining.
Mm,
So the person that dropped that lantern, was it an intentional act?
Oh, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Since it is in the moment, give me an insight check. With your passive insight, it's going to be real important for me to delineate when you can use it, when you have to roll.
11.
11 is enough because you saw what went on. You also get the impression that it was meant for you to see. There was something theatrical or deliberate about it because it looked like they waited for you to see and then swung and smashed the thing and set fire to the side of the building
Okay.
and then conjured a fire to their other side. So it looks like there was a fire over the door of the building and then something to set fire to the rest of it.
Okay.
All right. And with the rest of the chaos and you talking to them and whatnot, that person has dropped from something.
Wonder.
Well,
I'm kind of slinked to the side now, so.
Yeah.
these things
And
are
it's just we're gonna say it's like a bucket and an old wagon wheel that's just been kind of left there and there's growth and whatnot, and it's enough for you to sort of get overlooked. There's not really a lot of places to hide,
Yeah.
but it will be adequate for what you want to do. And it's close enough that you can move and strike to cover one of your buddies. But you're from that direction at least, you're concealed.
well.
Does anybody have any keen senses for hearing or smell?
No, not particularly.
Okay. Just
Uh,
check and make sure nobody has any strange abilities that I don't need to get credit for.
no.
Okay. You gonna wait for these things to
Yeah.
come out of the shrubs and
And
growth?
how many of them were there?
You're pretty sure you saw 4.
And they're in a pack, in a little group, a little thing.
No,
So
they
they're,
all
like,
kind
jumping
of
over each
jumped
other?
up and they're just all kind of running at you. They're probably within 5-6 feet of each other, but they're not running as a group. They just look like they're all running the same direction.
Okay.
Well, I guess for me, by the way, it's going to be still like going, all right, some house fire, let's go take it out, care of it.
All right, here's what's going to happen.
Is there something else that I need to know about? I don't see any danger.
In the conversation, it becomes clear that Jogar doesn't know that the things are approaching. He sees
Right.
the fire.
They're running at us. There's more of them running at us. So we can't follow the lure and go.
No, we need to deal with these things before we can deal with the house.
This conversation is cluing
did I
you in, though, that
notice-
he doesn't know that they're coming. Jogar doesn't know
There's
about that.
look close in the shadows. There's
I
more of those
notice that
undead
he
things
slipped away?
coming.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not hiding from you guys.
Okay.
He fell back. He's only about 12 feet from you,
Okay.
but it looks like what he's doing is he's just ducking to try to catch somebody flat-footed if they attack you guys. But he's not hiding from you guys, so you guys know exactly where he is, unless you're trying to fully vanish and mysterious. Which is not how I read it.
This concentration.
Well, I need some light in this
No,
situation.
this is instantaneous.
All right. Well, I don't want these things to get any closer than they have to before we start, because they're going to come. So,
Can I take out that scarab that was lit, has a light on it?
Yeah.
Just throw it out in the field.
Okay.
Where they said they were coming from. Just give us a little bit of a heads up.
Yeah, you throw it out. It's just shrubs and overgrowth, and it's not quite like here, but it's just basically like highland tumbleweeds and thistle and whatnot. And it bounces and it actually lights up and kind of floats into the air about 2 or 3 feet and just sits there. And at that point, you can see, because they're not being stealthy, they're running as fast as they can and they're jumping 30 and 35 feet at a time, sometimes 12 feet in the air, and they're coming at you as fast as they can. And with that light, you can tell it's only going to be a few more moments before they're ready. So what are you going to do?
I want to give Alamar guidance before you do whatever it is you're going to do.
Okay. Yep.
So I just reach out and I put my hand on your shoulder and give you guidance. So you can roll the d4 and then add that to your ability or your check to see if you.
Do they have to use it on their next roll, or do they get to choose when
Once
to
before
use
the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one ability check of its choice.
it? Okay. So I would set aside
And you
a
can roll the
D4.
die before or after making the ability check. The spell then ends.
Just as a reminder, like a bardic inspiration die.
yeah.
So.
Okay. You have that you can use.
But
for-
as soon as I do that, I want to dash forward about 20 feet and wait.
Okay.
And
All right.
as I do that and then take off, I tell you to stay there. I need you 20 feet away from me.
So when they're a couple hundred feet out,
They're maybe 80, 90 feet out right now.
okay.
How
Not
far out?
ready. For
They're
that.
coming visible, and it's only because they're moving real fast and they're jumping.
All right. So at that point, as soon as they're 90 feet out, I'll grab on the inside of my robe and I'll pull out my scepter, and I'm gonna cast Chromatic Orb.
Okay. Folks that have ranged attacks that are 90 or more feet can make one attack as sort of a hold your ground kind of attack before we do initiative.
Okay.
So that's that
Sounds good.
bow or anything.
I've got a crossbow, but its range is 8320,
Oh, okay.
so I'd be rolling at disadvantage.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's go use
So
my
you're gonna do it.
spell
Do you have
slot
anything
if
you're
I
gonna
do
do?
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna cast Firebolt.
Okay.
I'm gonna take my
And
lockpick
you're
and-
gonna hold and wait. Okay. So both of you go ahead and roll your attacks.
Yeah, make that one. 8.
I'm so not used to
14.
not having ranged attacks.
You're doing real good.
This is so hard for me.
8
It's so
does
hard for me.
miss. What'd you get? 14?
I got 14.
14? So 8 does miss.
8 does 6.
14?
Mm-hmm.
14 hits.
Good.
You wait and you actually catch one in the air where you have good visibility. You just lose yours in the brambles and whatnot.
All right. I just, at the top of my scepter, I just pull back and I create this orb of lightning, and I direct it right at one of those guys.
Okay.
And we've got 16 damage.
16?
Yes.
Wow. Any other effects?
It's lightning based. That's all.
Lovely.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. It actually, you catch it in the air and it reacts and convulses and actually lands on its back. It looks like fairly painfully and grumpily, and it slowly gets up. But it does. It's mad and zeroed in on you, and it just starts running, and it jumps again, and it's. You knocked it right out of the air and hurt it really bad, but it's. All right, looks like it's still moving and it's mad.
If we have another attack before everything happens,
It will now be initiative just because
all right.
they are fast, and you can only get shots at them when they
What
got.
do we add to our initiative?
Your dexterity modifier.
Oh, well, that's not good.
7.
Oh, well, that's not good.
13.
All right, so
Mine's 13.
hold on. So 13, Alamar.
Oh, I know
7?
myself.
What'd you think?
That's okay.
What's your
I
initiative?
got 7.
7?
I rolled d6 instead of d8.
So you were proud for a moment.
Good.
Joe Grant.
Roll my d8.
Next
18.
time.
18. And Tristan.
4.
Oh, well, sort of makes sense, I guess.
I was really excited because
And the bad guys.
That's amazing.
that was a really good d6s.
So,
Wow.
But I
we
did
have
nerf
13.
myself.
What are your initiatives?
7.
Okay. So,
4.
16, I think you got.
Playing by
18.
12.
18?
yeah. Okay, so everybody is kind of waiting. Terranil is out front. She has let you know she needs you to keep her distance. And these guys they stop jumping as they get close, giving you guys, not giving up any more windows for you guys. And they really suddenly just explode out of the bushes because you are up front. It looks like 3 of them are coming straight at you. There is one that looks a little singed. That looks like he's a little too pissed to be bothered with you, and he's trying to run past you. He's not close enough for you to get an attack of opportunity, but it looks like he definitely has somebody else on his mind.
I needed to roll a higher initiative. I was
Um,
trying to time it for when they were there within like 15 feet of me.
You will get to. They're
Still be in
they're
50 feet.
fast enough that they surprise you.
They
They
are
are.
fast.
They are really fast, and
I-
they have a
I didn't wanna-
22 initiative.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
would have
the
met,
heck?
It was a really good roll.
What the heck?
and they're fast. They're fast. So they do get to
Well.
go first.
Gonna fail.
It's probably not going to go as well as all that, but we're going to. This could potentially be catastrophic, but I'm skeptical.
I have my shield
Catastrophic.
planted in front of me with my mace in my hand.
All right.
Darn squirrely thing.
One target. All right.
At
So.
least I'm not nerfing myself this time.
uh, let's see. So one clearly doesn't hit. One of them is so excited to try to jump at you that he actually kicks his feet out and falls on his face and has to stand back up. And the other 2 are running, and it looks like they're just going to hit you as hard as they can and try to tackle you. One hit is a 16. Is that no? Okay. The other one is a natural 20.
Oh no.
Oh,
Serious.
Well, there were 3 attacks coming at you.
No.
So 6.
Uh,
It is 5 points of bludgeoning damage. Make a strength check for me. So roll and add your strength bonus. I need you to meet or beat a 12.
Well, oh, wrong one. Hold, please. 13.
13, okay. This thing was trying to knock you on your ass and basically be on you and pin you, but it does not. You stay on your feet. It is painful with it kicking, clawing, and biting at you, but that's the damage that you took. Because it didn't knock you prone, it doesn't get a free bite on you. And it is good there. All right, Joe, the one that you you singed is trying to do the same thing to you. He does run as fast as he can. He can't quite get to you, but then he uses his jump leap and he just spears you.
okay.
Does a 16.
So they made it past me and
One.
already 20 feet to them.
Yes. Because it can run 40 and then
Yeah.
jump another 35.
16, huh?
Does a 16 meter beat your AC?
I put up my hand and I create this purple translucent like force, and then I knock him aside.
So you're casting shield?
I'm casting
Okay.
shield.
Does that
That
make
would
the
he would have
attack?
hit without that.
But he misses with it.
Yeah, I have AC 15, so he would
Okay,
have just
yeah.
hit.
Yeah.
So
That's good.
that upped it by 5.
Okay. So yeah, you throw up shield. This thing, it hits the wall and bounces off. And yeah, and it looks like it was just coming at you like a rotten meat torpedo.
And I just stand as basically as stoic as I can as I put it up and boom.
Yeah. And he falls short and hits the ground next to you. Then starting at the top of your guys' order, because that's all of them, Jogren, that's what you see. There's one right next to Alamar.
But that's my reaction, so I'll still have a normal
You
action.
will, yes.
Okay.
But Jogren, you were up next. There's one next to Alamar, and you see that there are 3 that are trying to gang up on Terran. And she did, just so everybody remembers, she did specifically want everybody to keep their distance. But she's
Well-
also sort of getting rat packed.
Not really going to matter.
oh, okay.
There's still 3 of them that are,
And she's 20 feet away?
yeah, she's about 20 feet.
You can still close that and do something.
All right, for a bonus action, I'm going to cast Sanctuary on Tyrannel.
Okay.
Tyrannel?
Terranil.
So I'll do that for my
Is that
bonus
the
action.
bonus
My
That's your bonus action? What are you doing other than that?
my next action is I'm gonna take out my little oil can, grab a little oil, and I'm gonna throw acid.
At which one? One
2
of
on her. But,
2 of the ones near her
they have a DC 13.
to avoid it?
Yeah, dexterity.
What did Sanctuary do?
They can't
I
attack
will
you until
read
you-
Sanctuary, since it is a funky spell.
Sanctuary.
He cast it on you. You are within range. He wards you against attack until the spell ends, and it's a full minute. That's not concentration. Any creature who targets you with an attack or harmful spell must make a Wisdom saving throw. If they fail that saving throw, they have to choose a new target or lose their attack. Basically, it's sort of forcing them to ignore you. Spell does not protect a warded creature from area effects, such as, when these things cast Fireball. If the warded makes an attack or casts a spell that affects an enemy or creature, the spell will end.
So
But
that's
For the time being, there is a protective power on it.
So that should
Alrighty,
protect you for a few attacks.
Okay.
Ouch. Stan.
And Dexterity DC 13, you said?
Yeah, you
Yep.
said I took 5 points of damage.
Oh, you have taken damage.
One saves,
did
one
hear.
does not.
Okay, D6.
Okay. And you get to choose 2 targets?
Yep.
Okay. I'm just asking because they're in melee with her, so.
4 points of damage.
And does the save negate it or take half damage?
Negates it.
Okay. All right.
Basically, duck out of the way.
Okay, so that's your bonus action and your action. Is there anything else you're doing?
Yeah, that's all I'm doing for now.
All right.
There's not much else I can do.
Next in order is Tyrannil. And for the record, with your magic, what is the manifestation of your sanctuary? How does it feel to Tyrannil? How does it manifest?
It's kind of like a bubble of a glittery. I guess you could say.
Okay.
Maybe a little cracking of electricity gives her an idea it's there.
Okay. So this sort of pops up in close proximity around you and then just kind of wraps and clings to you. And you can tell it's some kind of protective ward.
That's gonna look like a
You're a
pretty
little
cool
sparkly now.
effect because I'm livid. This is the second time that I've been hurt by these stupid things. So my hair looks like a thundercloud and it's just full of glitter and wild, like
Just a shining sphere of
silvery
garden
gray and icy blue
Yeah,
streaks
exactly.
kind of swirling around my head. And I lean into my shield and yell because I'm just so mad and release Thunderwave.
Cool.
Okay.
That should hurt.
There's 3 of them around me. I just roll once to see if I hit them, right?
Let's
You roll
see how
one
it's
attack.
going.
Right? I don't have to do it 3 times.
No, you roll 1 attack.
And what do I add to it?
You add,
Each
I
creature.
think it's your
Is it an
your
area of
wisdom.
effect?
Oh, no, there's no. It says each creature
Thunderwave. It's like it's like a cone, and
in
it
a
goes
15-foot
Well,
cube
it should be a saving
out.
throw.
Oh, it's a
then.
cube. Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause
needs
it's
to make a save. I don't think there's a to hit.
yeah,
roll.
there's no attack roll on that one.
Okay.
It's probably going to be your wisdom modifier plus a proficiency, so probably +5 to whatever you
Spell
roll.
save DC?
It says con 13 for save.
Oh, it's just the saving throw versus Constitution. Okay. Yeah. So they need to save. They need a Constitution saving throw, and their DC is 13, or they are hit by the event.
Is that your spell save DC?
So you don't
It
have
just says
to roll.
attack save con 13.
Yeah. So you don't have to really roll.
So
No, that's
8 plus your proficiency, which would be 2.
Does it do
So
damage?
is your
Save DC.
is your wisdom
13.
+3?
It says spell attack plus
plus
5.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bring it
So
back
it'd be
up.
8 plus 5, which would be 13.
yeah.
Okay. Bring what back up?
Because
Oh,
you
Thunderwave?
spell that.
I
Yeah.
think at level 1, your spell attack and your DC save are usually the same. Because the
Oh,
formula is
okay.
the same.
Yeah, that's and then.
And they're just using their constitution to try to resist.
the creature takes. Oh, so if they save, they take half.
All right.
So, yeah.
And
So there really is no-
only one of them saves. Okay.
So, the other 2 are pushed 10 feet away. They take 2d8 thunder damage, and a thunderous boom rolls out over the valley for like 300 feet.
Yeah.
There is a boom like lightning just hit where you guys are standing.
Cool.
2d8. What'd you get?
5.
Total of 5?
Damage. And then they get pushed, so that's nice.
Well, only one of them gets pushed.
Okay.
The one that,
No, 2 of them get pushed.
Two got pushed.
Because
one of-
only one
of them
saved.
didn't.
Yeah. And he only takes 2 damage. Okay. So that's your casting a spell as your action.
Mhm.
Thunderwave has got to be action. Yeah, one
Um,
action. Do you have
how
any bonus
close-
action that you want to take?
How close is the one that didn't get pushed?
He's within melee range of you, so he's within 5 feet of you. Or actually, yeah, we're gonna say the reason he didn't get pushed is that's the guy that tripped.
Can I do a cantrip as a bonus action?
No.
No.
Unless the cantrip is a bonus action.
Nope, it is not. Then let's do this. I don't have any cantrips that are.
Don't have any fancy bonus actions. You guys are level 1s.
Mm-mm.
Anything else
The
to it?
only bonus actions I have are 2 weapon fighting. So.
Okay.
Nope.
Alrighty, so then next in the order is Alamar.
Oh my god, I've been nerfing myself.
How so?
I have Wrath of the Storm.
Okay. Which?
What's that do for you?
It's a reaction.
Well,
How
one
often
of them
can you
did
pull
hit
it off?
you.
I have 3 charges. When a creature within 5 feet that I can see hits me with an attack, I can use my reaction to force the creature to make a dex saving throw, or it takes 2d8 lightning damage from me.
Yeah.
Do you want to invoke that on the one that attacked you? Because the other 2 missed, so it wouldn't work.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Dexterity against your DC.
I have never played cleric before, so
He-
give me patience here. I'm like
even
nerfing
with
myself.
even with his bonus, that misses, so he is going to take that damage.
Okay.
Wow. Okay. But he does take that as he attacks you. He gets hurt. You cast Underway, which also hurts him and throws him away from you. Because he's not the one who made his saves. So,
Oh.
So the one that did attack you has been injured twice and pushed away from you by the forces of danger.
Okay.
Alamar, you are up,
All right. So he's right by me, isn't he?
and your sanctuary drops because you have cast a spell. Just so you yes, there's one essentially at your feet.
Yeah.
Looking mad. He doesn't know why he didn't hit you. He doesn't comprehend it. He's getting up, and he looks like there's not a lot of facial expressions on these things because they're undead. But the way he's shifting, you're not sure if he's going to attack you or make a run for it.
Well, since he's right there, I'm going to basically get my hands to be like, just hit him with lightning at there, just shock and grasp him.
Okay, roll it.
15 plus 5, 20.
That does hit.
Okay.
And you do see that he seems to be angry, so it does look like he was coming at you, not away from you.
Okay. And that does 4 damage.
4. Alrighty.
And I'm going to back away from him.
Okay.
And if I hit him with the shocking grasp, he can't retaliate from my withdrawal, so I'm going to get out of range. So he's going to have to, if he wants to get me, he's going to have to at least come after me.
Okay. You grab him and he jerks and jolts with the electricity. He looks like he's angry and coming at you and trying to push through it, which lets you shock the crap out of him basically. And it falls back to the ground, motionless and smoking, and you take a step or 2 away.
Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, he did. He's double dead.
Crispy and dig. Oh,
And Tristan, you are up. So the one that broke the line, you just saw him
Drop.
drop.
Okay.
The other 3 are scattered now, kind of, but look like they attacked Tyrannil because she was in front. But she is outnumbered 3 to 1, technically.
I will go ahead and shoot at the one that's closest to her.
Okay, that's the one that's remaining closest to her is the one that seems to have slipped trying to attack her and
Mhm.
is getting up. So.
Okay. How close is that to her?
He's within 5 feet of it.
Within 5?
Yeah.
Okay. So I have advantage on that. So dirty 20
Okay, definitely hits.
and 5 damage.
Even with sneak attack and all that?
Oh, 5 plus. Where
Because
is?
you should get that. Not
Yeah.
only does he not know where you are, but you have an ally.
So 6 total.
Oh, wow. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, the one at your feet is getting up mad. And it, it took damage from your spell, but didn't get knocked away. And then it just takes you see an arrow or a bolt just stick in its shoulder as it's standing up. And we are back to top of the order. Joe, the one you shocked, gets to his feet
It was not dead.
and, and
Hey.
comes at you.
Oh my god!
But
Not you were dead.
but
For
does
the
not
second time.
with rolling a 4 does not hit you.
Okay, good.
The
Oh no.
I'm gonna give it a 50-50 because they are dumb. All right. So the one that you shot is distracted and actually jumps over Tyrannil to attack you. If you want to take your reaction, it means you can't use it for anything else later, like doing your Wrath of the Storm again. But you get an attack of opportunity because it's essentially turning its back to you to move toward Tristan. It's a free attack if you want.
Let's see.
But Tristan shot it and seems to have definitely gotten its attention.
Nice.
So if I do the attack of opportunity, then I can't use the reaction later when something attacks me.
Correct. You only
It'll
get
be
one
separate.
reaction a round. You can use it for this or save it. But you'll only get one.
I'll let him move by.
Okay. So it surprised you a little bit. You sort of duck and it just supernaturally jumps past you. It looks like it's coming down to attack Tristan. It does not move far. Well, no, you were told to stay 20 feet away. So you get the pounce. Oh, and he does hit. This die. It's the dice.
Oh, man.
So 6. That is, where's this silly attack? So that's 7 damage. And I need you to make
Ow.
a strength. Is it strength? Yes, need you to make a DC 12 strength save. Yes, no?
Oh, you're talking to me.
Yes, I'm talking to you. 7 damage. This thing leaps
Dang.
and just lands on you. Way heavier than it seems like it should be.
You said deck save?
Strength, DC 12.
15.
15. Okay, so it hits you and it seems like it's trying to actually knock you down. You stagger a little bit, but you stay on your feet.
How much damage?
Total of 7.
Yikes.
Well, if you'd gotten knocked down, it would have gotten to bite you too. And there are 2 that are going to try to attack Tyrann. A 15 will likely not hit, but I'm guessing a 21 will. Okay.
About to be lights out.
D4, so 2 damage. It bites your leg. You still have your reaction though, because you didn't use it.
I'm definitely gonna do it as I sink to my knees.
Okay. So it has to make a what kind of save?
Dex, so DC 13.
Does not save, so it is going to take the damage. To its teeth, apparently, because it's biting you.
6.
Okay. All right. You zap it, and it convulses and smokes a little bit and falls backwards, laying motionless on the ground. Okay. Yeah, that was both of them, so that is all of those guys. Jogren, you were up. And it's actually really good that you have your little light beetle out, because it's actually not, it's negating some penalties for fighting these things in the dark.
Oh, really?
For anybody that would have that issue.
Okay. Can I delay my turn to the end of the order?
You want to hold your action?
Mhm.
Okay. Are you going to wait to do anything specific, or are you just waiting to see what needs to be done?
I'm gonna see what's going on in the battlefield before I do anything else.
So if you're not holding your action for anything specific, then what we're going to do is I'll let you do that, but it's going to change where you are in the initiative order moving forward.
That's fine. I'll go to last. I'll go after Tristan.
That's
Like
fine,
a-
but yes, you can still go this round. Next would be Tyranil.
Where are they around me?
There are two trying to attack you, and there's one about 22, 25 feet behind you. You have knocked one to the ground, and it's not moving. There's another one that tried to attack you, but didn't get past your shield.
Has that one been damaged at all?
It has. It doesn't look like it's too beat up, but it has taken some damage.
All right. So, I'm barely hanging on to my shield. Like, I dropped to my knees, and I am just muttering under my breath, like prayers to Saloon, and I fling my hand out that's holding my mace. Like, I'm not pointing with my mace, but I fling my hand out and cast guiding bolt at the one that's still standing close to me or near
Okay.
me.
Okay.
Mhm.
You need to make it a
I
hit
have
roll for
to-
that one, I think.
Do an attack for it.
Mhm.
23.
That definitely hits. I don't think they get a save for that one because you have to make an attack roll.
Yeah.
Look it up.
So-
they just do damage.
On a hit, the target takes 4d6. Next attack roll made against this target before the end of my next turn has advantage.
Okay.
And then just there's like dim light glittering around it.
Okay.
So I guess it makes it easier for you guys to see. I don't know.
Yeah, it lights it up and basically gives everybody,
Yeah.
gives the next person to try to beat on it advantage on the attack. Roll your 46.
What does it do? I'm sorry.
She hit it with guiding bolt.
Yeah.
So it
And it,
lit up supernaturally, and the next person to attack it also gets advantage.
10, 14, 17.
Nice. Okay. So let's see if it's, it looks like it was actually, this one was actually, it tried to attack you and missed and was getting ready to run. It turns and shifts and starts to run. You catch it right in the back, and just like the other one, it sort of lets out this is the first time you've sort of or these are the only times you've heard them speak or growl or anything like that, but it lets out that just awful noise from rotten organs and lungs. And it just sort of lights up with the light of the moon and completely disintegrates, just leaving little burning embers floating in the air. It is utterly destroyed by the radiant magic. Boom. Okay. Like that. And that's the end of what you can do. So then, Alamar.
All right. What does everything look like? Is there still one on her?
No, actually, right now it looks like there's a dead one at her feet
Yeah.
that bit her and then fell to the ground backwards.
Okay.
There's one trying to attack you, and there's one that jumped over her and looks like he's trying to drag Tristan to the ground.
Okay. So there's still one on me. Okay. So
Yes.
it's still at me then. Okay.
It was dead for a moment.
It was dead for a moment. Okay.
Short rest, very short rest. It doesn't get any benefits. for it.
Shortest rest possible.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was short enough. There's no benefits for it.
I can't do anything safe besides shocking grasp on it again.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do that.
Roll it.
13.
13 hits.
Yay. Okay. 5.
5. Well, okay. All right. It looks like there's a moment of deja vu.
Pardon
It comes
that.
at you, it tries to bite you, you grab it, and it's just like,
It's like just
they don't make
stay
much
down.
noise, but it just, and it falls motionless, just smoking.
Okay, I get it back up again.
Okay.
So there's some distance between us again.
Mhm.
So
Okay. Anything else you want to do with your turn?
that's all I really can do.
Okay. Tristan. This thing hit you and tried to take you to the ground. It's not grappling with you or anything. Once you didn't fall, it basically fell off you, but it's at your feet, and it looks like it's trying to bite and claw at you.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and disengage
Okay.
and run
Okay.
and then hide.
Okay. Okay. Disengage, run, and hide, and then Joker. You've held your turn, and that's what you see. You see Tristan has been bloodied at this point, I am assuming.
Oh, yeah.
And you see Tristan actually just with expert weapon strikes and whatnot. This thing can't get near him while he takes a step back, and once he's at a safe distance, he cuts and books. It's quick enough that you're not sure if it's going to follow him or engage somebody else or run like one of his friends tried to do.
Okay.
But it is clear of Tristan.
So everything around her is on the ground.
Yes.
One on him. Oh, he's in the ground.
Yeah.
We got that one left.
Yes. There's one on its feet.
All right. I'll bring out my-
And you did wait and hold, so make a perception check.
8.
8, since you're actually holding your action, watching what's going on, is enough. You're watching what's going on. The one at Tyrannild's feet is motionless. The one that Alamar has put down twice is sort of looks like starting to reanimate.
Yeah.
Keeps making its saving throw.
It's tenacious.
Okay.
It's called Undead Fortitude.
Well, I'm going to bring out my trusty little hammer. Now, when that was attacking Tristan, I'm going to go. Do I see any large rocks or anything like that? Or a good sized rock?
There's rubble and stuff around here. Yeah, so there's rocks in the yard, yeah.
About a pound, 5 pounds.
If you're catapulting, yes, there's something you can do. Because it's an unkempt farmyard, so yes.
Okay.
Actually, what we're going to say is it's part of the wagon.
Sounds good.
Okay.
4. DC 13. Dex.
Oh, it has to save. You don't roll to hit. Okay.
No, it's a save.
Okay. Yeah. No, it gets hit. It gets hit with the rusty metal hub of the wagon wheel.
Yeah,
It
creature.
does not get out of the way. You hit it in the back of the head, actually.
Make sure I'm correct on that. Yeah.
I got
attack
2 nat
save.
20s. Aren't you guys happy for me? I'm rolling good.
So happy.
So happy. So nice. So weird. I didn't get to use this stuff.
Yeah, some catapult. Who's gonna kill this one?
Okay. Yeah. It is.
3d8.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah. So the rusty hub of the wagon wheel kind of breaks out and it hits the thing right in the back of the head.
6, 7. Oh god, 8 points of damage only.
8.
Well,
All right.
2 ones.
That sucks.
Oh, yeah.
We're just not doing very good with dice rolls.
Okay. You crack it in the back of the head. Its head snaps forward unnaturally, added to an unnatural angle, and it falls on its face, laying on the ground motionless.
We've known that trick.
Only against you.
I know. Okay. And top of the order, Alamar, yours stands back up, mad again, and turns to run. They are not really bright. They are really fast.
Well, I've stepped away, so I'm not in range to react to it.
You're not out of it enough, Tyrannil. This thing runs past you close enough that if you choose, you could take an attack of opportunity. It looks like it's just fleeing, but it's fleeing away from Tristan or away from Alamar and Jogra fast enough that it's not paying attention to where it's going. It's going back toward that house, and it runs past you if you want to take a shot.
burning house. Okay.
If you don't use your reaction, it will be about 30 feet from, well, yeah, it'll be about 40 feet from you on your turn. But you have the opportunity to take the opportunity attack if you. That seemed redundant, but I think everybody followed what I meant.
Such a weak weapon.
It's just a free melee attack that doesn't take your action if you want to do it.
I'm just trying to figure out which of 2 things to do to it, and they're not. Neither one of them are very. As it goes flying past me, I'm just gonna backhand it with my mace.
Okay. So roll to hit.
12.
No, it's just fast enough that you don't quite get it. All right, and you Jogra, that there's this sickening crunch and the head snaps on the one that you just catapulted, and it looks at an unnatural angle at you over its shoulder as it gets up and its head crunches back into place, and it also turns to run. And it is running the other direction out into the hills, so it's sort of running out past Alamar but around Alamar. And at the end of this turn, it's going to be 80 feet out.
Okay.
So then, Tyrannil, that is your turn. There are 2 of them trying to run. One is still at your feet, apparently motionless, and the other one has been destroyed completely by radiant moonlight.
The other one's like 30 something feet away.
It's about 40 or 50 feet from you with its speed, because it ran from behind you and ran past you. but it is still within range of some things. "50 feet out," we'll say.
And the one that's actually next to me, do I know if it's dead or not?
It doesn't seem to be getting up like the other ones did.
It's a trick. It's a trap.
It's a trick. Get an X. No. They don't. It's
How-
very rare for these things to play possum. They
I
just
wouldn't
don't
imagine.
stay dead.
I am gonna try to get to my feet. How close is this thing to me?
The one that's laying dead,
Uh-huh.
it's at your feet. It's within 5 feet of you.
So, to try to get up, I have like one knee on the ground. So to stand up, I lift my shield and smash it down on its neck and push up on it and stand.
Okay.
Just severing its head, basically.
Okay. Yep.
Um,
Give me. Go ahead and just make a strength check. Incredibly low TN, but
18.
good enough. Yeah, you get the shield down far enough, and you push your weight against it and push out, and you get the desired effect.
Okay. And then there's nothing close enough to me. So if I turn around to face these guys, I'm not.
You're not no.
Okay.
The closest thing to you is 50 feet away from you and moving away from you as fast as it can.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just gonna turn around, leaning on my shield, and looking at these guys.
You don't see Tristan when you turn around. And then we'll move down the order. So, Alamar.
All right. So, shocked. Hit with bolted. Okay.
And
So,
it was ahead of you a little bit, so it's about 70 feet. The one that ran past you is about 70 feet out into the shrubs. And the other one is 9, because you gave distance to
Yeah.
Tyranild, and it's past Tyranild is 90 feet from you.
I'll make one last ditch one that's run past me. I can catch up to it just a little bit. And it'll be just in range
Okay.
for frostbite.
Okay.
So I'll see if I can snag it with that. And really, it's just a Constitution 13 save.
Oh, they get to make the save?
They need to make a Con 13 save.
13?
13.
No. Okay.
Okay, so then it's hit. 4 damage.
Okay. So yeah, frost crackles all over its body, and it starts to slow it down and everything like the effects of the spell do, and it's trying to run through it, and you see it's trying to keep pushing, and then it just slows and falls.
Okay.
And where we are with everything, you watch it for a few moments, and it doesn't seem to spring back up this time.
Okay.
So Tristan,
I will.
you've gotten around the house so that you have cover. You're still aware of everything that's going on,
Okay.
but you're staying concealed,
Yeah.
but you can still watch what's going on. So you know what's happening.
Yeah. Do I see the one that attacked me?
The one that attacked you is the one that just got frostbitten
Oh.
out in the field and has fallen.
Okay. So there's one
Okay.
left still.
There's
running, right?
one running out to the direction where Tyranild was, which is past the front of the house. You're at the back of the house.
Oh.
With the range of your crossbow, you can take a shot. It will be at disadvantage, but you can take an extreme shot.
Okay. Yeah, I'll try that.
Okay. You can see it primarily because there's a little bug shedding light out in the bushes there. Murder it.
Oh, that is a natural one. So
Oh.
it's a 17 and a 1.
The wind catches the
Okay. So the disadvantage gotcha. Yeah, it just you overcorrect for the distance, and
Mhm.
it just you're not sure it's going to get there, and apparently it would have because it
Yeah.
goes past.
Or one of the feathers ripped off the back of the
That's exactly
arrow
what
shaft.
Joe, one left moving, and it's booking, and it's running back toward the house that has been on fire.
Okay. Firebolt,
Okay, and you've got the what's the range on that?
120.
Okay, you've got the shot this round. It's about 90 feet out.
Still lit up. It's an advantage.
No, because that one got completely disintegrated. The one that got hit with guiding bolt was
Mhm.
utterly eviscerated.
Sorry, guys. Um. Okay. Firebolt. And no, that's 11.
Okay. Yeah, firebolt out into the darkness. And that thing continues to run. Sort of lose sight of it in the rain and dark unless anybody intends to try to pursue it and keep eyes on it. I mean, you guys have some range you can try. But at this point, you guys would need to pursue it in order to see it and take another shot.
But it's running towards the house that's on fire, right?
Yes.
I
Oh,
I
well,
start. I'll start.
booking it towards the house
Yeah.
that's on fire too.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
So
And I mean, if incidentally that thing is within range, then I'll attack. But
okay. So the two of you are going to go. You're
Yeah.
going to go as well. They start running toward the house that's on fire. Terranil, are you going to catch your breath or stay with them?
I can't run.
Okay. So we will do this since it's not doing anything but running. Perception checks. Anybody that can make a DC 14, if they have the ability, can take a shot at this thing at about the 80-foot range.
24.
10.
Perception.
For the
Okay.
folks pursuing.
Oh. Like,
Not a chance.
Not a chance. You do think you can take a shot with your crossbow? Again, it's going to be long.
Nope.
If you
Okay.
want to try to get it.
Well, that's an 8 and an 8. So
Total
two
of 8?
8s.
Okay. 8 doesn't hit it.
Yeah.
Okay. So it does look like this thing gets away into the dark. And at this point, it's been a few combat rounds, which is just less than a minute. So people are starting to react at the house. They are getting into their well, taking buckets to the stream and trying to put things out. You do notice that the fire that was on the roof, you guys actually, since you're running toward it, you see it's sort of this just odd shape of fire that's on the roof and burning. It doesn't seem to spread or catch anywhere. And then as you're approaching the house, it just sort of doesn't die out. It winks out. It looks like it was magically conjured, but everything was wet enough that nothing actually caught. So when the spell ended, it's just gone.
Okay.
The oil on the front of the house is sort of hard for them to put out and does burn for a little bit. But as you guys get there, there's some damage to the house, but it doesn't look like it's anything that's not repairable. Between the rain and them putting the fire out within just a couple of minutes, things are going to be okay. It's going to be a scar on the house for probably years and years, but
check and see what's going on. I'll go back for Tyranno. She didn't come running with us, so.
okay. So it's just a few really long moments, but Alamar comes back. And you can see with the light and everything that the fire on the roof goes out, and you can see that people are putting the fire out. You guys get down there, take a quick look around. It's just the people that live in the house. They don't seem to be in any other commotion other than, oh my God, what's happening? The house is on fire. As far as you can tell, nothing else has happened down there.
So I wasn't facing the other building. I was facing our place. When I turned around.
Yep.
So while they took off running, did I see anything? Did I see any movement or see anything around the house or?
No,
On
there's
the house
not
or-
been anything that's
Okay.
been happening around the house. And there are, you guys talk to these folks. They There wasn't anything they didn't hear. They heard some commotion, but thought it was just the storm when things were on their roof. It wasn't, since they weren't trying to land and come through the roof, they just jumped on the roof to get over the house. There was just some commotion that they didn't really attribute to anything. There wasn't anything else strange. There was no attack. They didn't see anybody else. There was just their house was suddenly on fire. They didn't know why the roof was on fire, but the roof fire has gone out. They'll be able to fix it after the storm, but for right now, there's roof damage, and the rain is going to come into the house. And the oil fire that smeared down the front looks like it was all over the door, and they sort of had to fight their way out the door to get out of the house. So they've taken a couple of low degree burns, but they seem to be okay. And the only commotion they're aware of is that there was something happening with you guys up on the hill with the thunder and everything, and that their house was on fire. They didn't see anything else. Nothing else harassed them. There was no other encounters down there. You don't see anything happening up at the house. It doesn't look like the distraction was to try to get into the house. Nobody has messed with what you have put on the house this time. The door has not been disturbed. You don't see any footprints. Alamar comes jogging back up, and
Come on, let's get you back up on your feet.
folks are beat up a little bit, but after sort of assessing the situation, it looks like the attack on the other house was not really a serious attack on the house. All of the unnatural critters were sent after you guys. 3 of them are dead, and actually dead. One's completely destroyed, and the frostbitten one, and the decapitated one are they're both actually lifeless.
Were these the same? Were they kobolds?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And they're wearing patches of rotten fur and strips of leather, and it looks like just a hodgepodge of stuff to just sort of break up their shape and kind of disguise what they are.
I'm really badly wounded, so I need to get inside.
Yeah, let's get you inside. Let's get you rested. Let's get you some more soup.
And unless there's anything you guys are going to do down there, everybody's okay. They're shaken up, but they're going to be fine. And there's no indication of any other movement or anything else sinister down there.
See if I can find tracks behind the house where that figure
You
cracked the oil lantern on the door.
Yes, go ahead and make an investigation check.
13.
13 is enough. You can tell, and you know what to look for now. It looks like from out in the fields, looks like 5 distinct sets of footprints sort of milled up around one of the outbuildings, not one that has any livestock in it, but just like a storehouse. And you can see where they milled about for a bit. You can find 1 or 2 actual cricket legs again. And you can see that they sort of walk up and spread out on the edge of the house, and you can again see the last set of footprints are standing footprints side by side. And from what you can tell, it looks like they just sort of waited outside the house until it was time to go over the house and run. You can see where one set of tracks that have actual boot prints came off of the house and moved back toward the outbuilding and back out into the fields. But then you sort of lose the tracks after a little while. They don't disappear. They just sort of get hard to follow in the bush and everything. The steps leaving were hurried.
Sorry?
The steps leaving were hurried.
Okay.
if somebody was moving quickly.
Yeah. Yeah, perhaps in Livornia we could follow these.
I'm not there. I don't have input.
So, yeah, the incident seems to be over unless somebody comes back. However, they did, looks like 3 of the 4 pets that they brought to harass you have been destroyed.
Good.
So,
Alrighty. So I guess time for a long rest.
you guys head back to the house, and yeah, there's at least a couple of you are banged up.
It's gonna take a while, but between us two we can get everybody healed up.
Well, after the long rest, we should be set to go.
Oh, that's right, because we set the
Mm-hmm.
We should be set to
Yeah,
go.
'cause it does that. Yeah,
yeah.
naps heal knife wounds.
Jeez.
All right, so here's what we're going to do. We do need to do some tech swap over here. So we are going to take our break. It's probably going to be 10 minutes, maybe a few extra minutes. And I'm going to let you guys deal with this during the break. But you guys are going to take your long rest. I'm simply going to tell you that the rest of the night does go uneventful, even though it is a bit exciting. With the weather and the adrenaline and everything else, you guys do get your long rests in, so you guys can heal and everything, and you guys will be going up to level 2, so you guys can start working on the math for that.
Woohoo!
And we are going to go to break, and we will be back in just a little bit. Thanks for sticking with us. back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us and watching what we're doing. And we're going to let everybody go through what they did as they leveled while they rested overnight, mostly because I need to know what they did, and then we'll move on. So, starting with Tyranild, what did you do for going up to level 2? I'm assuming you didn't do any class changes or anything strange? No. Okay. Hit points, new spell slots. Did you get anything fun outside of that? You should have gotten Channel Divinity, right?
Hit points. I think I have one more spell slot, and I can do Channel Divinity once.
Okay. Ooh, that's huge. Yeah, because I believe there's a specific Channel Divinity for your, why am I blanking on the word? I want to say origin, but that's not it.
The domain.
Yeah, your
Domain,
domain.
that's the word I'm looking for, thank you. So there's one for your domain, plus I believe every cleric can turn undead. And Alamar, what did level 2 do for you, generally speaking?
Generally speaking, I got my hit points. It's expanded my, at least my reservoir as far as what I can do for spell lines, and just being able to naturally be able to cast some new tricks now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you swap any spells out?
No,
Okay.
not today.
Okay.
Yeah, not this level.
Okay.
Yeah, just added a new one.
Cool.
Yeah.
What'd you pick up?
Silvery barbs.
Oh, okay.
It's more
Yep.
utility.
Yeah, that one's strange and fun. Okay.
Yeah. So
Jogra.
Well, my character had all kinds of neat stuff. My character can also have some fusions, so I am going to infuse my backpack into a bag of holding.
Very cool.
I am going to infuse my mace to make it a magical +1 mace. I also have one additional prepared spell. I still got, I think, 2 spell slots though. You know, it's like a pair, but I only cast 2 twice. And let's see.
Did you take the opportunity to swap any spells out?
I think I'm going to swap acid splash with mending. I think that's what I'm going to do. Let's do it now.
Okay.
We'll get it over with.
Swap out one of your cantrips?
Hmm?
Swap out one of your cantrips?
Yes, swap out with my cantrips. Otherwise, I don't need to
Alright.
do anything else.
All right.
Memorizing is just the spells I memorized are catapult, cure light, or cure wounds, whatever it is in this one. Detect magic and sanctuary.
What level 2 do for you, Tristan?
Gave me 5 extra hit points.
nice.
That's it. That's it. For,
I'm a rogue.
you've got a fairly solid start as a rogue, so level 3 will get fun for you.
Yeah.
Because I think the subclass for rogue is a
Yeah.
big decision.
Oh yeah,
Oh, that'd be
that's where rogues get interesting.
Yes.
All right.
And I get to dash, disengage, and dodge, and all as a bonus action.
Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and
Yep.
dodge.
That's right. You can dodge a kobold. You can dodge a ball. All right. So you guys do rest because you do have an uninterrupted long rest, even though it's a rough night. A couple of you do wake up fairly sore, but you guys are healed. And those of you that need to prepare spells for the day, think about what it is you're doing today and what you want to have ready to go. Yeah, you guys, it's a little later in the morning. It's probably 9:30 when you guys are all sort of stirring and awake and not sleeping off the hurt, the pain, and the adrenaline. It's still raining a little outside, but the storm has passed. A little bit of wind, some light rain, no thunder, nothing like that. Just a drizzly morning.
I'm gonna make sure my horse has. I have a crossbow, but it's been on my horse, so I'll make sure that's all there and ready just make sure I've got a scepter ready and just got several daggers. Just make sure they're all set and ready to go for when we start heading out.
Okay. Anybody else want to do anything in the morning? That's it.
I don't know. Drink a dose of milk of the poppy.
And you got your spells prepped for what you want to do for the travel?
Yes, I. Oh. I will have to look at something later.
Okay. All right. So, yeah, you guys are up, ready. You've shaken off the activity from the night before. A couple of you have kind of bloodied outfits and everything, but nothing is worse for the wear. Your horses have been taken care of in town. They're fine. They've been fed. You'll need to saddle them back up and everything, but that only takes a few minutes.
Well, if somebody wants those cleaned, I can help. Use some
Well,
magic to help with their
Um,
clothes have been like, especially
Tristan and Tyranil
yeah.
both spilled a lot of blood.
You can patch it. I can help clean it.
That sounds good.
All right. So yeah, between Alamar and Jogren, chainmail and leather armor and whatnot are patched up and good as new, and no longer have your blood or the blood of anything else on them.
Perfect.
It's just gonna head out. What are you gonna do?
Anything else we want to get ready before we head out? Can't think of anything. Do they know where we're going? We can at least let the constable know that. Hey,
Yeah.
this is the.
He's the one that gave you the
Point is-
information on where to go, so
Okay.
he does know where you're going.
Okay. As long as he knows, we
Yeah.
haven't just disappeared.
Maybe we should talk to him before we go.
So that he knows where to send the next party to find it.
Yeah.
Completely unnecessary.
You guys gonna stop by as a group, or let Tristan go talk to him, or what are you gonna do? Because remember, your horses are in town.
Oh yeah, we have to go get them. Okay, that's fine. Yeah. Let's go get him and pay him a visit then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just ask them how the family's doing that had the fire at their home.
They're shaken. They're grateful that somebody was here to drive off whatever's doing this to our village. So I mean, there's gratitude there, and they're thankful that it isn't any worse than it is. Gonna have to repair things, but nobody got hurt. Nobody had to deal with anything strange. From what I can tell from what others have said, apparently you guys definitely had to deal with more of these storm critters. So again, we're grateful that you're here trying to get rid of them and protect us from them. But it seems they started in one place, but really had their eye on you fairly quickly.
Yeah.
I want to stop by and just touch base with Shaman, see how the patients are doing.
Not really any kind of change. They do say, she does say that one of the patients, one of the women who was attacked early on, does seem to be less comfortable than she has been, and she's not getting much rest. She's still really feverish, but
And physically, like, there's no other
they're
symptoms of anything else.
physically, their wounds seem to be healing and everything like they have been, but they're just not. I don't know how to make them feel better or how to make them comfortable.
I can't imagine, but will one of the bodies of these animals help you out in any way?
Maybe I
Because
could
there's
look
still
and see if
out
there's
there.
there doesn't seem to be anything about the actual wound that's making them sick, though. I just don't.
Yeah.
That's the part I don't understand.
I don't know if that would work. detect magic?
I can try to detect magic. I'm not too savvy on how to do that myself, but it might help you.
I don't know of any other
Or
way
if
to
there's you being experienced,
tell.
if you have a way to see if they're diseased or detect their disease, I don't know.
Or maybe a minor restoration.
Yeah, I don't
No,
know.
the only thing I would be able to see is if something near me, like, is bearing magic or is magic. Not if they're hexed or cursed or, like, under a spell, I don't think. So, at least I haven't learned how to do that. Huh.
Hmm.
Although, I'm fine.
Yeah.
So can I, as I'm wandering around kind of checking on the patients, can I use detect magic to see if there's a magic object around these patients or on them that's affecting them differently than I have been affected?
Yeah, you can use detect magic if you want to cast detect magic. I don't think there's any role for that, but
I don't know.
No.
It's just casting time, one action, so.
yeah, you cast the spell, and it does count as one of your casts for the day unless you have ritual magic you can use.
I do.
Okay.
Actually.
Detect magic, I'm certain I remember you can do as ritual.
It says ritual spells detect magic.
Okay. So you can cast that as a ritual, which will take you 10 minutes and sort of a lot more to do, but you can then cast it without using one of your spell slots.
I don't know if this would ever help. Eventually, I would try to. I would
Yeah.
prepare that one. It might help. If that would be any better to find out, if that would be helpful for what. But that would have to be for another day.
Yeah, that one I can swap out like overnight. Yeah, I'll just kind of puttering around, looking at them and talking to her a little bit, and then I'll just kind of sit near them. I mean, the hut that they're in is 30-foot radius is going to cover most of it,
Yes.
not all of it. So I'll just sit
It will
there,
get all of it because it's a
and
radius. So
move my fingers over my necklace, which is my symbol. And as I move through the phases of the moon, just keep concentrating on trying to gradually widen the circle as I'm trying to detect things.
Okay.
And do that for about 10 minutes.
Shamun sort of hovers while you're doing this in case you need any assistance or anything from her. With your insight, you can tell just by watching. Shamun seems to be. Well, your passive insight's really high, so she seems to be really, really uncomfortable. And watching, you can tell what's making her uncomfortable is the use of magic. It's in her house. It's affecting the people that she's taking care of and she feels responsible for. She's not stopping it or impeding in any way. She clearly understands the benefit of it, but you can tell it makes her a little uncomfortable, sort of being adjacent to it.
My eyes are white like the full moon. I mean, it's obvious that, you know what I'm saying? I don't.
What was the
I'm
kid's
not-
name again? The one that we think is responsible?
Paul
Paul.
Trellin.
Yep.
I'll ask her.
do I want to say this?
Since I see her uncomfortable with magic, I'll say, I'll just kind of stand next to her and says, I can see that this is making you uncomfortable. What about this is making you feel this way?
We like things to be sort of in the natural order. Every time somebody steps outside of what should be, starts making changes or touching things with the arcane, most of us have seen it go very wrong. So we don't. It's not something we have in our daily lives here. So it's unsettling sometimes to be right next to it. It doesn't have a good history.
Could you elaborate on that?
This valley was a horrible, horrible place during the Fiend Wars centuries ago. It was ravaged by the Spell Wars, and it just... Everybody here likes to lead a quiet life, and that's not what gets attracted by the arcane. It seems like even if somebody has good intentions, my best analogy is that light attracts very dark things, from what I've seen. I'm not interfering, and I respect her right to do what she does, and she's clearly touched by the divine. It's hard to not be upset.
It's understandable. Is there anything in the recent past that has caused stronger feelings, such as this?
Simply the disappearance of the Trellin family and their young boy Paul going awry.
Do you know what happened to him?
He always felt like he was too smart, or maybe too big for the life he had here, the life he was dealt. He wanted to choose a life that he wasn't given, and when he struggled with getting to where he wanted to be, I guess, he didn't quite know. I don't think he knew how to handle those frustrations. So it's very easy when you can do things others can't, or perhaps can touch a power that no one else around you can, to lean into that too hard, or rely on it, or perhaps even let it build your own hubris. But he was alone in a place that community is how we survive. So he had a very, very bad existence here, and he didn't deal well with it. So we made him leave. We didn't wish any ill on him. There are those of us that think that terrible things were going to follow him wherever he went. So he needed to be elsewhere.
I think you seem to be a little more willing to talk about him than the others.
I knew him fairly well because he was sick a lot. And he was a very bright boy. He just didn't know how to deal with frustrations and couldn't understand people. When when you're smart and you're too young to have the tools to control your ego. If there aren't people to keep you going the right direction, there are some very dark places you can end. And that's, we may never know, but that's what we always assumed happened to his parents. His parents were a loved part of the community.
Yeah, we have come to understand that just recently.
They were good people. They handled their work. They helped their neighbors. But
In your
Paul-
opinion, knowing Paul like you did, would you say he was more vengeful?
oh, I don't know. He was an angry young boy, but he was scared. He was never violent. Never. I won't say he wasn't bitter, but he didn't act out of that. He was angry and unhappy with a lot of things, but I never saw him fight or challenge him. He was I think he was very small in his own mind, despite his ego. He thought he was bigger than us, but when he had to assess things, he weighed himself very poorly. That's why he left without a fight. He never wanted to leave. This was his home. He just wanted things that this place can't provide, and that frustration of not getting what he wanted where he wanted was something he wasn't able to deal with. So he didn't want to go, but he could not stay here.
Do you know which direction he left?
He left out of town on the trail south, the same one you guys came up on.
Okay.
There isn't much in the other directions from here. Everything is open wildlands and islands, so there's not a lot out there unless you're going to build yourself a yurt and be a hermit.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And after that conversation, your ritual sort of wraps up, and you open your eyes, and you have sort of this grayish filter to everything, and you can sort of see where arcane things have touched. You do see that Eric's mace and backpack seem to have some kind of magic interwoven into them. And there's a light coming out of your own pack from where that salve is. So you know that it's working. Bad joke. I'll share it off camera. Yeah, as you look around the room, there isn't anything else really that jumps out. As you move around and start examining people, you do see. It's hard to notice without a close examination. It's sort of like getting a visual on particulates. There is some kind of magic, sort of free floating in these people, and it seems.
It should tell me the school of magic if there is any.
Okay. And it seems to be sort of floating around and coalescing is the wrong word, but sort of building up in different spots slowly, and it is necromantic magic.
Well, that makes sense.
So there's residual necromantic magic.
Just kind of like a residue, like in various
Sort of.
like particulate.
It's not. you can think of it like being able to see the particulates in their circulatory system. However, it's not confined to their circulatory system, it's just sort of all through them, and you can see in certain spots where lots of it sort of collides, it sort of sticks and starts to coalesce into a shape. The woman who is the most uncomfortable recently actually has several places where this stuff is built up heavily, sort of in her upper chest and lower end.
Shamoon, do you have anything at all that helps with necromantic magic?
No. No.
Well, all of these patients have residue, I don't know of any other way to describe it, moving through their system. That's necromantic magic.
They're infected with some kind of arcane?
That's one way to put it.
No, I'm not. I don't have any arcane talent or ability. That's not. All of my healing is done through sciences and nature.
I don't know if there's anything else we can do for these people at the time.
No, not at the moment.
I'd be interested in learning more about the magic wars. Is that what she said?
It's a common part of history. There was a magical war that ripped across all of Faerun, and there are places, even in Impilter, to the north along the Ice Hilt River, I believe it's called, where the land and the arcane architecture is scarred. There are stretches of land where it is a magical dead zone, and then there will be craters to, I guess is the best word, where there's just a sweltering of wild magic. Just like a concentration in the middle of these deadlands. And it left scars all over Faerun, and Impilter was not outside of it. It happened very close to that. So it's...
Carrie did redeem hydrate a little while ago. I just didn't want to interrupt the dialogue that was happening. So.
Oh. Well, she doesn't drink when other people redeem it, so...
Okay.
No.
At this point, I got nothing.
There's nothing we can do for these people at the moment.
No, I was hoping maybe something would change, but look what
Perhaps
they're...
more answers will be found in the mines.
Who is actually proficient with arcane?
I have it.
Both of you can roll if you would like.
Can you see when I add like notes to my character sheet, can you see them?
19.
If I get into
16.
D&D Beyond, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Because you're in the kingdom. So what'd you get?
19.
19. What'd you get?
16.
16. Okay. So, yeah, it occurs to both of you that undead are not a natural thing. They're created. So they are magic beings. And it's not usual for something living to be turned into undead, but that might be what's happened here. Because it's strange to have the arcane residue actually transfer at all, because usually all it does is animate the creature, and then the creature needs to be destroyed. So there's some kind of residue transference happening. While you have this up, actually, you can see that where yours and Tristan's wounds have healed from last night, and they're not fully closed up or anything, but you can see that there are traces of that on the outsides of your wounds. But you don't see any in the wound or in your bodies. So apparently, you were fortunate enough not to be infected. But it looks like you could have been.
Wild. Okay.
Well,
We'll need to keep an eye on these. I mean, we're not infected now, but I don't know why, and that makes me really nervous. So we'll just need to keep an eye on it. The more information that we get, hopefully we'll be able to do something.
Perhaps capturing the necromancer.
That
might have some
That would be a
answers,
great. I agree. I really would like. I just want to talk. I just want to have a conversation with him.
And your fist.
don't believe that.
In my face.
Well,
All right.
let's head out then to the.
As I'm talking, I'm going like this, and there's little crackles moving between my fingertips.
All right. So you guys head out and make the ride north?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not a difficult trip, really. You just need a couple of the landmarks that you were given. Slight map drawn, so you head north, follow this stream, cut across here. You're looking for this. It is about a 4-hour ride. It is cold and windy up there, but you're not traveling far enough for there to be any real change in the terrain. There are some larger bushes and low trees here. It's not like a forest, but there's trees that are 12, 15 feet tall, sporadically scattered around these places. And you get to a spot that's sort of off to the left, goes into, if you broke off to the left, it would go into what looks like a box canyon. But the instructions tell you that at these sort of rocks piled up by the river, you head uphill, and there's a mine that's up there, and you can see where there was a road. And you head up there, and the instructions lead you right to it. You can see that there was an area that's sort of flattened out a little bit, and you can see where there were several years ago shacks and small out structures and whatnot that have all been destroyed, wiped down, and knocked down at this point. They're just piles of rotten timber, if just anything more than like 2-foot stumps sticking out of the ground. And there is a mine entrance, and about 3 feet into the mine entrance, you can see there are timbers that are laying flat, and there's just a massive cave in.
Okay.
Any
Let's start looking around now, or at least let's.
It's pretty much as he described. This was apparently a kobold mine that these guys came in, and because the kobolds had been harassing them, they went 50 or so feet in and started pulling timbers and forcing it to just sort of fall in on itself.
Okay.
Sort of just like burying an anthill.
on the way out here, was there any indication that anybody was following us, or?
For that, we would just use your passive since you're asking in retrospect, and no.
Passive perception?
Yeah.
15.
Because I think yours is 13.
15.
15? No.
My passive, my insight. Oh no, that's 15 also. My investigation is 11.
Okay. Yeah, there wasn't any indication that there was anybody else
Okay. Just
out in the open.
wondering as we were writing if there's any.
But this place, there's moss and mold on the rocks and lichen growing, and it looks like it's not been disturbed in the 20 or so years that they said it happened ago.
All right.
Is
Well,
there,
let's make a good search of the area here.
yeah, is there any other signs of like trails? Game trails or
Everybody go ahead and make investigation rolls since you're actively searching.
6.
Yes. Dirty 20.
11. We don't add anything to it, right?
Whatever you have by your investigation skill.
I don't have it as a proficiency though.
Okay,
But
so then it would
Do you
be
have any pluses next to it?
Yeah, +1, so
Yeah.
12.
So you just add the 1.
15.
So I may have been
so.
myself occasionally.
No, you can tell
I was only adding the ones I had docked
that
next to.
I mean, I don't know. It just means
some of the structures
Use an
up
extra
here
bonus.
were,
I don't know.
Jogra, you can tell some of the structures up here were actively taken down. They haven't just fallen down. You don't know if they've been maybe scavenged or destroyed for a purpose or whatnot, but they didn't just collapse. Some of these have been deliberately knocked down, and not all of the pieces are here. And with your 20, there is off the side of this plateau in the box, what would be the box canyon down below, is it's not much bigger than a pond. It's not a lake, but there's a small shallow body of water, and water flows out of it, not into it, but out into the south, the direction you guys came from. And there, it looks like at one point there was some kind of fishing shack or hunter shack or something down there that has also been utterly decimated, and it looks like it's actually sort of been scattered about. But that's down below the mine.
Is there an easy way to get down there?
You just have to go back out around,
Yeah.
or you could rappel down. It's steep enough that climbing down would be rough. Be the hard way to do it because it might happen really quickly, but you could get down that way. But it'd probably be a 15-minute walk to just head back down the trail and go into the box canyon instead.
I'll go ahead and start doing that. Let them know where I'm going.
There's nothing here.
It doesn't look like it. Certainly doesn't look like it. To your well-educated eyes.
Yes. I'll keep looking around, but I don't
Okay.
know if I'm going to see anything. I don't find anything so far.
And I mean, it's totally caved in.
And it looks like it hasn't been disturbed in a very long time.
No, Tristan, I think I'll go with you.
You're going with Tristan?
Yep.
So
Just
Jugger and
find
Tristan start
something?
backtracking downstairs.
I don't see anything.
You don't see anything? Okay. Well, I guess we're going down this path here. Get back.
Did you find anything?
Nope.
All right. Well, I'll go. Tristan, if he thinks he found something, or if he's looking or investigating, I'll go along because I don't have any better ideas.
I didn't even know there was a path. We might as well follow them.
Okay.
Found
you guys
something
head
that
back
could be
down.
interesting.
It's a short hike. It's 2 or so in the afternoon after your 5-hour ride or so to get up here and look around and whatnot. So it's still almost midday. And yeah, there's a stream that's no more than about 3-4 feet wide, just a couple feet deep, and it's running from. So apparently there's an active water source. What looks like a pond. The pond is right up against the cliff face, and it looks like it gets to be about 12 feet deep. It's about 40 feet wide at the base of the cliff, but it's completely still and kind of.
Is it muddy or clear?
It's a little muddy. It's not flowing real fast, so it's got some sediment in it. And
Is
there's just enough movement in it that it looks like to the water that it doesn't ripple much, but there's a lot of thick plant life. Looks like It might have had fish at one point a long time ago, but there don't seem to be any here now.
Okay.
So is it the pond is here with the cliff face like going up like that?
It sort of comes out from the cliff. So there's a stretch of about 40 feet wide where it's up against the cliff, and it comes out and then forms into a stream.
So the water's coming from inside the cliff face.
It kind of looks like it might be.
Yeah.
It's got to come from somewhere because it is moving.
Okay.
So
And there's the-
wellspring or something in the
The
cave.
remnants of what looks like the shack couldn't have been more than about 10 feet in diameter, so almost like a gazebo with walls. And it looks like it has been torn down, and it looks like it's actually it looks like it exploded, but there was no fire. It looks like it's actually been scattered. There's pieces of it that are thrown into the bushes.
It's like to look at that to see what I can glean what caused this type of damage, like
Yeah.
If you
like
guys
magical
want to
damage,
look around,
magical damage, or
Yeah.
like water force, or
okay. Investigation check if you guys want to poke around and look.
an 11.
Success.
Sweet.
There's water.
Did you roll the one? Okay.
21.
21. Awesome. Okay, so you save Terranild from drowning.
I pulled her out of the water.
And no, it's nothing like that. Nothing like it. Just you're just not in your element. That's all. Maybe there's something under the water. Get out of there. What are you doing? No. No.
I was thirsty.
Yeah, nothing like
Totally.
that. We're not going to lose the cleric to, the domesticated turkey incident. You're going to drown in the rain or anything.
Just an aboleth floating in the lake.
So,
My
she got an
chainmail
11
gets
and you got a 21?
stuck in all the growth. And
You're gonna bring
You are
back-
investigating the shack, and it really looks to you like this place must have been old when it was taken down, but it actually looks like somebody has sort of tried to scatter what's here. It looks like some of it may have been thrown, smaller pieces may have been actually thrown in the river to float away. But looks like planks have been taken down and like thrown into the trees, broken in half, and there's not anything that looks like burn marks or force marks or anything like that. It just sort of looks like maybe somebody was trying to just take this down and get rid of it.
Just vandalism.
Yeah, something
Okay.
something along those lines. Yeah.
So-
That's what it reads as. It looks
Yeah.
like somebody
Intentional.
just sort of kicked it to pieces and was throwing things everywhere.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. With a 21, let's make that fun. By the edge of the water, where you see where the water hits the cliff face, sort of where you follow the shore and the cliff is where you can go, and it's either in the water or rock face. Something does catch your eye, and it's you see there are in a really small area, maybe like a foot diameter, just kind of like scattered there. There are about a dozen crickets with no legs. They're all dead, of course, but
Well,
none of them have legs.
Great. At the edge of the.
Right,
the
right
cliff
by the
face.
cliff face on the edge of the wall.
Hey
they're
guys,
just fluttering on the ground with no legs.
you guys, you want to take a look at this? This is weird.
Oh. So that's where it's gathering all the components for, at least ditching them here.
But it's kind of odd that it's still at this rock face and there's waters here. Can we look for secret doors, secret passages, or anything like that?
You can try. Go ahead and
Roll what? Investigation.
it's investigation, I believe.
I will roll 2.
I don't know what's wrong with you guys. My dice have been on fire.
17.
17?
Yeah.
We
I'm-
looking for secret doors now?
I'm over here flicking the cricket bodies at Jogra.
I'm not doing any before. Cut that out.
Huh? What?
You're
Yeah.
you're certain that there's no secret doors or anything built into this cliff face. With a 17, part of what you notice is that on the shoreline right there by the cliff face, there's an area that looks like it's sunken a little bit, almost like a path that's been worn. It's all rocks. It's not mud, so it's like big river rocks, 1 inch and bigger. But it strikes you as odd that right here, right by like within arm's reach of the cliff face, is a spot that looks like it's been worn, like almost like a log was here and dragged through. But there's a worn spot right there. Like if you're standing in it, you can put your hand on the cliff face, and then the crickets are just a couple feet up the cliff face from that.
Put my hand on the cliff face in that spot.
Okay. Yeah, there's no, it's all rock. There's no secret doors or anything. It looks like it's worn from activity across that area.
So
Like-
it's like a footpath.
Sort of like if somebody crossed a river in the same spot,
Mm-hmm.
the rocks would sink in that area. There seems to be a little bit of that happening right here by the cliff face, going into the water.
Oh, so they're probably jumping out of the water at that point, or climbing out. What are you up for a swim?
Now we can look.
You get all soggy, your robes.
I'm gonna jump in the water.
Okay. Okay.
Tell us what you find.
Okay.
Have fun with
Yeah,
that.
you head out. It's shallow and it goes into pond kelp. I don't know the name of it, but the wide leafed stuff that grows in lakes and fresh water.
Algae.
And pond.
No, it's not quite algae. It's actual plants, but
Okay.
not just sort of ew. So, the water is moving, so there's some sediment and whatnot. As you get down there, your footing starts to slip a little, but you can. There's plenty of light. The light. You take a deep breath and you go under the water and you start actually having to swim a little bit. You can stay close enough to the cliff face that you can see it. And yeah, you see about 12, 15 feet out from the water line. Underneath there is a spot where it looks like the water is actually flowing out from under the cliff.
I'll keep going.
Okay. Give me one Constitution check. Not a difficult one.
Right. Roke has perished. And
Oh boy, look at that. Natural 1.
Oh no.
All right. So
Ah,
Tristan,
the dice just don't like us today.
Tristan wades out and ducks under the water. There's a little bit of kicking, and then the water gets nice and still again. There's this really long, uncomfortably long wait. Thinking Tristan looks athletic, but really not that athletic.
Jesus.
And Tristan comes scrambling out of the water, gasping for breath, spitting up water. You try to get in and underneath this thing, and you get to a point where you're panicking, and you scramble, and you're basically clawing your way along the roof of this thing to get back out. You do cough and inhale some water, and you're vomiting when you get to the surface. The only effect for that is until your next rest, you're going to be at disadvantage for Constitution checks.
Okay.
But yeah, you nearly drown yourself.
Did you
You're not
get
sure. You're
attacked?
not sure how far back it goes. You didn't really get very far before it actually got really dark. Because it's dark, the water suddenly gets really cold, and it unnerved you. And then once you were unnerved, you started making bad decisions. So you tried to get out real quick. Instead of just turning around and swimming, you're trying to climb and all this other stuff. Panic is what got you. But you think you probably didn't get more than about 10 feet back.
Yeah.
What did something
One of my
come out?
straps got caught on a rock,
Oh, that makes sense.
My goodness.
and I couldn't go anywhere.
Right. So
Is that it?
But it does go up underneath the cliff.
and he swims to where he can like lay on the rocks for a moment. He's thrown up a couple of times. He spit up some water. Water's come out his nose. He nearly
it
drowned, but
worth
it takes
still
him a minute or
looking?
two to catch his breath. He's going to be okay, but it takes him a minute or two to catch his breath.
Is it going to be worth looking? I mean, is this perilous? I mean,
I think it'll be fine. We just don't have to. We have to ensure that our equipment doesn't get caught on an outcrop.
okay. Okay.
Well, your little guy is kind of a hardy fellow. You want me to try?
Yeah, you should be able to navigate it easier. You're much smaller.
Was it
I'll
hard
just, how
to
about
swim
just in
against
case, why don't
the
you tie a
current?
rope around?
It wasn't flowing
I
super
was
fast.
asking if it was hard to swim
Okay.
against the
There's a
current.
little resistance, but it's
It's
easily
not like it's right. It's like, yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Don't give it a whirl.
Can I
Do you have rope?
give him
50 foot.
guidance as a cantrip?
Anybody else got your rope?
So I ruffle your hair, and in doing so, give you guidance.
Oh, what does that do?
Refer to the moon to not let you drown. It's like bless with the D4.
So
So you have a D4. You
swim
can use.
fast for a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, like
All right.
get to where you're going. You can
Can you cast
roll
the
the die before or after your ability check, just in case you have to make one.
put a light on yourself and then go?
Okay, well, there's little,
So then at least we can see where you go.
got my little butterfly thing here, or my,
You can see in that water.
And
Ladybug.
maybe with the light we can just watch it
I could
go.
do anything. I got stuck in the plants, and my chainmail got all caught up.
okay.
Awful.
So I guess I'm gonna attach a rope to myself around my
Horrible
waist.
lake.
Okay.
I don't know if anybody got another rope, because it's about 50 foot, but I'll just dive and see if I can go that same direction. I got a little light source just in case I need it.
Okay.
Um,
If you have athletics, give me an athletics check. Is anybody monitoring or holding the rope, or are you just like letting it trail into the water?
I have insight and perception.
I'll
I do
hold
not
on to
have
the other end and I'll
dexterity, and I do
make
not
my
have
hand
access.
slack and let it go.
oh boy.
Just making sure somebody's monitoring.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
all we
gonna
did was tie
watch.
himself off and get in the water. So.
Yeah.
So far, this lake tried to kill 2 people.
Oh no! Yes, the cleric did not stick her face in the water. I'm just joking.
17.
17. Okay.
I have disadvantage on like spells.
Which I'm really glad because I have a -1 in my
Because you're
athletics.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little disorienting. You do
Yeah.
you do the smarter thing,
Athletics is
and
off of
you
strength.
see where you're going. You come up, you get air right before you go. You go under, and it only goes about 15 or 20 feet back. It's really unnerving because you're underground, underwater with no air. But it gets darker and darker and darker, and
You got light.
make me a series of Constitution. I'm kidding.
Oh, Jesus.
No,
We're not going this route anymore.
You, with your light, you can see that about 5-6 feet ahead of you, the top of the water stops being rock.
Stop being what?
Oh,
You can see
Oh,
the
stop being
rock, and then you can see that it's smooth like it would be outside.
Okay. Try to
That
Come
should
up.
be your dice
Okay.
jail.
uh-huh.
You come up, and there is a very foul-smelling cave.
And this.
Um,
Goes in there.
that looks like it sort of slopes down into this water.
In there.
On one side is a fairly sizable waterfall that comes out of a cave and runs down the wall, forming this pool that you're in inside the cave. And to the right, it opens up, and you can see that there are a couple of torches lit in the distance. And you can also see that there are, you can see, you have dark vision.
Yeah.
Is a gnome, how far?
I'm a gnome, so yeah, 60 foot.
Okay. There are 2 zombies that are about 10 feet from the water line as it goes up into the shore into this room, that are tied to the walls. They only have about 6 feet of range, so it looks like they actually can't get very far. And it looks like you could actually just walk right past them as long as you did it carefully. But they're sort of just tied several times around their chest and tied to the wall. There's some torchlight in the distance, and this place smells horrid.
Okay. Well, is there a place I can tie the rope off?
Not without getting out of the water.
And the zombies are there, but I can walk past.
Yes. And they can't quite, they're about 10 feet from the water, and it looks like they only have about 6 feet of tether. They're just sort of, you've popped up, and they're just sort of kind of just shifting in place right now. They're not throwing a fit or walking around or anything. But you can see that they are tied several times around their chest, and that is tied to the wall.
Okay.
They're tied to a pole, by the way.
Oh,
No, we got another hydrate.
hydrate.
Mort redeemed this one, so I'll go ahead and honor it. See you, Mr. Mort.
So, is that the instructions?
Here is always without water when she gets hydrated. So, I don't feel bad for not honoring Kira's.
Well, I got 2 choices now. Or 3 choices, actually. Get out of the water, find a way to dispatch the 2 zombies. Or go back and get everybody else. Or maybe tug on this rope and see if people can come with.
And you have dark vision, so you don't have color, but you can see these well enough. The 2 zombies that are tied to the poles by the water line are not kobold. They are human, or were human.
It's not good.
So they're not the same small kobold zombies you've been dealing with.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and tug on the rope a little bit.
Okay.
He's drowning.
No. It's been like 2 minutes.
Okay.
So you're guessing the gnome peacefully died in the water or found some air.
Man, let's go find the body.
But you get a series of deliberate and not frantic, just like tug, 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 tug.
Okay. Well, he's either been swallowed by a fish and the fish is pulling, or he's found something. So let's go. We'll find out either way. Let's go find out.
You've caught your breath by this time and everything. You're just
I'm like too stunned to
easily.
speak.
What's the worst that can happen? Drown with me?
Okay. I don't.
Well, considering how
I don't know how I'm gonna do this.
the
Chainmail on the shield.
calm tugs of this rope, he might be wanting us to go to him.
Then
Because if he was in trouble, it would be more
frantic, or he would
frantic
be
and
coming
deliberate
back.
and strong?
Well, if the current is going the other way, it would have just blown him right back out or he would have just drifted back out. I mean, he's small enough,
True.
right?
If he still had air in him.
Well, I just, you know. Yeah,
Well,
it would have sort of moved him, right? Right?
let's go. We'll have to get in the water then. Okay.
All right. I'm gonna
Um,
secure all my gear.
I'm still playing it off.
Yeah, okay. It's okay. It's the way to sell it. All right. So. All right. You guys gonna go?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Gonna have
You
to
guys
put my shield down.
leave it outside or take it with you? You can take
Stop
it.
it, shit back.
This
Okay.
isn't like you're going over the side of a ship or anything. The weight might actually help you. It's shallow
Walk
water.
on the bottom. Well, I don't know how far it's going.
Yeah. I don't-
But
Okay. Alrighty. Well.
Okay.
I'm gonna
And yeah, you guys do the same
braid
thing.
my hair.
You follow
so I
the
can
rope,
See in the water.
come up, take a breath, go in, follow the rope in, and yeah, it's the same thing. It's about 15, maybe 20 feet.
Okay.
You can see light up ahead from Eric's little glowing ladybug. You guys follow the rope, and yeah, you see the same thing. You're swimming underneath rock. You can see the light glittering off it, and then you see the rock stop, so you know that the water isn't up against the rock. And you come up right next to Jogren in water that's maybe 6 feet deep. Jogren's just sort of treading water and hanging onto the side. And it's a shallow pond with a lot of stirring water on one side. There is a waterfall that comes from inside the rock somewhere, comes down one of the cliff faces. It's actually kind of beautiful, stirring up a bunch of sediment and everything and splashing and making it really humid in here, forming a large but very shallow pool that flows out the way you came in. About 12 feet away is a shallow shoreline, and 10 feet up on that shoreline there have been posts driven on either side of a cavern, and tied around their chest to these poles are zombies that are just sort of standing there that look like they've been leashed to these poles.
Are they moving?
They're standing there and milling about. They're not trying to get at you guys. They're not making
What
a fuss.
radius do they have?
They have about a 6-foot radius, which means it looks to you like you could probably walk past them without them actually reaching you. They're just sort of on either side and only have about 6 feet of playroom.
but if they cause noise,
And it's at that point before it narrows into the cavern that leaves, where you can see some yellow
It's like
torch or firelight.
watchdogs.
Kind of, yeah. It seems like it might function that way.
And
Look-
he's not on shore yet, right?
No,
You're
everybody's
swimming.
still in the water. It's about 20 feet wide, and it looks like these things have about 6 feet of playroom.
can we
They
get
can't
up
quite
and,
get to the water. They can't quite get to each other.
Can we get up and out without getting by these zombies?
Yes, you can get on the shore, but you'll be within about 12 or 10 feet of the zombies. About
But they
12 feet
can't
away
reach
is the
us?
shore.
Okay, so there's no way around, only through.
Correct.
I thought you were trapped.
Well, next time I'm gonna make a code that
Good idea.
now.
We'll remember for next time.
So what you're saying is we send the gnome first always.
You did a really good job.
Yeah, actually you did.
I'm really
You've
proud.
done it once. Apparently, you're proficient.
And now I'm the expert.
Beyond knowledgeable.
Yeah, I'm really proud of you. You did amazing.
Oh, thank you. I think.
It stinks.
Yes. It's very humid and it smells of decay heavily.
So what do we do with
Breathe through your mouth.
these people? No.
Oh.
I'll pull out my crossbow and shoot one.
Oh.
Okay. Roll it.
Jesus, don't hit the rope, please.
Oh, that's a nat 20. Look at that.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Scared me.
And we will give you. You can roll sneak attack on that as well.
Okay.
Woohoo.
That's so ridiculous.
And
21.
again,
Oh.
you
21
can
damage.
see-
Sweet. Jesus.
you can see that these are human zombies or humanoid zombies.
Uh-huh.
They're not short kobold.
Are they wearing tattered remnants of anything that would give us an idea
Oh,
of
well, not from this distance and not in this light, no. But I
from
mean,
12,
they're
12 feet away?
they're dressed. Yeah. They're about 22 feet away from you. It's 12 feet to the shore, 10 feet onto the shore, and it's dark.
Oh,
with
I
your
thought
dark
we'd
vision-
gotten up on the shore. Okay,
With your dark vision, you
Uh-huh.
don't see colors and stuff.
right.
All right, yeah.
Dang, that was a good shot from the water, man.
Right in the skull, and
Whew.
it sort of falls forward and hits the edge of the rope and just kind of hangs there at about a 30-degree angle.
Just call me Daryl Dixon.
That's wild.
Do it again.
Like sharpshooter treading water. That's
Again.
incredible. I'm gonna move.
Well, Tristan can probably stand up. It's about 6 feet. You can get a little closer.
Oh yeah, no, not me.
That one appears to be done.
Okay.
I'm gonna swim forward so
Yeah.
I can
We'll just
touch
go to
the
the shore now. So I
at
think
5 feet.
we could probably avoid the reach of the other one.
Okay. Swim to the shoreline.
Okay.
I made
Can you
right.
off the other one? Like you did this one?
Try.
You've done it once. See, now you're an
I'm
expert.
That was incredible.
That's the problem with success, is people expect you to do it again.
That's why
They
I'm not
always
rolling.
expect more. All right, attacking again. Nope, no, not 20, but I got a 15.
Mort thinks you guys are a monster. They just bought a new sandbox for their pet zombies.
15.
15 hits. Roll your damage. You can go ahead and do sneak attack for this as well. It's sort of a defenseless kind of target.
So 6 plus, so total of 7, no, 9.
9. Okay. You hit it. Hit it in the upper chest. And it screams and starts throwing a fit and starts making all kinds of noise and trying to get to you, and it can't because it's tied to the wall. But
How close am I? I'm not.
That's
I'd have to touch it.
tugging
God
against
damn
the
it.
rope.
Damn it.
Quick, just I'll do frostbite on it.
Okay.
I'll try to kill it
Okay.
somehow.
Okay. Roll.
He just has to do a Constitution save versus 13.
Oh, yeah, that's
DC.
right. Okay, so that's a great time for somebody to save. Means nothing.
What's that?
Does save mean nothing or half damage or what?
Oh no, that just means it either if he doesn't save, I hit him. If he saves, nothing happens.
Okay, nothing happens.
Damn it. Then he just has a bunch of frost on him that doesn't even affect him at all.
He's just extra cold now.
Well, let me heat him up a little bit. I'll
Do it again.
Do a
Do it again.
fireball.
Do it again.
Okay. Do fireball.
I could use turn undead on it.
We can't go very far.
22.
Well, at least if
22
it
hits.
tries to
All it's
come
going to
in
do
and-
is run away.
Well, yeah, but then we can go past it because it's going to keep swirling around the.
You could have gone past him without killing either. You just had to walk in the middle. Explain.
It's not. No.
6 points of damage.
6. Okay. So it catches on fire. You burn a little bit of the rope.
Now that they're great.
Didn't think through that through very much.
Takes some damage. It's screaming and it's still trying to get a hold of you. And down the tunnel where the torture campfire was, gets dark.
Not a
And this
problem.
thing is still angry and still trying to get to you.
Not a
Can I take
problem.
another shot at it, or do we
Yeah.
do initiative?
It's basically a shooting gallery, so you guys can do whatever you want to it, unfortunately.
Oh, look at that, another nat 20.
Okay.
Wow.
You're the expert.
Roll your damage.
Oh my god.
Where was that earlier?
You had one earlier.
So a total of 15.
15. Okay, and it was a critical hit. So, yeah, and you catch it right in the forehead, and it's just. And it's also hanging from its rope, and slowly just kind of its feet slide and face into the dirt.
Let's hide.
Well,
Let's get out of the water and hide.
yeah, now that the early warning system has gone off. Good God. Oh, man.
It is sort of just like a 15-foot beach that these things were tied to that sort of slopes up to a cave, and that's really all there is. It's just sort of sandy and rocky up to the cave.
But the light source down the way has gone out.
It looks like there was a campfire or torches or some kind of yellow light from up there.
Yeah.
And, yeah, it has gone out.
Okay.
How far up the tunnel?
You don't know. It was just sort of residual light coming up the tunnel.
Okay. I can't see anything down the tunnel.
Not at this distance. You guys will be okay in the dark, most of you, except for Tristan, I think. Do you have dark vision? I don't know if tieflings do.
I think it's 60 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So everybody except Tristan.
Okay.
The lights go out, and the only light is right now Eric's holding a ladybug.
Turn it off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you're in the dark. Damn it.
Yeah. The sharpshooter.
It is not quiet in the room because there is about a 15-foot wide waterfall coming down the rocks and hitting the water and everything. But it is fairly still except for the water.
So the zombie things are dead.
Oh, they're absolutely dead.
Can I take a look at them? I'm just more interested in seeing like
Yeah.
who they were human. That's what's bothering me.
Yeah.
For
We need to hide.
investigation, perception. What am I doing?
Investigation check.
I just want to see.
I don't know if I should put you at disadvantage. Nah,
4 doesn't matter.
looks like I don't need to.
Never mind.
I don't think the GM knows about this.
Bless it. Ugh.
Mort's in here giving you the Hobbit treatment.
The what?
Like, sure, we've had one natural 20, but what about a second natural 20? I don't think the GM knows about the second natural 20, Tristan. We've had one breakfast, yes.
20s is come on.
Yeah.
Okay, we need to get out, stealth along the sides, find a place to hide.
It looks like they're the rotten but fully dressed bodies of, you can tell that they were human, but they're, not only have they been waterlogged and zombified and everything, there's just not a lot here that's.
I come back over close to you guys. Sorry, guys. In this light, I can make shapes out, but I can't tell if their clothing, like if it's old or where they were from, or I can't tell anything about them.
Okay.
That's awful.
I'm just afraid somebody's coming.
Can we? Well, I mean, they can see as much as we can see.
How much
I mean,
ambient
they have-
noise is in the?
Maybe, but that's
That
at least-
waterfall's going to be loud.
Yeah,
It is, so they can't.
it's
They
just
may not be able to
high
hear.
levels of essentially white
Super
noise.
white noise.
It'll be
It's
very difficult to hear if someone's coming.
yes,
Yeah.
Over
Yeah.
So let's.
yes, and it would be difficult to hear somebody walking around unless, of course, there were zombies there making a fuss.
Scream. Right.
Well, let's sneak up the tunnel and make sure that no one's coming our way.
I mean, roll for
Well, who's
stealth.
gonna sneak?
Really?
You can stay behind so as to not mess
Yeah,
up
maybe,
their
maybe,
attention.
maybe I should go last.
Sure.
There's-
Who's got a?
We remember
thaumaturgy
what-
cantrip?
We remember
In-
what happens if I get startled, right?
in this circumstance and in this environment, if you stay just for simple mechanics, one round behind them, then you won't interfere with. So we'll say 30 feet
I'll
or
just
so.
light a finger.
You won't interfere
No.
with
Make
their
a
stealth rolls.
like a
But
bear
what
noise
that
or
means is
something.
if something happens,
Yeah.
During the first round,
That's-
you're
I'm just
not
thinking
there.
of
and you
doing
need to
something like
engage
that.
them.
Or some sort of wild animal.
Let's see.
But if you
Hold
stay
on.
that far back, then you won't interfere with their stealth rolls with your heavy armor.
That precedent is just no, just as a good idea.
I can fill the tunnel with ominous whisper. So can you.
Yeah, just animal noises.
I
Clothes are all cold,
Can sound like
wet,
a
heavy.
raven. I make bird noises.
In
A raven.
the tunnel.
But the,
Bear.
I don't. There's no.
A bear. A bear is in the tunnel.
How do you?
Bear noises.
You make it sound like one then? Because I don't.
Well, I can do it.
I
But
make some bear noises and
Yeah.
some splashing, and then disappears.
Make bear noises using what?
Thaumaturgy.
Let's read carefully the description of thaumaturgy.
Oh, it says such as. So I guess we could make a different animal noise. I was reading it as I could only thunder, raven, or whispers. I wasn't taking that as a IE, these things.
Just some quick. It's not. It's
I mean,
All right.
all right. Fair enough. Okay. They aren't going to be elaborate. They aren't going to be long. Just going to be some quick grunts and growls and things.
man, now that I know that.
Okay, so you do a little bit of nature ventriloquism, and that's fair. I actually thought that was beyond the reach of that spell, but that's fair. So yeah, there's sort of this monstrous roar that kind of echoes out of nowhere in the cave. It's just roar, roar, kind of, and it's awful in this noise. And then there's some. It's really weird looking at the water with nothing in it, but you hear splashing
Magic
and
hand, splash,
thrashing.
splash, splash,
Yeah.
splash.
Mage hand just swing. But yeah, so it sounds like sounds like a bear swimming away reasonably.
Totally plausible zombie encounter.
Yeah,
Reason the zombies are dead? Bears.
bears and crossbows.
Bears.
Bears.
Bears, but I mean, the waterfall would have sort of
that'd be a name for a game.
camouflaged
Bears and crossbows.
There's different bears with
Right?
crossbows. We're all doomed. But
God,
It's
help.
like sharks with lasers.
it's exactly right.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. I think we're safe.
Yeah. Yeah. As long as you think that, my job is done. All right, so,
Okay.
Oh, gosh.
investigation checks.
Oh, man.
Well,
I'm
perception
totally-
checks. Sorry,
Totally hating.
perception checks.
24.
Nice,
20.
nice,
Oh, yes.
I
I
was
should know
joking.
that by now.
23.
nice.
4.
I knew it. You have
gotta
had
be
such a
one.
hard time. Everybody's got over 20. Joe is busy calculating. Is it, did the splash sound authentic? Is that what they sound like in a natural water? I know what they sound like in a soft tub full of bubbles.
You and I are back to back. Like, you're listening, I'm looking.
Yeah.
And everybody else hears what sounds like really small feet stalking on really big rocks. Just
Really
up-
small
from up the
feet,
hall.
but big
It's
rock.
probably those koboldy
like,
things.
like the river rocks that are on the shore
Uh-huh.
here.
Yeah.
It sounds like something with little feet walking towards you guys, but walking slowly.
It's probably the undead kobolds.
They would sneak.
But they're moving slow. They're trying to
They don't
investigate.
sound like they're trying to be quiet. They're just moving slow.
They just don't know what to
Does
do.
your
Of course, you're going to be
light scarab, does it,
We don't see
did
anything
you
down
make
the,
it fly?
the tunnel.
Not yet.
That's a good question.
Hmm.
Or is it just something, an object that you hold?
It was just an object I made. The answer is no. Nope.
Is it safe to say that they
I can make it
hear
light up.
us?
I can
Sneaking.
record a message.
Are they close enough to hear us?
You're not sure?
I can do
There's
some like
the
a visual
problem,
thing.
Yeah.
the problem with the caves.
I-
There is a lot of noise,
I
but
know they
there's also
can't
not a lot of
see us, but are
noise
they
to-
close enough to hear us?
You want your, you
not
want me to
sure.
light up the scarab for you?
I'll need to be able to see
Hmm.
to shoot at things.
I mean, I could try.
All right, I'm gonna duck around the corner somewhere or whatever and light up the scarab again.
And let him what?
The ladybug.
Light up the scarab? Okay.
Light up light. Oh,
He's not directly, he's getting to the side, he says, so he's lighting up the room.
There's a
not-
here we are beacon.
um,
You can just kind of cover it up and give it a Tristan.
or what if you light it and like put little rocks over it, and then we get away from it, so we're not in the light, but something walks out to the light.
You know what I could do is I can also do another thing to it.
You know, because bears can make lights.
and crossbows.
Because that is.
What I could do is not only light it up, but I can make it do sounds.
Bears.
Bear
Bears.
yeah, like it's sniffing around or like
It
moving
says here
around.
I can emit it either an order or nonverbal sound, static, visual effect, including up to 25 words of text. So
Some just slow bear noises.
like
up
it
to a
came,
6
like
second
it came
long
up on
message.
shore and
And
it's
it's-
trying to
and
find its way out.
It's rummaging.
Right.
I'm pretty sure that they know we're here.
Well, then that would mean that they can hear us.
But they'll be looking in the other direction.
Could you turn your light on?
Yeah, I did.
Okay,
I'm gonna throw it.
Okay.
Down the hallway.
Oh God.
okay.
And-
Down the hallway. Oh.
Yeah, where they're
So-
coming from.
Okay.
You lob it down the hallway. Have you moved to the side to get out of the way of the hallway? Are
I'm
you
on
looking
the
down
side
hallway?
Yeah.
of the cave.
Okay, so you're not, you're lobbing it, you're not looking down the hall.
Oh,
I'm gonna
I'll
peek around the
motion
opening
them
of
to move
the
to the side.
thing,
I'll
Morgie.
move out to the middle. I'll throw it and I'll move to the side.
Okay. So you throw it and it goes careening down 15, 20 feet, hits the ground. What you do see is it does light up a couple of those. There's two of those kobold zombies. They're not wearing a bunch of stuff. It's just their bare, rotten bodies like you found after you've gotten rid of all the sheepskin and everything. And they're both like, ah, ah, and boom, they're coming down the hallway at you.
Okay. Is there time to react with the shot?
No.
What about
But
turn
you-
undead?
You can do that on
As an
your
action.
initiative.
Uh-huh.
So we're going to go into initiative. Everybody roll initiative.
I need to do better than that.
Mm.
5.
13.
A little better this time. A little better this time.
Okay. What'd you get, Joker?
20.
20.
Oh.
Oh, that's Tristan.
18.
18. All right.
I'm more interested in the bear noises.
18, 13, 5. Yeah.
Oh, no 20 on the bad guys this time. Okay. All right. So, yeah, these things are barreling down the hallway. Looks
Do you
like
want to kill them?
they're doing their charge attack like you guys have seen them do. That's what they're gearing up to do. They're running as fast
Well,
as they can.
then
They're
I'm
not
not gonna
jumping
waste-
or doing
I'm not
anything
gonna-
supernatural other than
This
being
turn
zombies.
undead. It
But
doesn't
they're
give me any limit to how
they're
many
sort
times
of
I can
utterly
do
in
it.
an undead
Oh,
frenzy,
no,
and
yes, you
they're
do have a limit.
running down the
Whereas
hallway.
this
Jogra,
one
you are up first.
Is a special one.
Actually, almost
for
all
a
of you will go
spell.
before.
This is a different channel divinity.
Yes, but
Um,
they both use the same
Fireball.
slot.
That's so weird.
On the one on the right.
Because it doesn't say anything about like
and
a short
8,
rest or
13.
You can
13 hits.
It resets for in a long rest.
But this one resets on a short rest.
Yes,
Charges
barreling zombies.
See what I'm saying?
4 points.
So these two
4?
are other actions,
Rude.
and it's
Okay.
a short rest. and
Maybe
it
it is a
affects my
short rest.
spell.
Then next up, Tristan.
But- this one.
I will aim at the same one
Say anything.
that he
So how many
hit
times
and
can I
shoot
use
at
it?
that one.
Or what do I do?
13.
13 hit.
And it's a normal 10 damage.
Oh, nice. All right. Ouch. You stick that thing solidly in the upper torso somewhere. Alrighty. Then Terranova. There's two of them running at you. The one on the right has been hit with a blast of fire and an arrow. The one on the left doesn't seem to have any attention given to it yet, and they're both running down the hallway, and with as fast as they are, they will get to act this turn. Looks like they're getting ready to do their tackle attack that you guys don't like. As they barrel.
How close are they? How close are they to me?
They're within 30 feet at this point.
Oh.
If you want to hold your action,
together.
you can wait until they get closer. There's
Yeah, I'm gonna hold my
not
action.
mechanically anything for that, but
Yeah,
it
you
makes no
have one
sense that you
and then
can't.
you just need to short
What are you
rest
waiting
together.
for?
Huh?
What are you waiting for?
For them to be close. I only have 3 spells, so I'm not gonna do a ranged attack on them
Okay,
Do you have
so
any
you're
offensive
going to wait until they
cantrips?
get close enough to melee?
or shock the crap out of them. Yes,
Okay.
but yes,
Do you have
Okay.
an offensive cantrip?
shocking grasp, but it's
Okay.
it's melee. Right?
So
Yeah, it is. Really.
what you do is you take your action to ready an action. What is the trigger for that, and what do you want to do? Such as, I wait until they get close enough for me to hit with a mace. I wait until one attacks Alamar, and then I hit it. So what is the condition? What do you want to do? That's the mechanic of how we're supposed to do this.
I'm gonna wait until they're close enough that I can get a hold of one of the little buggers and shock the crap out of them as they go for one of these guys.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah.
I mean,
So you're going to wait until one is close enough to grab.
I have to.
Okay.
Because
It's not a wrong answer. I'm just asking.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So you're going to wait, and you're readying shocking grasp. So it is their turn.
No.
We will see. I'm just going to utterly randomize it because you're all sort of standing there.
More? The kobold zombies are barreling
Barreling down.
right at us.
Yep.
Is that a
All
good
right.
time?
So
It
one
absolutely is.
does leap at you, and one is leaping to attack you.
No. Okay, fine.
Where are you? Behind me? Next to me?
And Tyrannel, you are missed.
Are you behind me?
I'm gonna be.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. I'm assuming we're all pretty darn close to
Alamar,
each
I'm
other.
assuming Alamar, you're struck. I'm not going to ask you the ridiculous number. So.
Say that again. What?
Does a 23 hit? I was trying to avoid that.
I was trying to figure out where he was though.
Yeah. No, we're close by.
Yeah, you're all sort of by the entrance. to
Yeah.
one side
No,
of the
there's
room.
no way to dodge that.
Darn. I was hoping I could give you some kind of
There's
cover.
really no cover or
Well, I was
anywhere to
hoping that
hide or anything.
because I
like
have
that.
my shield up, I was hoping that if he's behind me and they're running at us, that it would help him somehow. But
No,
there are ways to do that, but that's not training you
There's no helping that.
have. So you. Oh, good. It's only 4 damage,
Okay.
but you
a
do
fair
need to
sound.
make a
Carrot.
DC 13, 12, 13.
A DC what?
DC 12. Make a strength saving throw, sir.
A strength saving throw.
Yes.
I'm like really good at this.
I'm sure you are. Probably as good as you are with
I got a
perception.
20.
20. Nice. Okay. So it does not knock you to the ground. It staggers you a little bit, and it
Gosh,
claws
you
and
guys
bites
are
at you for
great.
that total of 4 damage.
Okay.
And yours leaps head first at you and finds nothing but your shield. Just smashes its face right into your shield. And then it is Alamar's turn.
God damn it.
So can I react to it?
Yes, you can. I forgot you were
But-
holding your action. Yes.
But I'm holding my action, so my reaction isn't my action.
Yes. Technically,
This is
This-
free action.
this is
I'm
this
like,
is
wait,
why
help.
this is one of the weird things about 5e in the way this works. You take your action
Uh-huh.
to ready and hold for something else.
Uh-huh.
When that trigger happens, you can do the action you have declared by spending your reaction to do so. That's just 5e magic, people. So that lets you go out of turn or wait for a trigger.
Got it.
Such as, you know, when the next person comes around the corner, no matter who it is, even if it's somebody we don't want to hurt, you can trigger your spell.
Okay.
But what happens is this thing came at you, and if you
Okay.
use your reaction,
Then I'm not going to rebuke it. The
you
one
can
that
do.
attacked me. I'm not going to.
Okay, so you can either do your reaction ability, or you can do shocking grasp.
Yeah, I'm not.
And you don't want to do either.
Unless it's my turn to go. I thought it was theirs.
You beat them, and you were waiting for them, so you can go now if you spend your reaction.
Oh, well then yeah, I'll shock it.
Okay. Are you going to use your ability or your?
I'm just using my ability for
Okay.
shock and grasp. I'm not using the wrath of whatever.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Nice. For
1d8.
The
for
makeup
shocking
rolls
grasp.
miss
Yeah.
rolls.
All right. Let's look at something really quick.
It'll be 2d8.
And it can't take reactions until the start of its next turn.
Okay. Shocking grasp. Make a spell check. Okay, you do hit. Advantage on attack. They're wearing metal armor. They're not. D8 lightning damage. Okay, so yeah, and we decided to roll damage, so roll 2d8.
Seven.
Total?
Yep.
Okay.
No. Yes. No. Why am I rolling those? I've been doing that this entire time.
Been nerfing yourself?
Really? Really?
Total of 7?
No. 8.
Total of 8? Okay. And it has no reaction. Okay. And then Alamar, it is your turn.
These things just keep attacking me. Okay. Shocking grasp on it.
Okay.
That is 15 plus 5, 20.
That hits. Roll your damage.
All right. 2.
2?
2 damage.
2.
But it'll allow me to get away from this thing and back myself up, so I'm at least behind the front line there.
Okay. And so neither one of them get a reaction now because they both been shocking grasp. I'm not a D&D expert either, Mort. I would have to look into that. But I'm going to say at my table, unless it emphatically says that and I feel like it's important enough that I don't overrule it, I don't like that rule because I think spells are
I did
limited
use it.
enough. No, he's just saying if you don't use it, if you ready a spell and you don't use it,
Oh, I was
it's
like,
expended.
I didn't.
And I think that's kind of crappy. So
Oh.
I'll look into that and decide whether or not it matters.
Oh, that would suck because what if?
I think spell slots are awfully limited, especially for certain classes. So I would have to think on that. But I don't know offhand. She did use it anyway. So, but thank you. Good for pointing it out. All right. So yeah, it gets no reaction, and you're going to back away.
Oh yeah, I'm backing up far enough away to where I'm.
Are you backing toward the two of them so you can get people between you, or what do you want?
Yes, I want people between me.
Okay.
So if they want to get to me,
So-
they're gonna have to. They're gonna have some
For
opportunity
the
attacks.
activity, picture it this way.
I'm like,
you
where
guys
are we?
you guys are on the beach. Everything funnels into this cave.
Right.
There were two of you on each side. You and Alamar on one side. and Jogren and Tristan on the other. These
Okay.
things came out and broke to your side. Each of them
Got it.
combated you. Those two are essentially
So you're
behind
just
them.
gonna-
You guys zapped the crap
Oh yeah,
out
I
of them.
zapped him so I
And
could
Joe
disengage.
was crossing to get behind
Yes.
them.
Okay, so I'm facing the three of you,
Yes.
sort of ish,
Yes.
and the cave. Like,
Yeah.
okay, got it.
And have the two zombies right near you.
Just so I could figure out where.
And
So that's what
Do I
that's
see?
my action.
Is there anybody at the end of the tunnel watching us? Watching this?
you haven't seen any other movie.
Yeah, that's everything I
And we
wanna
are
do.
back to the top of the order. So, because Almar just went, Jogren. Yeah, you see they come out of the cave and break and attack those two with their back to you.
Would you like some good food?
Both of them get shocked with
I'm only
electricity.
saying it because people
And
who are
Almar
and just take a chunk
doesn't
there,
want to be
like,
that close to them
No,
and basically maneuvers to get around you guys.
Well, I'm gonna close the distance onto Alamar's zombie that's on the ground now,
Okay.
and I'm gonna go ahead and attack with my mace.
Okay. Yeah, it's not on the ground, but yeah.
Oh, it's not?
Yeah, I stunned him enough to where he can't react from me. He can't take an opportunity attack from me
Okay.
retreating.
Yeah, shocking grasp takes away their reaction, so
I see.
that let him get away without giving an opportunity.
Yeah,
All right, I'm gonna try go ahead and hit him if I can.
that seems to be my favorite.
Smash.
All right, 19.
19 hits.
Apparently I'm not
It's
getting good at
shaking off the
Shaking grasp.
electric
I can't.
and turns around and you smash it in the face.
Well, that's
what do you
just
do?
It's part of you.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
5 points of damage.
5. Okay.
That and farting stupid slug clouds. Apparently, I can't. figure that out.
Yeah, you
Literally.
smash its rotten little face in and
like you're smoking something.
it falls on its ass.
Totally.
Falls, well, on its ass and
But up on the other
you
end.
smash it, it just falls back.
Okay.
All right, Tristan.
Make it
There's still one that looks like it tried to do that tackle attack
Oh, it's a
to Tyrnild, and she got her shield up, and it basically just face planted into her shield and got grabbed and zapped, and it looks like it's getting ready to continue the
Okay.
fight.
I will go run up to that one, and because it's within 5 feet of her still, right? So I'll have actually advantage in sneak attack.
You will. You'll have both.
And after that, I will do a
This chair rolls a little
offhand
too much.
attack with the dagger. So short sword and dagger.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Which one? Just because you only get to do it once, and I don't know that it really matters. It's the same damage, but for thematics, which one are you applying the sneak attack? damage to?
Short sword. So short sword.
I'm gonna guess you're gonna hit with both.
So a 12 to hit with the short sword.
Oh, well, I guessed wrong because that does miss.
I rolled 2 12s
Okay.
at advantage.
Oh, okay.
And then the dagger, offhand attack. That's probably a miss as well. 10.
10 total.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, apparently you get its full attention because it's able to actually duck and dodge you. Wow. Okay. Would not have expected that.
Yeah.
Okay. Lucky little zombies. Terranil. Tristan ran up to flank and basically try to kill this thing that's trying to kill you. And it got all kinds of wily, and he's actually not able to attack it. He takes a couple of swings with his sword and his dagger, and Tristan seems to have its full attention because it doesn't let Tristan cut it.
Okay.
But it's still right there. It hasn't moved anywhere.
I am. How far away is the one that went after Almar?
5-6 feet away. You could just step and attack that one if you wanted to. It has been hit with a firebolt, and or no, it's been hit in the face with a mace, right?
Yeah, I hit it with the mace. Yeah.
Jogren ran up and smashed that one in the face and it fell over backwards.
And firebolt too?
No,
Okay.
that was my mistake.
I am, and the other,
The other one is the one that tried to attack you.
and that's in front of me.
Yes,
Okay, is it facing Tristan?
yes.
So is it back to me or it's facing both of us?
Its back is not to you.
But if you're both threatening it, you probably have advantage on
You
the
have
attack.
advantage.
Then I
That
am.
only applies if you have something that gives that to you, though, like pack tactics. But given how it ducked and dodged him, I am going to say you have advantage on this attack because it did turn and give its full attention to him because it was very wily.
Well, I am going to shock the little shit again.
Okay. Roll your attack.
$19.
19 hits.
No, no. Gosh. 7.
7 damage. Okay. You smash it terribly hard, and it does crunch and kind of crumple a little bit. It is still on its feet and angry. So it is then.
It can't do reactions again.
Yeah, you shock the crap out of it, and it has no reaction, which is good. Okay. And that's you. So it's their turn. Jogra, the one at your feet, snaps to life suddenly, and kind of claws its way up you and goes to attack.
Okay.
And it hits.
Figures.
These suckers.
7,
Okay.
8, 9 damage.
Ooh.
Ouch. And make a, or no, I'm not having you guys make those.
What's that?
Nothing.
Hmm?
I was going to put some of my bookkeeping on you, and that was a mistake. So 9 damage.
Okay. I'm not wrong.
And this isn't the attack that knocks you over, so you're fine.
Okay.
But yeah, it does claw and bite you. And the one at your feet does take a bite at Tristan. Does 14 connect with you? Does it? Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, 3, 4, 5. 5 damage as it bites her. Let me make sure I'm describing this correctly. These things are. Yes, as it bites you. Oh my god. That is their turn. So, Alamar, you were up. Nobody held action this time.
Okay.
Jogren ran over and smashed the one,
Yes.
and it climbed up him and is clawing and nibbling on him.
Okay. I'll use frostbite on that one then.
Okay.
So it just needs a save versus Constitution 13.
Stat block. Who's got my stat block? 13?
13.
Ooh, does not.
Okay. It takes 3 cold damage, and it has disadvantage on its next attack.
So
3?
sorry, I was trying to take my mic off.
Okay. So yeah, you see frost just form all over this thing. Icicles appear in its eye sockets and nostrils, and it just wants to fight through being frozen to chew on you more. And it just, like a statue, just stiffly falls directly to its side.
Okay.
And top of the order, Jogra, it is your turn.
Me?
Yep.
Alright, so I fell over. Does it look like it's twitching at all?
It looks like it's fighting to stand up.
Turkey. Alright, I'm gonna hit it.
Let's look up. You have advantage because it's prone.
I was just gonna ask about
Yeah, you have advantage. It's not restrained or anything, so you don't get. But you do have advantage.
Oh, I don't think it really matters. 11 to miss.
11's your highest.
Mhm.
Yeah. Apparently, it's a little tougher when it's frozen. You beat on it and it doesn't seem to do.
Just thrashing about too much.
So then Tristan.
All right. Same action. Short sword and dagger.
Mhm.
And it's just me within melee range at this time?
No,
Or,
yeah, Tyrnil hasn't moved.
yeah, okay. So then it's the same.
Yes. Yeah. You know how to capitalize on it. As long as you have somebody there, then you're at advantage.
Yep. Short sword advantage.
Fine, anyway.
So a 17 to hit.
17 hits.
I really want to back
And this is the sneak attack. So 6
I don't know that we can for
plus. So 8, 9, 10.
10 damage.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
And then the dagger.
Hold on. Oh, okay. Yeah, you stab it. You actually, with your short sword, you get 3 or 4 solid hits in. It looks like it's getting ready to just come at you and claw you, and you get the opening, and you just stab, 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 like all through its torso. And it sort of stops while it's on your sword and goes limp for a second, and then, but you still have your dagger.
Yeah, dagger comes
Okay.
to the side of the neck. I think it was an 18.
Okay. How much damage?
This is going to be 4 damage.
4? Yeah. Okay.
Your dagger to hit was 23.
Okay, yeah, you bring the dagger right down into its head, and it shuts off, and and then just a moment later, and it's trying to come at you.
That damn thing.
This one just doesn't seem to want to
Lord.
shut off. Zombies are tenacious. So Terranilda, it is your turn. This is what's
still
going on.
on
with
your short sword?
No, he's taken his sword. He stabbed it while it was on his sword, pulled the sword out, and
Okay, well, we're
this thing's
gonna.
on death's door, but sometimes it's hard to push a zombie through death's door.
Gonna shock it again.
Okay, roll it.
Do I still have advantage or no?
You do not.
14.
14 hits.
Oh.
Yep.
6.
6 damage. Okay. Yeah, you shock it. It seems to still be really mad at Tristan. Grab it, and it shocks and convulses. And it just falls forward and slumps, and right before it hits the ground, it puts a knee down and an arm, and it starts to stand back up.
Burn it with fire. Do you have any holy magic?
I mean, I can make it run away from us.
And it tries to.
Oh my god.
It tries to bite you, Tyranno. And it is going to hit
I'm going to interrupt.
with what?
I'll cast Silver Barbs
As
to
a
make
reaction?
him re-roll that.
To hit?
Yes.
Okay. 11 I don't think that's going to hit. A 14 doesn't hit you? Okay.
And then I'm going to redirect that miss or that potential, and I'm going to give it to me so I have advantage on my next roll.
Advantage, not the roll that I have?
No, it's not. I just get advantage.
Okay,
on my
so
next
you
roll.
have advantage. And yeah, you see this thing comes at you and it gets a hold of you and tries to bite you. And you see these arcane, just like silver threads and needles just kind of wrap around it real quick and interfere with what it's doing, and it can't get to you. And you see them unwind and like whip off toward Alamar.
Nice one.
Looks like he did something to interfere with what it was doing. And that's all they've got. So Alamar, it is your turn.
All right. And with that, I'm going to just use. Well, that's not an advantage roll. Then. I should have given that to somebody else. That's okay.
I'm surprised at the fortitude saves this guy making.
All right. I'm going
What
to
do you
use.
fortitude save
I'm going to
for?
use frostbite again.
When you kill the zombie, the rule is anything that would reduce it to 0, I have to make a Constitution saving throw. The target number is 5. plus the amount of damage it took. If it makes that save, it goes to 1 hit point instead of dead.
Son of a bitch.
Yes.
All right, frostbite again on it.
Okay.
So it needs to save versus Constitution 13.
Okay. It actually does not.
Oh, it doesn't save?
It does not save.
Okay, so it's going to take 2 damage.
Oh, okay. Well,
And it gets disadvantage on its next attack.
okay. So 5 plus 2 is 7. It is still alive.
And I can hold on to this advantage I have for a minute.
Okay. So it is alive, top of the order. Yours has scrambled back to its feet now that it's thawing out, but it is not dead yet.
Well, that's gotta be
Son
dead.
of-
Let's try it again.
All right.
I'm glad I asked. I
Mace
thought they were
attack?
like being,
Huh?
Amazing.
you know,
Okay.
the
Roll to hit.
necromancer was like reanimating.
Yeah.
the body.
Mhm.
19 does hit.
Um, 4 points of damage.
4. Okay. Yeah. So it slowly gets up with the frostbite, and it looks like it's going to keep attacking you, and you just smash it in the head, and it starts to stagger. And at this point, you're not trusting it, so you hit it 3 or 4 more times on the way down, and it hits the ground, and you're fairly certain it's destroyed enough that it's done. And Tristan.
All right, same thing.
Okay. These two kind of make for a long fight when they make their saves.
So 23.
23 definitely hits.
That's 4, so 6. So 12 damage.
12. Okay. You stab it 3 or 4 more times. Catch it in the head nicely.
sure
It
that
seems
roll's
to
still
stagger
moving
from
on
it.
camera.
It does not seem to stay dead again.
All right, dagger.
Okay.
19.
19 definitely hits.
And so this would be 1 damage.
Okay. Yeah, that's not enough to kill. It makes it rolled terrible, but it not that terrible. So, yeah, it is. You stab it in the head a couple more times, and it's still angry and alive.
Oh my god.
And
I
it
need
is
to learn
your
to
turn.
celebrate.
This thing, the body of this thing has been brutally assaulted, but it seems like the magic is just keeping it alive.
That's good magic.
It's like the Black Knight.
My gosh.
Yeah. Just a flesh wound.
Jesus.
You just need to inflict damage to it, and it needs to fail its save.
Yeah. And
And by the way, if your attack is a critical strike, there's no save.
yeah.
Well, that's all I gotta do then.
Just roll a crit.
Just roll a crit.
Totally.
Yeah.
Just to keep rolling crits.
And watching, you know, him beating the
Nitty.
crap out of this thing,
What's up,
and
Nitty?
it's still going.
Yeah. It's this poor little body of this zombie, this kobold zombie, has been.
I
Just-
smashed this thing with my mace.
Okay, rolled it.
Just to energize your Black Knight.
Nope.
What'd you get?
7.
Total 7? Yeah, that's not enough to hit. It ducks.
Nope.
All right. So it's their turn. It's going to turn and try to bite you.
Disadvantage.
Oh, it does disadvantage?
Or at least I gave it disadvantage on my frostbite.
Oh, to its next attack?
Yeah.
It's a good thing you did, because I'm going to guess a 13 doesn't hit you.
No.
A 20 would have, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so. Alamar, see if you're bacon again. Mechanic. And Alamar, it is your turn.
I don't want to waste anything big on this thing.
Do you have a dagger?
I get to keep frostbiting it.
Okay.
So it has to save Constitution 13.
We'll get that one later. Oh, a good reroll. Okay, it definitely does not.
It does not save. Okay. 5 frost or 5 cold damage.
5. Oh, looks like
And it has-
14 on the save. So
And it has disadvantage again on its next roll.
okay, good. So top of the round, Jorga.
Seriously, I'm gonna murder it with
This
something
one is
big.
dead. It does not.
I don't
back
want to
up
use
any
something
faster.
big on this thing.
There is
And the other
one,
one's still
there
up?
is one left getting rat packed and it just does
It
not want to
just
die.
keep- bam, bam, bam,
Firebolt.
bam.
it.
It's just
Okay.
keeps going.
He's smashing it. I'm like shocking the
This
crap
thing
out
is-
of it.
See, yeah, you step to one side and get a firebolt around turn.
You need an army of these things. They don't go down.
20.
Natural 20?
No.
Okay, so you do hit.
9 points of damage.
9. Okay.
Finally.
Target number 14.
Swear to God.
19 on the die. So fire erupts and hits it in the back between the shoulder blades, and it staggers a little and is still angry and still wanting to bite people. Tristan, you were up.
Like both my
Oh,
shield
man,
and
this
my
is
mace
awesome.
are like this, and I'm going.
It's just hilarious that this one, the first ones you fought failed their rolls the first time.
Yeah. So it's 21 to hit.
Okay, you definitely hit.
So a whopping 5 damage.
Okay. All right. Short sword? Is that what
Yep.
you were doing?
Mhm.
Okay. So it does look like it's trying to bite you, and you're sort of tired of this. You step back and you stab it once in the middle of the chest, once in its mouth that's trying to bite you, and then just once straight down through the forehead. And it looks mad, and it's still trying to come at you because it's a zombie and it doesn't feel pain. And then you just sort of see it just shut off.
Oh,
And everybody waits a moment because nobody trusts it after all of that.
Yeah, I'm like reaching to.
And it is done.
Okay.
oh my gosh.
What in the world?
The
Finally.
tenacity of necromantic magic.
That's
Gosh.
Well, and the unfortunate part is the couple of times I did roll bad on the save, it was attacks that didn't do much damage.
Mort. Day 21.
We're still
Still
fighting.
fighting.
We don't understand how there's anything left to fight, but according to the mechanics, we are still fighting. So yeah, it and all goes still and quiet, save for the soft roar of the waterfall.
Make more bear noises. Can we still
Confused bear noises.
Right. Can we still see down the hallway?
Yes, because the light is still,
Okay.
and it goes and looks like it sort of either turns or opens up to the left about 30 feet down.
Can we see
And
the
it's all
origin of that?
natural cave.
Where is the bonfire, whatever was causing the natural light from
You
before?
don't see that. You
Okay.
can see down this hallway because Eric's ladybug light has been
Okay.
thrown down the hallway.
I don't want to mimic the sound that the kobold zombies make down the hallway.
Just the skittering man.
Like, oh no, look, they beat the bear. They're coming back down the hall towards you. Oh, we need like a somebody that can do an impression, like an actual impression skill. That would be amazing.
Oh, someone needs performance.
Yeah. Certainly is not me. Well, I mean, we just kind of have to go down the hallway.
There's no other way to go. This
Right.
is- yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, I don't think we need to be stealthy about it
Hey.
either.
At the moment, no.
I mean, you can make bear noises like while we go down the hallway so that, the bear is coming. That would just be,
I'm just gonna send the bear away. It lost interest. Went back in the water. So yeah, we're heading down.
Okay. Order.
I guess me first.
Okay.
Since we're not trying to be stealthy, so I'm not gonna mess up there, you know.
And how wounded is everybody?
How what?
Wounded?
I've only taken, what, 4 points?
I don't know. Just so the party's aware of their condition.
Does anybody need
I'm down to 8 out of 13.
salve or anything like that? I mean, I still have some.
Yeah, you actually haven't used that.
Right, so I can, you know,
Use a couple, maybe.
yeah,
Maybe 2.
How much staff do we have?
I think it's 8 points total. And that's a really stupid way to phrase that.
Yeah.
We have this jar, so, I mean, it's enough to put on the three
We
of
can
you.
speak mechanically just because it's clumsy to not.
Yeah,
so.
sorry, but
I'm down 9.
you're down
8. I got 8 hit points left out of 17.
Should we just hang out for a few in this opening and just take a short rest?
maybe we can kind of get our bearings that way.
It might not be a bad idea since we got scuffed up.
True. While they're doing that and doing a short rest, can I do the ritual to detect magic? I wanna
You
see if there's
can't,
anything
because
in
the
the-
short rest, I believe, needs to be at least 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I just want to see if there's any, like, if there's magic in the tunnel. Like, I know there is on the zombies. I'm not worried about that, but I mean, like,
We can do that first and then we can rest.
I mean, I can't look for traps or anything, so I don't know what I'm looking for. Let me think about that for a second. Sorry. Because I don't know what to.
Should we just hang out for a little bit, catch our breath, and then go on?
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Short rest.
How
Oh.
long is the tunnel?
It's about 30 feet,
Miles.
and then it looks like it either turns or opens up to the right. You can't really tell.
Mm,
Well,
not
got 4
any.
points back.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I can use
Using
my
hit
other die.
dice.
Use your hit die to heal yourself up to the full rest. You got 2 of them.
Nice. Spent 1 hit dice and maxed my heal.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's really good.
So,
Oh, do you roll it or do you just get max? I don't know.
You roll it.
Yeah, okay, I rolled it.
Okay,
That's still good.
I'm up to max again. Use my 2 die.
I only was down 4, and I rolled
You're
5
good.
for hit
Okay,
points, so
okay.
I'm okay. I'm gonna take a second, and I'm gonna use my sorcery just to replenish the spell slot I used, so I have that back.
Okay.
All right. Are we all back up to snuff? You ready to go?
Yeah.
mhm.
All right. You ready to go ahead?
Are you gonna do the ritual, or are you gonna? All right. So you guys catch your breath. You guys rest for 25, 30 minutes. It's kind of hard to actually sort of center and find because you're in a hostile environment. But you do take your short rest. You guys can spend your hit dice and everything. Okay. And nothing seems to really change in your environment. You're not sure what's in between the humidity of the waterfall and the ambient noise. The zombies don't stir. There's technically 4 dead zombies in this room at this point. So nothing comes back or stirs with them. You don't hear anything from down the hall. How long does your light last, Eric? Does it just keep going? Or?
It keeps going till I still tell her otherwise.
Okay, so the light down the hall continues burning and shedding light and lighting up the hallway. At some point after about 15 minutes or so, the firelight from off to the right down the hallway seems to come back up, like the torch or fire or whatnot was relit. You guys are able to...
We should investigate quietly. Or at least stealth our way down if we can.
I'm gonna pause then and let you guys go first.
And like I said, mechanically, if you just wait, so you'll miss the first round of action. If something happens, then they can roll without
Yeah, because I have
your chainmail being a
Or at
problem.
least see what's
disadvantage.
relighting the fire.
No, you're part of the party, so your penalties must apply to everybody. No, that's so.
Yeah, so I'll wait and bring up the roof.
All right, yeah. So you guys, who's going first?
I can scout.
You can scout.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll go by myself.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you guys giving him room? We're gonna finish this.
We'll give him a little room. I mean, who wants to go next? Who wants to?
Yeah, I'll hold back.
So make a stealth check.
18.
You get up to the room, and you do see that it is exactly that. There's this room that looks like it's a natural cavern, but it's been sort of evened out, not so much shaped, but rounded. And there is on the far side, about 40 feet from the doorway where you are, is a sort of a 3-step dais, and there's a very small stone chair, carved stone chair, with what looks like the remains of a kobold sitting in it. Looks like at one point he wore a really ornate robe and had a kind of ornate staff with a bunch of weird baubles and stuff on it that is sitting across like maybe it was across his lap or he would be holding it, but he's not. He's just sitting in the chair and it's been put in front of him. And there's a campfire. It looks like off to the left, there are maybe 6 or 7 kobold bodies in different sorts of states of preparedness for a ritual of some kind. And you see as you're watching a taller figure, human, maybe elven or half elven, that size, but definitely not a kobold, walk from behind a stone pillar and sort of walk to the front of where this kobold was. He's holding a book, and he sort of kneels in front of the kobold, not bowing to it or whatnot, but just sort of gets on his knees in front of it, and looks like he opens this book, kind of like he's reading this book in front of the kobold.
Is he chanting anything?
No.
No?
It looks like he's just reading quietly. He's not speaking. He's not vocalizing. He just walked over, and knelt in front of the, basically kneeling on the stairs, reading this book, back to the doorway and just reading.
And there's other kobolds in the room?
There are, but they're not moving. It looks like maybe they're being made into what you've been fighting.
Ah.
And the skeleton remains in the chair don't look like they've been tampered with, or that looks like just a body.
Well, should I take a shot? This is probably, what's his face?
How far away are we from you?
You guys are, in order to not mess with the stealth, they're about 15 feet away, you're about 25 feet away.
I'm not gonna move up closer, so obviously I don't know what you're.
Your call.
I'm holding back and I'm waiting. So see what he's found.
With the noise of the waterfall and everything else, you figure it's probably safe to communicate with them at least what you see, so everybody's on the same page.
I will turn around and I'll go,
Oh,
And that was visual, so you can.
I'm not sure that he can see me, so I'm gonna look at you and say one big one or little one.
medium. It's medium size.
Technically correct, which is the best kind of correct.
yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
Switch to the bow.
Yeah, pull out the crossbow.
Crossbow.
I mean,
All right.
I can
I just go.
roll stealth myself and see what happens, but it could be very disastrous. So
You're fairly focused. The three folks in the hallway, give me perception checks. You see Tristan is
19.
11.
16.
yeah, you see it's like Tristan's getting out the crossbow and getting ready to engage.
Oh, I'm all about it. I'm excited about that.
I don't think we should kill this person.
Anybody want to do
But
anything?
Severely wound him and subdue him?
I would need to get up there to do anything to
Yeah.
see it.
Sure.
Yeah,
You
I
have to
guess.
touch him to give him guidance.
Yeah, I think guidance is a
Sorry, I don't have this stuff memorized yet.
No,
yeah,
neither
sure
do I, which is why I'm asking.
I do.
Okay,
All right, here we go.
roll it.
I'm at advantage, so.
You are definitely at advantage.
Oh,
Oh wait,
This guy's immobile.
can
He's
I
not moving. He's not immobilized, but he's immobile and he
and
doesn't.
can
18.
I bless him?
Yeah.
Before he does anything.
You can do that. You have time because he's aiming to take a shot. So I'm assuming if you want to cast bless, you can, as long as 25 feet you're within your range.
It says 30 feet.
Good enough.
Okay, so I'm gonna bless you. I'm not sure what you're doing, but I'm gonna bless it.
Okay. Rolled an 18.
So,
All right. Nice.
Pick more people.
oh, all three of them were in front of me.
Yeah.
So it's gonna wash over all three of you.
Okay. So all three of you have bless for the time being.
Oh shit.
18 hits, so you won't need to use the blessed die. You can if you want. I don't think it expires. It's just the duration.
Oh,
How long does that last? A minute?
You with an 18.
And you can
yeah.
use it for
15 damage.
you can set it aside and use it for attack or saving.
Okay.
Is it only once or is it during the duration?
It lasts for a whole minute.
So yeah, with a damage roll like that, that's a solid hit. So you
So you can
Hit
do
him
it-
right right in the
you
shoulder
can do it
blades
multiple times.
while he's sitting there reading.
Yeah. I'm just standing behind
it-
you guys.
Either embedded completely in him or went all the way through him. You don't see it sticking out of him. You also don't see him react at all. Well, I guess technically. I'm gonna say we'll count that as a physical interaction. Between that and how good you are at investigation, that's not a real person.
It's a mirror image, isn't it?
Some kind of fake person, yeah.
Yeah.
You hear the bolt hit the chair in front of him. He's still sitting there. Right.
You make contact with he hits?
All you guys hear is him shoot. He doesn't look happy, but that's all you know.
Okay.
Does the image fade away, or is it still there?
It stays.
Alrighty then.
I'd like to come into view of the door and take a broader look at the room.
Okay. You look around, and basically, as you sort of piece together what this is, as you look and assess it more, you can actually start to see that it's a fairly transparent. You can see through it. It's transparent is wrong. Translucent. It's intangible. It is clearly an illusion of some kind.
Okay. So he's somewhere else around here.
So you shot into an illusion?
I'm gonna run out
Well, I
and
don't
say
know.
we need to regroup.
Okay.
I'm gonna come barreling down the hallway, and we need to
There,
regroup.
here we go. As I'm watching this, am I seeing any, like,
What is it?
is there anything in the, I mean, the hallway's narrow, so I guess I'm not seeing anything, but I'm just watching everything what's around us. There's nothing that comes out after him.
No, and you run into the room and start scanning the room. Is that
I
what you
think
said?
he said he ran back out to
Yeah,
us.
I ran back out
Okay.
down the hallway towards these guys and say
What
we
is
need to regroup because he's probably watching us.
I'm just gonna move up the 10 feet
Did
to
you-
where they are.
Did you kill whatever it was that was in there?
I hit that thing and it's just an illusion.
An illusion?
Yeah.
How many zombies are in there?
Oh, it was
6 or so. Being
6 or
So
7
sorry.
being prepared,
People on
but I thought I saw the necromancer, but it turned out to be an illusion of the necromancer. So he's here watching us, is my assumption.
You know, it's nothing but lore after lore after lore.
He knows we're in here. And he probably knew we were in here when we entered it.
Your bear was really good this time.
I thought it was good too, but
You know.
apparently it doesn't trump authentic zombie noises.
yeah, okay. We'll do it.
Did you see anything else in the?
I saw an old chieftain, a dead kobold chieftain, it looked like. Didn't look to be animated at all or zombified, if you will. And then 7 other kobold zombies in various states of being formed.
I mean, what I'm getting at is there's no
Oh.
windows. Where the heck is he watching us from?
You know, it's a necromancer, he could be invisible.
All right,
Oh, anybody can be invisible.
And
let's.
there is.
Me either, for that matter. Or silent.
There's some that would never want to be invisible. But
I don't know. I mean, if you guys can keep a lookout for. All I can try to do is
Okay,
detect
here's
magic
what we're
to
gonna-
see if
I'm
he's
gonna-
standing in the
Are you all able
I-
to dispel any magic?
No, I
I
can
can't
detect it.
dispel. I'm gonna, if we can get close back up to where it is, I'll create Mage Hand, and I'll make it transparent so it's invisible, and I'll send it out in that direction, and I'm just gonna touch items, move
Can
things,
you do that? Because I thought that was a special ability for arcane tricksters.
manipulate things with the hand?
Make the hand invisible. Because I think by default
that
it's a
could
ghostly hand.
be. No, I actually
I
don't
think
know
it's more
that.
About
spectral.
how big did you think the room was?
How big was the room, Joe?
About 40 feet around. It's primarily round. I do think. Yeah. I think we killed the batteries on the cameras again.
Nuh-uh.
Certainly looks like it.
Oh.
Yep.
Well,
So we can take a short break and swap out and finish this if you want.
I would love to.
Okay. So we just noticed, anybody that's hanging out with us, that our cameras on the players have frozen, which means we think we got to the end of their battery life, which is something we're still struggling with as we improve our studio. So we are going to take a short break to switch out the batteries, and we will be right back to finish this encounter, because we are running a little longer than we planned, but I think we want to get to the end of the encounter. So we will be right back. If you're here and watching this, please stick with us.
Okay.
And be ready to cheer for these guys during their climactic, whatever this might end up being. Be right back. welcome back. We don't usually go long enough to need to change the batteries twice, so thanks for sticking with us. You guys ran back, so you guys are all kind of piled up in the hallway, deciding what you're going to do. You were going to move toward the room.
Towards them, we're closing the gap.
You're saying it's
Yeah.
illusions in there? Then
Just
I want to.
one illusion? Just
Well,
the illusion of the necromancer?
that's all I noticed.
Got it.
Should I? I don't know. My thought was, and I can't make it invisible, but I can at least have my mage hand crawl in there and see if something's obviously invisible, like in a wall or there's a mask of some sort. I don't know, because it'll pass through it probably.
Yeah, might be a
But
possibility.
I don't know if it's or have it trigger whatever's in there, a trap or something instead of us.
You guys are talking here, echo through the cavern.
No, there are no
This just
barren
miserable, just wail. Just, oh! And from the shore of the lake appears somebody who looks a tall human wearing a dark, what looks like it's probably a grayed, or maybe it was at one point black, and now it's kind of more of a purple robe, long ratty beard, hair in his face, appears on the shore between the two zombies that were tied to poles and pushes his hand, and it's a surprise action, but the area where you guys are standing erupts in fire, like there's a bonfire at your feet.
God bless it.
Everybody make a dexterity saving throw.
Have none.
So good at those.
Yeah, me too. In a tunnel.
14.
Yeah, I'm not imposing any disadvantage.
16.
17.
I have this stat. I do. Where is it?
11.
Okay, one more.
Somebody's got to fail.
I take full fireball damage.
So,
Oh, that would be
what'd you get?
16.
Okay, you're good. What'd you
14.
15. Or 17, excuse me.
get? 17. What'd you get?
11.
Okay. So, okay. So looks like all right, you guys all sort of jump back as it sort of forms this magical bonfire that fills this hallway. You guys are able to get out of the way and step back. Tristan, you essentially do too. You take 1 point of fire damage. It barely gets you, even though you failed your save, apparently. That's just how it goes. And the hallway in front of you is filled with this fire. If you guys that are proficient in arcane want to make, well, you don't need to make arcane checks. This is conjured fire filling this space, just like what was done on the roof. And you know that this is being magically sustained. There's obviously nothing here to burn, but it is filling the hallway, and because of the narrow hallway, it's essentially like a wall of fire between the two of you.
Okay.
And you hear loud, just sobbing over the waterfall and the fire, and just, why? Why?
Oh shit.
We
Those
just killed
parents.
We just killed his.
I thought that right away.
Oh shit!
I thought that. I kind of went.
Oh,
Oh, they're dead now.
Oh shit.
I
They were
guess I
dead the
didn't have to
second
walk them through that one. Okay.
Okay.
Still.
Well, they were
Parents
zombies.
are dead.
Dead.
Well, double dead now. Yeah.
They were dead. They were undead. And now they're dead.
Yeah. So
And who knows how long he kept them chained up or whatever.
yeah,
This is
no,
ridiculous.
not sorry.
Okay.
And it's just, you'll take damage if you move through it. You know it can only be sustained for so long, but
How
it is
far
being
away is he?
sustained. He's on the other side of the fire, about 40 feet.
Well,
Kind
close
of
enough to pitch a spell at him.
Yeah, like
As long as it doesn't require sight.
it
It
just
does.
says a creature of my choice within range.
So you probably
What's
need
the
like
that
spell?
usually implies sight, though.
Guiding bolt. A flash of light streak toward a creature of your choice within range.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to be able to see it or
Yeah.
designate it.
What are the components? Is it VSM? Verbal?
Somatic material.
Yeah.
Yeah. Until we know otherwise, I'm going to say you need to be able to see it.
Makes sense.
So you can have it ready.
Because some of them say
Because
if
you know, this fire
approximately,
can't stay forever.
if you had an AoE spell, then he could just be like blap. But
So that kobold king or whatever,
Mhm.
was he holding a scepter?
It was sitting across the arms of the
I'm
chair.
afraid to go in that room. What if we rile up some other creatures we don't know about?
Well, he's out of his mind, enraged and pissed.
Is
But
there
if he's
anything-
doing that, can
Are-
he see us?
If we're in the tunnel, the bottleneck coming out of that room is a narrow opening versus us being in the room and having to defend all around behind us
Yeah.
and him coming out of that tunnel.
Mm-hmm.
So at least in the tunnel, we can bottleneck.
Both directions if need
Right.
be.
Mm-hmm.
So in the
um,
immediate interim, what do you guys do?
I say we move to the room. Let him come to us.
Can you stealth the room or look in the room and make sure there's nothing else there that's going to surprise us? I mean, there's still that zombie that you hit that's still just kind of hanging
Well,
out.
That was an illusion.
Oh, was it an illusion? Okay.
So while you guys are sort of discussing and milling,
Yeah.
the crying stops. And the fire just suddenly winks out.
Oh, good. Now we can murder him.
Well, now I can see him.
And he is
Depends if we want to murder him.
on the shore of the mess, of the cave and whatnot.
Yeah.
And you can see that he is
Probably trying to-
kneeling by the head of the female zombie.
Yeah.
And he is sitting there lifeless with a dagger in the middle of his own chest.
Okay.
I don't know. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'll approach to make sure it's not an illusion.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I'm gonna keep my eyes on him, and if he moves, I'm gonna zap the crap out of him with
Mhm.
guiding bolt.
Okay. Give me an investigation check as you approach carefully.
I'm
So
gonna-
from a safe distance.
25.
25. You approach carefully. There's a few things, basically, as you get closer and closer that you can gather. He is not moving. There was, and sort of is still, I guess, bleeding from the wound in his chest, and he has stabbed himself in the chest. Daggers all the way in. It did bleed. It's not. There's not continued bleeding, so it looks like it's a fatal wound. And as you get closer, he is clearly not breathing. His dirty face.
Hey. Yeah.
His dirty face there's been tear streaks that have run clean marks on his face, and he is sitting there with his head down and his eyes are closed, but it looks like he was crying, and he's not breathing, he's not moving. His wound did bleed. It is no longer continuing to bleed. And he is not, when you get that close, is not an illusion.
How fast can I get up there and get my hands on him?
As quickly as you would like to.
I'd like to start trying to bind his wound.
I'm gonna sprint past you and do spare the dying. I don't know how good of an idea this is, guys.
Let me read.
Because, I mean,
If it matters, I rolled a 20 on the medicine check.
On your what?
A 20 on the medicine check?
Yeah,
Fine,
The
he's
medicine check,
He's
he
dead, Jim.
is dead.
oh, then no, never mind.
well,
It's only the living.
has he lost all his saving throws?
If he's not, I have to touch a living creature that has 0 hit points.
He may still just be at 0 hit points. He may not pass on yet completely.
I mean, I'm
And you try, because it's a cantrip, it's not going to matter. You try, spare the dying. The spell does not take hold. Okay. There is not anything there for it to grab onto.
So at that point, actually healing is not going to do anything either, I would imagine. No.
With your medicine check and your spell, he's dead.
it's fast.
All right. Now let's
Well, you guys were quibbling behind the fire for several long moments, and you probably maintained it until he couldn't.
Okay, yeah, I get that. But well, that's interesting. I mean,
Bring it back to the room.
I actually don't get.
I have no remorse for him. He's
No,
been
I don't
causing
either.
all of this problem and destruction. I mean, granted, the people in the town probably pushed him to this in some regard because he was pushed out of town to begin with because they don't understand him. But this was
Perhaps he left a journal behind.
Yeah, we should go check
Let's-
carefully.
Yeah.
Is there anything obvious on him? Was he carrying anything back?
The
Before-
stuff that he has on him is what looks like a small rudimentary spell. You're guessing it's a spell book. It has some familiar arcane symbols in it, but the writing is utter gibberish.
So it's probably his own cipher for
Maybe.
spells and things.
Does anybody actually know Draconic?
I do.
Okay. It appears that some of it is Draconic. Not all of it.
Okay.
It's a mishmash.
Well, let's hold on to it and we'll study it when we can.
Yeah. What's the other stuff?
Is there anything obvious in the Draconic that's
There's clearly necromantic magic. at work
Okay.
here, and
Okay.
it looks like some of it, like mostly at the beginning, is not probably wasn't him.
okay?
Somebody else's spellbook, and you can see that
Well, if
things
it's
have
in
been written
Draconic,
in.
it might make sense that the kobolds had it because they would write and speak that. But who knows? But we could at least keep it as evidence when we get back to the town and the city.
Yeah.
Well,
What are you thinking?
I would say let's find another talisman that proves who he is
Oh, sure.
and keep that to yourself.
Okay. Well, hold on. I'm sure we'll pocket it until the later.
It just might be useful information at a later point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go to the room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually, his parents.
With light, is there anything that we can tell about them?
Yeah.
It looks like they've been dead for a very, very long time.
Did they have it?
You don't see any physical trauma on them.
I was
Nobody's
just gonna
head's
say,
caved
can
in
you
or
see
cut or
like
anything
how
like
they
that.
died, or
Yeah, that's what I was
Oh,
getting
it's probably
at.
Yeah.
too far gone to know.
well,
but
if
there's
he
nothing
bashed their
Oh,
skulls
if
in
he
and
was-
then made them zombies, then you'd be
Oh,
able to
I
see.
see.
Yeah, there doesn't
Okay.
look to be anything like that.
Okay.
Hmm.
Anybody have a torch?
Unfortunately, don't. Well, no, in my pack.
Yeah, I've got torches.
Yeah, because
Well, they're probably all
Yeah.
wet from swimming.
Yeah.
they could be, but
Well, but we can make
yeah. I mean, I can make Mullen, but it needs to light something.
flame.
We had that huge bonfire wherever that was coming from in the back. Let's light
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Yeah. Just to actually have light so we can see what we're stepping in.
But unfortunately, I don't have a light spell, as it were.
Well, but
Can you make another light?
Yeah, I can make one more.
Well, here, let's just grab the one that we already have and just bring it over here. I'll
There's
just grab
the
it.
ladybug light, and there are there's only one now that's been lit in the room when the light came back on, but there are a couple of torches in here. There was a human living in here, so there are light sources.
All right.
Okay,
Well, I
so we
make
can
my
just-
mage hand. I go grab the torch and I bring it over to us, and
Cool.
it's just there.
that way we can actually see what we're looking at and kind of.
Okay.
So is there any other talisman on him, or I don't know, something that would prove who he is? I mean, we'll probably just have to get it in the room. I doubt there's anything he's wearing that's gonna matter.
Like any
So
personal
you're
identifiers?
gonna like knock him over and search him and pat him down, or
Just, I mean, unless we drag the body back through the lake and back home with us, I don't know how we're
I'm
gonna.
just asking, are you looking at him? Are you
Yeah.
physically searching him? What are you doing?
Yep.
Yeah to which?
Huh?
Yeah to which?
Yes, we're physically searching him. We're looking for
Um,
something that'll.
He, besides the spell book, he's got a sheath for the kind of nasty ritual-looking knife that he took his own life with.
Now's a good time for the technique.
He's
It takes me 10 minutes.
Oh.
he has a necklace with what looks like old and maybe not real high quality wedding bands on them.
Their friends
should-
will recognize that.
And other than that, he doesn't have a lot on him. He has a bag full of cricket legs.
Cool.
Well, let's take the wedding bands,
Yeah. Their friends
That's
will
proof.
recognize that.
and we can use that as some evidence.
And I think once we go check out the room or whatever where he was living and whatnot, I think we should properly bury all three of them together.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really think we should. Yeah, I mean, I was just looking for something that
I would
people
say
would
burn them
recognize
and move
as-
on, but he's caused enough trouble.
Let's go to the room.
yeah.
Yeah, let's take a look.
The room looks like at one point it was fairly ornate for something that's primarily natural. All of the floor has been smoothed out. The rough walls have been kind of evened out, but left rough as a kind of cavern. There are multiple light sources down here that can be lit. There's torches along the walls. Looks like there's an actual fire for cooking, and one closer to where it looks like Paul made kind of it's not like a nest, but it's actually more like a bed proper. It looks like he's found things to stuff and wrap, so he has something he can lay on. There are, I mean, you guys gonna take a bit and kind of search and toss the room? What are you gonna do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll go around and light the.
Okay.
Make sure there's plenty of ambient light everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, there's,
You said there was other zombie bodies in there, right?
it looks like they're being prepared for some kind of ritual.
Okay. None of them are animated.
None
though?
of them are
Okay,
animated.
okay.
And it looks like there is a specific spot where they get animated, and there's set in the floor. It's just like pyrite dust, so it looks like this arcane gold symbol that's been carved into the floor, but it's just pyrite. But there are draconic symbols written and drawn on it.
Mhm.
And it looks like it does something strange to the necromantic magic of raising. It looks like you have Draconic and you're proficient in Arcane. It really looks like it's sort of a prayer type plea to otherworldly powers, and really kind of very lots of negative, and not just necromantic, but very negative, very like wrathful and vengeful type energy to be put in this.
Okay.
And it seems to somehow enhance just animating these zombies.
How old was Paul at this point? Because he'd been gone for what, 20 years, 30 years? I'm trying to remember.
No, he'd been gone for about 5 years, so he's about 24 or 25.
So still young. Oh, geez.
Okay.
Huh.
Because he was not quite 20 when they ran him.
Okay.
See, you're guessing he'd be between 23 and 25.
So he literally was probably just creating a family and friends if he had one.
That could
What
be.
makes me real curious is the kobold chieftain, and he has that staff across his chair, right?
Mhm.
Can I detect magic on that?
Yeah, if you cast a spell, you can.
Cast.
You detect magic in the room. The inset pyrite looks like it's very old but still very strong magic, sort of as a ritual, not as an item, but it's there. You also notice before you cast detect magic while you're up there, it looks like great care has been taken to be respectful of this corpse. There's nothing magical about this corpse. It hasn't been disturbed. You do see that it was apparently either killed or wounded by spears and arrows while it was in that chair. So it died in that chair.
Oh.
But as far as the current state of it, it looks like great reverence has been given to this thing. It looks like at one point it had the staff in its hand and it dropped, and it has been placed in front of it, and its hands placed on the arms of the chairs. It is wearing what is very obviously very old and rotten, but arcane shamanic type clothing, and the staff is something that would have been very important to this kobold shaman at one point. It just has baubles and shiny rocks and stuff around it. There is lingering magic on it, like maybe at one point it had spells cast on it or it held spells, but there's nothing innately magical about it now. And you can see where the book had been kept next to the throne, in reach of whoever was sitting in the chair, and that's the book that Paul had.
Well, we need to also see if there's anything in here that might help the sick villagers.
Mhm.
Because, I mean, killing this guy, we don't, if
I-
that's going to reverse, I doubt it's going to reverse anything.
Right, but I'm wondering if we get rid of the ritual magic that's inscribed, if it'll break it.
I mean,
I
that's
mean,
not
it'll-
a bad idea,
It'll
but
at least keep somebody else from using it inadvertently
I
or
could check for
on purpose.
secret doors
Yeah.
around the room.
but I just don't know if that's going to, I would
mean,
hope it would, but I have my doubts.
what do I have? La, 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 la. Can I do I don't know what I'm doing. Would medicine work for me to look around and see if like he had prepared some kind of antidote in case one of them bit him?
You can go ahead and roll investigate. Well, no, go ahead and make a medicine check. I forgot what I was going to ask you.
24.
Oh, did you do detect magic as a ritual, or did you cast it? Do you have ritual magic?
I do have ritual magic. No, I just cast it.
You just cast it. You didn't want to save the spell.
Ritual will
What'd
take
you
me
get?
a
21.
while.
21. Okay.
4.
Oh, 24.
Yeah.
Even better. It looks like he does have some herbalist type supplies. You're not It's really strange stuff for what he's using. You're not sure if it's part of him animating these things or whatnot, but between what you have found, especially with a medicine roll like that, and the book, you might be able to put something together
Okay.
that would do exactly that.
So if I pack this stuff up, do you have your pack on you?
I have make a folding.
Right. You're.
Yeah.
So if I pack this stuff up, then we can put it in there.
All right. Other things you find while you're digging around.
Millions of things.
There is sort of squirreled away by the bed in a kind of a felt bag. Looks like trinkets maybe Paul was collecting. There's an ornate silver locket. And it looks like it had somebody's picture kind of carved into it, but it's been just scratched out with a nail. There is a golden ring, not a wedding style ring, but just like a man's ring. And there are 4 golden bracelets, just fairly plain, but they are gold. And just because I don't want to keep track of it, anybody that's writing it down, these things are worth 25 gold each.
Can we
Just
just
so we can
put them
refer
all
to
in
it later.
Bracelets.
Yeah, but somebody should write it
bag
down.
of holding?
4 bracelets for 25 gold piece.
4 bracelets, a golden ring, and an ornate silver locket.
Golden ring and ornate silver locket.
Yeah.
Yep.
And they're all worth 25 piece.
They're worth 25 apiece, just because, just write it down. It's not going to be super important, and I don't want to have to look for this document later. That's silly. So, it doesn't mean you'll get 25 for them when you sell them, but hey. There are, make a healing check for me.
Healing?
Yep.
What is? I have 10. What do I add to it?
Medicine.
Oh, I'm sorry, medicine check.
I'm like, what the hell is a healing?
No, my wrong game.
15.
15. Perfect. There are 2 kind of licorice smelling potions, sort of Jaeger-like, that are, you know that they are potions of healing.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
And arcane check, Joe.
13.
13. There's a scroll that you'll need to spend more time with deciphering. It appears to be low-level magic, but there's also an actual scroll that's there, an arcane scroll.
Sure.
I could take a look at it too.
The-
for-
Yeah.
The kobold, the chieftain that's sitting in the chair, you said it's obvious, like arrows, like they were killed in the chair.
Mhm.
Are any of those arrowheads or anything? I'm sure that they're old. The arrow part is old and rotted, but are there any arrowheads or anything that I can pull out of there?
There are 2 arrowheads still left in the body. It looks like actually the arrow, somebody tried to remove the arrows
Yeah.
from the corpse, but there are still a couple of arrowheads because it looks like 5 or 6 must have hit him. And they are sharpened obsidian. And they look very rough and raw.
Weird. Okay. I'd like to pull those out.
Do you think it could be?
Well,
They're just sort of, at this point, they're sort of in the chair, so you can fish around the
Like-
body.
what we were told is that, if I remember correctly, they came out here, caved in the cave, and I was horrified that they buried them all alive.
Your thought is that they shot them,
So
killed them there,
obviously
and
they
then buried them.
didn't, and something else happened. So why would you lie about events? Why would you lie about events? Why wouldn't you just say, yeah, we chased the bastards up there and shot them, and then we made the cave in so that it just buried them? And see, like, why would you lie about events?
Well, if they're
there a
crude
way to-
obsidian, it could be just the fact the kobolds got tired of their leader and decided to shoot him.
Anybody know smithing? Or, I mean, you might know. Is
Right.
it something they would make in the town? Is this the quality of something they would make in the village?
This is not the type of arrowhead that
What's that?
any human civilization or elven
Yeah,
civilization
that's what I thought.
would make.
So he may have
This
been
is very
done by his own
rudimentary.
people.
And they would just let him sit there?
I don't know.
That's weird.
There is one other exit from this room, and it is a short hallway. It's about 25 feet, and it goes to a wooden door that has on this side a wooden beam holding it shut. You also find, if you guys want to keep track of it with your bag, there is 1,600 copper pieces and 30 scattered gold among it. It's just sort of a little hoard that you're not sure if it was Paul's or the kobolds or what. It's just kind of in a coffer with a wide opening so you can see there's coins in it.
So there's the cave beach hallway, larger room.
It goes into this room
Right.
with the guy sitting at the far end of this opening.
Right.
And off to one side behind one of the pillars is another hallway that just slopes up slightly and
And
is
then there's a
short,
door.
and there's an old wooden door.
Are there tons of other skeletons in here? Bodies in here?
Nope.
Like where,
Then
like,
I'm guessing
like
the
in a-
kobolds
like a-
escaped deeper into the.
that's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Because they,
Otherwise, we would have masses of bodies in here.
right, of all size, you know, all,
Dead kobolds.
yeah. I don't know. I mean, we can go down the hallway, go down the door thing.
Since we're sort of meta and not investigating in character, above the door seems to be a chute that is unclimbable, but has been used for gory things, apparently. Such as delivering the bodies that are being wrapped,
Oh, that's good.
Delivering the bodies that are being what?
That'd
that are
rad.
being prepared for ritual.
Oh,
Maybe.
we can't climb up there.
No, but we can go beyond the door to see what's there. But I wonder if the kobolds are assisting the now dead person, Paul.
They were
Or
like,
there's
seriously old.
there's
Or
other things
dead
at
people.
play.
He may not
Dead
be
bodies,
the
I mean.
only human or whatever
Yeah.
here.
He could have had arrangements with other people.
Yeah.
Kobolds.
Give me, I don't know what it would be, actually, with this game's skill set.
Without opening the door and going into another
Give me
area.
a history check if you have it, Joe. I don't know what else to apply it to.
I have history.
Okay, roll it. I'll make it an easy TN because it's not
12.
12. 12's good enough. It's hard to read because of how old it is, but on the door, it looks like a symbol in Draconic or something similar has been was painted at one time in big brush strokes, something to the effect of heretic or shunned or somebody being ostracized or some kind of pariah. It doesn't directly translate, which is why it's vague,
Yeah.
because it's not Draconic, it's Draconic-esque.
Okay.
But there's some kind of very negative symbol, like a label, that was on this door before it was closed.
How easy is that beam to move?
It's been there for a long time, but you can wiggle it and lift it.
So it's not sealed.
And the lock is on this side. The beam is on this side.
Because they were keeping something out.
Yeah, that's exactly what they were doing.
Well, I was gonna
Could we
look
do
and see if the door had been opened at all, but with a natural one, I think I'm just like sitting in the pile of copper, like making stacks or something. I don't know, but that's what I was gonna try to do.
Is there any
Like see on the floor if there's dust or if it had, been opened or.
It doesn't look like
And
it.
I have a natural
There is
one, so-
activity there because apparently periodically
I could see it.
bodies get dropped through the ceiling.
Through the
That is really bizarre.
through the- This is just
So there's obviously activity beyond this.
So
These
it's either
chambers, these front chambers.
the activity going on in this room is heretic, or
Heretical?
they're trying to keep something out that's
Yeah. So it's worth looking since, I mean, we don't know if there's more left back there that might cause trouble for the town later.
Is this a solid door or are there cracks in it? Can I?
It's fairly solid. It's just really old. If you decided to smash the door down, it would probably not even be a roll. But
It's not
it is solid. At one point it was bound by iron, and has not rivets but large bolts holding it together.
See if I could redeem myself and try again to see if there's cracks that I could see through, or if there's light.
But it also doesn't look like anything has disturbed the door in a long time.
Oh, okay.
It hasn't been opened. Nothing's tried to
Well,
smash
we
its way
can-
through.
Lift the bar and unlock and take a look.
Before we do that, since I'm assuming it's going to take a minute, while they're looking at the door, since obviously I'm not even aware there is a door, I am going to go back down the hall and can I borrow your dagger?
Yeah.
I just realized I don't have one on me. With his dagger, free the parents and place the three of them side by side and say some prayers over them and light the corpses on fire. I don't have any other way to bury them.
Okay. That's going to take a moment while they're messing with the door.
Yeah, and like it's my natural one, and
Okay.
not even aware that there's a door
So
there.
you guys
so I'm
do.
gonna
You have to wrestle with it. It's
go back
basically just
down the
rolling
hallway.
from being old and sitting in the bracket, and you lift the door, and it's really dry and practically brittle, but you move it. The door seems like maybe it was locked at one point, but it's not. It's not really that hard to open. You pull the door open, and the other side is what looks like probably a fairly well-shaped tunnel on the other side of the doorway. However, it has been stacked with rubble. It sort of like you're looking at another thing that caved in. However, these things are all stacked and fit right up to the door. It's not masonry, but it looks like it was deliberately buried and barricaded. There's not gaps that you can look through or put your arm in. It looks like all of these things were pushed and filled. And it looks like on the other side of this doorway, wherever this hallway goes, this doorway was buried.
Okay. I doubt we're getting through there unless you guys can see a good way to fidget through, but
So the entrance to the cave that we saw was
Was an actual cave.
a
Like
cave
you were
bed. So this is more deliberate. Okay.
And about the time you're assessing this, you get to the shore with the dagger, and Paul is not there.
Oh, that sneaky devil.
Okay, but come on. That can't have worked then.
There is a I know
I
of
mean,
a spell.
Because if he was living,
the
then
thing
I would have
is-
stabilized him.
I think it'd be more religion. But
What? What is he trying to do?
I have thoughts of what it is. I mean, if he was that distraught and that unhappy, he could have come back as all manner of undead things. Vengeful spirit, there's many things he could possibly have come back as. I mean, this place is heavy with this evil magic. Who knows what he's done beforehand to prepare himself for this, but if he's that angry and that mad and that vengeful, there's all sorts of undead things he could have come back as. I don't know how long it takes or how long it would be, but
So
can I roll religion?
I'm
Or
gonna back
history?
up.
Okay.
I'm not gonna go anywhere near the parents. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, you see it. It's not like you walk up there and go, "Oh, gee, where's Paul?" I mean, you
Right,
see
no,
it as you're coming down
I'm-
the hallway.
yeah. Whoop. No. So I'm gonna back up and
1, 2, no.
yeah. And is the knife on the ground?
Nope.
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna back up and immediately sprint over to you guys. He's gone.
What do you mean he's
So
gone?
Yeah.
I went back there.
You guys are looking at the barricaded door, and that's what happens. Tyranil runs in. He's gone.
He's gone. I went back there to just do a simple burial ritual because I figured, well, I guess we're not going through that door. I figured that's where we were going,
Mm-hmm.
was out. He's gone. No knife, no nothing. We got problems.
No, we got problems, right? Okay.
And
Was there any other hallways beyond this chieftain chamber, if you will?
Nope.
Uh,
This seems to be a dead end, and maybe I'm not explaining. This seems to be a locked off and forgotten part of the Kobold Cave.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you guys to keep watch or listen or do whatever. I need to concentrate for like 10 minutes. I'm gonna hand you your dagger back, and I'm just gonna kind of shift so that like my back is towards the wall, so it's easier for you guys to keep an eye. And I'm gonna start working on the ritual for detect magic, because I don't know of any other way to like figure out where the hell he went or what he's doing. You just see my eyes go white, and I start working my way through the symbols or the moon phases on my neck.
And you guys got 10 minutes while she does that. What do you want to do?
Sorry?
You guys have 10 minutes while she does that. What do you guys want to do?
I'll check for secret doors in the room.
Investigation. And if somebody verifies what she says, you guys look around the corner, and yeah, the two bodies are laying there still. They're next to each other now instead of where they were.
Mm-hmm.
And there's only two of them. There's not three. Paul's body is not there, and that's what you can see from a distance. Nobody has gone to investigate yet. So
Well, hell, let's look.
okay.
Got a
You-
12.
I'm
You-
gonna go up.
You
and
walk.
look.
You walk over there, and the bodies have been. The rope has been removed from them. They have been placed next to each other, and each of them has one hand on their heart and the other hand in the hand of the other corpse. And they have been laid sort of peacefully on the shore of the water.
Okay.
There has been some of the. There's no sand on the beach; it's all rocks, but there's silt and stuff. So it looks like somebody got some of the essentially mud from the under the water, and there have been religious symbols sort of draped across their chests and on the tops of their hands where they're holding each other's hands.
Okay.
But they've been arranged in a peaceful sort of position.
Okay, that's good. We should still. All right. I'm not going by the water.
Okay.
Not that close.
And you're looking for secret doors? What'd you get?
12.
There are no secret doors. It looks like it's just a cavern.
Okay.
Investigation check since you're out by the water.
19.
19. Okay. There is evidence that Paul went into the water.
Okay. Probably going to go back to town. To the village. All right. Yeah, it looks like he went into the back under the water. I can't tell where else he went after that, but it's pretty obvious.
There was no journal that we found.
No.
No.
Does not look like it.
All right. Well, if he doesn't want to be found quite yet, pretty sure he can hide out. He knows this area pretty well, but I'm afraid of what he might do to the town later.
Yeah, he might be heading back to the town, so they probably need to
I'm
get there.
sure. And we just riled him up quite well. He was dead, so I don't know what he is now. So
Not happy, dead, not dead guy?
which
Dead,
makes
not
for
dead.
scary adversary. So but if after we're done here, we should head back quickly. Let the village know what's happened. I don't know, but it's not resolved yet. I think they're still going to be under threat.
Agreed. All right, let's head back to town then.
Let's wait for Reba to finish, or for
Karen,
yes, Turtle to finish her thing and see if there's any extra evidence or anything extra we can see. I think it's found out.
Okay. For the record, you guys have been in this room long enough, not really doing anything strenuous, so it will count as a short rest. If it matters to anybody. And then, yeah, you do detect magic. What else are you looking for?
I didn't hear any of that, so,
Okay. They're just waiting on you. Yeah.
Yeah.
right, so
We'll-
I have
we'll wait
no
for you.
idea that,
Yep.
you know,
Oh, that-
so Paul was what I was looking for.
Okay.
So I'm just scanning the room, looking for any magical objects or something shrouded in magic, you know, like if he's standing there invisible or something.
No, there is some minor magic on the door that you guys opened. Looks like it's basically just kind of a, I don't know if abjuration's the right school, but it's essentially just to preserve and give longevity to the door. And other than that, it's all the stuff that Eric already saw. There's not anything hiding in here.
Okay.
There's not anything else.
How
that's
long
magic.
can I, as I'm walking around, can I walk down the, I don't know where these guys are. So
Yeah.
can I walk down the hall towards the water?
Yeah.
Is there, what do I see when I'm looking at the water and what's out there in terms of magic? Is there,
There's some, because it's a fairly powerful spell, there's some residual necromantic magic on the ground. Other than that, there's not anything else. There's no magic items or spells in effect or anything like that.
okay. Yeah, I got nothing.
It looks like he left under the water. He's gone.
So I'm assuming our horses are dead.
Oh, let's hope not.
Uh,
I mean,
we need to get out of here before, oh man,
let's.
we need to get out of here somehow without drowning.
The rope's still there, right?
But
so our rope's still in the water?
Let's
if
head
he
out.
went,
Oh yeah, it looks like it's.
Yeah.
if he went out there,
No joke.
I'm gonna go ahead and jump in the water, head out.
cool beans.
I don't want to stay here either. Let's go.
Yeah. We're getting out of here.
Just getting a breath and hauling ass out, or
Yep.
I now I don't trust anything about any of this whole situation. I am gonna light the parents on fire.
Okay.
Do they?
And say a prayer with her.
Well, I will say a prayer over them, yeah.
Okay.
But they need to burn. Are they actually burning? Because
With some
I don't
oil,
know what
they
the
will.
stuff is on them. The
With
sigils or
with
whatever.
some oil, they will. But you will need to do something like that because it's a humid environment, so they're kind of gross corpses.
Right. I have. I mean, I have a tinderbox and
Let's see.
Stuff.
Yeah.
There's some oil back in the main room that's been used for lamps and whatnot. It's a common thing.
I can
Yeah.
help light them. Thaumaturgy.
Well, I mean,
maybe just-
I'll use the oil and I'll inscribe saloons, runes along the body and say a prayer over them for peaceful passing, or for them to find peace together.
Okay.
And light them up. Because damn it,
We don't want them wandering back.
damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Are you waiting for that?
Yeah, I'll wait for that.
You waiting for that? Okay.
I'm trying to do something nice.
So you, Tristan, follow the rope. Get a deep breath. Go under. There's less panic this time. You're not going into an unknown environment, so there's no roll or check to come out. The rope that isn't tied to anything out there, so it's just loose in the water. But you come out of the water. It seems like your horses are still where you left them. It's been a little while, so it's late afternoon. You look around and don't see anything amiss.
Okay.
You can try to, I guess, see if you can see where he came out of the water.
Yeah, I'll see if I can investigate that to see.
It seems like he's got a spot where he likes to come out of the water.
Yeah,
So you check there. Give me an investigation check.
it's probably where he skips. No.
What'd you get? 8? Okay. All right. So as you're coming out of the water, you're still about mid-thigh in the water, so it's 3 feet deep or so. You're looking for where where he would come out, and you see there's a spot where up on the shore there are fresh footprints in the mud. But what happens first is kind of out of the water and out of bushes that are growing in the water, springs a dude in a robe, and he does catch you flat-footed.
Oh dear.
You need to.
Oh dear. We would have no
I need
idea.
to.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Let's
We would
go.
we would have no idea.
Well, I mean, once these
So-
things actually catch on fire, we're out of here. So
I have to
Let's
see
take it.
if
Yeah,
this is
then it'd be like, okay.
let's
They're burning. They're burning.
they're
Okay.
burning. Go.
Then it's time. Because we don't know where he is.
just. a
Well, and I don't know what they're
second,
gonna do. 'cause I
This
don't know
dude
what
does
was
have some
inscribed
spells
on
that
them,
I'm not used to.
and I don't want to be here.
There.
I'm trying to do something nice, and I'm gonna get out of Dodge.
Oh my gosh. But we, I don't know where he's going. We don't know where he...
Well, I'm half terrified to get in the water because what if he's in the water?
You
Okay,
would have moved
so
on by now. I think
as
he
you're
Because
still in the
I need
water,
to breathe.
Well,
he
no,
sort of
but
comes
I
out
would
of the
think he would
bushes
go
near
back
the
to
water,
town and take
like he's
vengeance
just waiting
on-
to
He does
ambush,
trap us.
and he swings his finger like this, and there's this kind of spectral green whip that swings. Does a 19 hit you?
Oh yeah.
Okay. So
Oh my god.
you need to make a
Get out of here.
Constitution saving throw. So make
Yeah,
a con
absolutely.
saving.
And he's still with us? Oh,
Well, we should at least go
Oh,
10.
make some way
10.
towards town camp.
10 is not enough. So you
And then
take
go
you
from
only
there.
take 1 point of necromantic damage.
Unless we want to go through the night.
But you feel this stinging and sort of
Okay. Yeah, it might be.
enfeebling pain all through your body, and you fall prone
Okay.
in the
I
water.
did not know this.
And as you're sort of gathering your strength, you see a ruckus in the water as there's legs next to you, and there is one of the rocks about the size of a person's hand, so 2-3 pound rock, that is slammed into your chest and is let go, and that rock is unnaturally heavy. So it would be your turn. Let me see. It's not as gnarly as it says.
Well,
You
It's time to go and look. So, or at least
It
head back
is.
to the...
It is pinning you.
Yeah.
In order to move it, you're going to have to make a strength check.
11.
11 is not enough. This thing is magically transfixed in place. So for the first round, you are still there. You're struggling and trying to get this because you know what's going to happen if you can't get out of the water. For just a moment, it looks like this person stands there, and then you see the legs just walk away. We're gonna TTRPG time a little bit of it. So give me another strength check.
A 1.
A 1? Okay. So we're not going to do it every round. I'll give you one more, and I also need a constitution check this time.
Con check now.
Do the strength check, and then follow it with a constitution check.
16 strength.
16 strength, okay. And then make the constitution check.
Six.
Okay. 16 is enough. You are not able to lift this rock, but you manage to, with the environment, basically shift underneath it and get out from under it. Oddly enough, when you get out from under it, it stays exactly where it was. It doesn't fall. But you do take, you have been underwater for a long time at this point. There are 4 points of damage that's essentially from the drowning and the fatigue. You guys come out of the water after doing your ritual, come to the surface, look around, and you see your horses are fine, but you also see, and it resolves as you're watching, but you see Tristan's legs flailing out of the water, and you see Tristan, as you're sort of like, what the hell, I'm trying to get over there, comes out of the water and again is throwing up and looks like he nearly drowned.
Hey, dude,
Man,
your
gotta take you to
equipment, like, tie it down or something. What is happening?
I'm gonna get you to the
Paul
swimming
was
pool.
here.
What?
Paul was out here waiting.
Initiative.
Initiative?
Oh.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Does he?
Come again.
As he,
Damn it! You said
as he,
initiative. I thought he said initially, not initiative.
Nope,
Can I roll any better,
initiative.
please? Forever last.
Well, I'm 9,
What do you-
so
9? How about you, Elamar?
6.
11.
11?
6.
6? Holy crap.
Wow,
All
we're
right.
doing great.
Droger, what's your dex?
My dex?
Mine?
Yeah.
2.
Your dex bonus is 2?
Mine's 2.
Roll a d6.
D6?
Mm-hmm.
2.
Oddly enough, you tied for the highest initiative, but since you have the same bonus, edge goes to the bad guy with the higher roll. So yeah, you guys are talking to Tristan. Tristan tells you Paul was here, and from the just the shrubs and trees and stuff behind you, kind of between you and your horses, you just hear this incredibly angry, "Give me their rings!" And there is... Okay. We'll just do it randomly to start with. Alamar, make me a Constitution saving check.
Okay.
Well, we
Oh.
took him off his body.
I'm actually okay with that.
Yeah.
It's a 10.
A 10. Okay, so you take 4 points of necromantic damage. There's this green kind of whip that just lashes through the air. You also lose the strength in your body, and you fall into the water and under the water. You're not drowning or anything, but you sort of just fall prone into the water. And you guys all see that. There's this whip that just this spectral whip that hits Alamar, and Alamar looks like he goes under the water to maybe get away from it. Just kind of falls.
I don't like that.
And Paul is standing right there, and he's the one that.
I can see him.
Yes. He is not hiding at this point. And Jogren, you are up. Thieves!
Get out of the water.
The gnome's all.
Do I have an action still?
You do, because that's just moving.
Catapult him.
Okay.
How far away is he?
He's within 20 feet of the shore. So,
I'm sure there's plenty of stones in there.
oh yeah, there's plenty to throw at him.
Okay.
Alamar. Oddly enough, you see this rock kind of floating in midair, about 8 inches off the bottom of the water. Just sitting there.
Oh, next to him, next
It's
to
a
him in the
stone.
water.
Yeah. When
That's
you
weird.
yeah, it's just sitting there.
And
It's not sinking, not floating, just kind of there.
How close is Alamar to me?
You guys are all sort of right next to each other.
yeah,
You're
no,
talking
I'm gonna
to
be
each
picking myself up
I was
here.
gonna say,
any
can
second.
I grab him and
other.
stand him upright?
You can on your action. Yeah.
Okay, but don't waste it on that.
So he has a save
I
dex
didn't realize
13.
it was an
That's
action to pull you out of the water,
No,
but-
that's true. But
He
get
saved.
the shit out of this guy.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
misses him.
The only problem is this is really
Misses him.
Firebolt? Or no, the catapult? Okay, yeah, he
No,
just
but-
moves.
Oh, do you get bonuses for?
Then next up would be Terranils.
It would have been 24.
Oh.
You see
my.
Jogren kind of runs out of the water and makes this gesture, and a rock, a fist-sized rock, comes out of the water and flies at Paul, and Paul just sidesteps it.
Oh, that.
Don't
I
blame
didn't
it
see
on-
that though.
Don't blame it on Paul, he missed. But it is your action. And you can see Alamar is getting up. He's not stuck or anything. It looks like maybe he slipped on something and went into the water.
So everybody is next to me.
Yep.
He's like 20 feet away from
He's
me.
about 20 feet away,
I
which you could move to.
could. If I move to him, does that put them 20 feet away?
It will, yes.
Then,
You have enough movement to do so.
cool. I
You'll just have to go
am
out around a little bit, and you can, because you know the range of your spell.
absolutely livid. I've had enough of this
Seems he is too.
garbage
Maybe you guys should start a club.
and the disrespect for
Mutually livid club.
death, the disrespect for, I mean, it's
Maybe they
like
should
a
start a
child
cult together.
throwing a persistent tantrum.
Mhm.
So I'm going to sprint at him and cast Thunderwave while channeling Divinity.
Okay.
So I do max damage if I hit him.
And does he gets a save for that?
For half damage.
What is the save?
It is 13. And I don't have to roll to hit him because he has
What's
to make a
that?
save.
Yeah, you hit everything in that square.
Right. Save is con 13.
Okay. So he does barely save.
So he takes, well, half damage, or max damage, and then cut that in half, and that's what he'll take.
So he takes 8 damage. Man, this guy and his
What's max
incredible abilities.
Is 16?
So
Okay.
he takes 8 damage.
Okay, he takes
And
8.
no other side
Okay.
effects. That's lame sauce.
Literally.
Oh.
The good thing about using it this way is it's just a short rest.
Oh, it works off a different mechanic. It's not a spell slot.
It does.
Nice.
Okay. So you used your move to get to him, you thunder wave him, and you channel your divinity. It unleashes all of the potential that it can. And yeah, does he makes the save so he doesn't go anywhere, right?
Correct.
No,
Okay.
it doesn't.
So is there anything else you can do on your turn?
Unless you have a reaction you can use.
No, it's a reaction. I can't unleash Wrath of the Storm
Yeah.
as a bonus action. It's a reaction only.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess Tristan has the higher dex bonus since you guys tied. So Tristan, you were up.
Mm-hmm. You would have it.
And
I will.
again, you're okay. You're feeling sick and
Yeah.
it's not. There's no penalties or anything.
Okay. I will move to dry ground, or non-water ground,
Okay.
and attack. Guess he's not within melee range of anybody, so or within 5 feet.
No, because she needed the spell, so she's not. She's a few feet away from him. She's not engaged in you.
So I'll go ahead and just shoot my crossbow at him.
Okay.
17.
17 is probably going to hit him. Yes. 17 hits.
5 damage.
All right. And Alamar, you were up.
All right.
Half your move is standing up.
The other half would be getting close to the shore as possible.
You can get out of the water. You can get to the shore.
Okay. And then I have my scepter in hand, and I'm going to start pulling from it and just create this ball of lightning. And again, just point at him and just have it hurl in his direction. So we'll see. 7, 12.
As an attack roll?
That's an attack roll.
No, he gets out of the way.
Damn it. Okay.
No right, those are mine. And he, let's see, who would he be? He would actually be more upset with the thunder wave. So yeah, he turns to you. Yeah, Caranil, he turns to you, and it looks like he's not close enough to you, but it looks like he's reaching for your face, and he makes a clutching motion. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, I can't save again. I can't help you with that.
Natural 20.
Okay, good. What you feel is, hang on, I need to do some bookkeeping here. Yeah, you feel your vision start to go black and kind of tunnel vision, and you shake it off. No, there's no other effects. And he looks like he is not running this time. So, Jogren, you are up.
Let's firebolt him again.
Okay. Roll it.
Nat 20.
Oh, sweet.
Okay. That obviously hits. Roll your damage.
Two. Rolled again.
2.
8, so a total of 10.
Total of 10.
Mhm.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that lights him up, and it looks like it burns him, and he screams in pain.
Good.
Exactly. Good.
And Terranil, you are next up.
Yeah, I'm
You're about 10 feet from him just because you had to give a wide
so
berth.
livid, it's ridiculous. It looks like there's lightning, just little teeny, teeny, tiny, like, cracks of it, just, like, kind of running lightly along my skin. And I yell at him in a really loud voice that we would have helped him, but we've had enough. And I cast Guiding Bolt at him.
Okay. Hit.
20, dirty 20.
Okay. That does hit.
Nine, 12, 14 radiant damage, and I have advantage on him. Oh, anybody has advantage on him for the next attack roll.
Okay. Is there a save for that or just a to hit?
No,
Okay.
no save.
You see it looks like he's still concentrating on trying to rip your vision away from you. And the radiant light hits him, and he doesn't flinch like he should. It looks like he's just trying to be in a battle of wills with you, like to do what he wants to do. And the radiant light just starts to burn at his chest, and then he finally just his arm opens and he looks at his own hand and he just goes and just falls backwards dead.
Okay.
I don't believe it.
We're gonna stab him, burn him, drown him.
This time he didn't have time to cast a spell.
There is a spell called Feign Death.
Oh yes, there is.
Oh, yeah.
And he actually took damage from his own dagger to make it convincing.
And that supersedes.
Oh yes, even magical ways of sensing whether or not the person's alive.
But I mean, like, the other thing, if you touch a living creature, it stabilizes them.
But it's supposed to trick that.
I think the way the spell reads is there's no way upon physical examination. that
Every
you
way
can tell.
possible you looked at it.
For the spell's duration, action attached. The target appears dead to all outward inspection and to spells used to determine the target's status. The target is blinded and incapacitated. Resistant to all types of damage except psychic. Yeah. So physical and magical ways of detecting whether or not they're alive are suppressed.
Huh.
All right. Well,
And you wouldn't have just left if you hadn't taken the rings.
well, we didn't know.
No, of course you didn't.
Um,
But he is dead.
cool.
Well, let's burn a bearing.
Burn him.
For that.
Incinerate him.
He didn't get his rings. He didn't get the hydrate. The necromancer is the victim here, says Mort. More redeem the hydrate. Yeah. More redeem the hydrate. Yeah.
Yeah. No, incinerate him. I am going to, probably to his great distaste, also anoint him with sigils for Saloon and say a very reluctant blessing over him,
I wouldn't.
just so that he finally,
That's why you're not a cleric, sir.
why
It is the proper
he
thing to
finally
do.
finds peace in the afterlife with his parents.
Okay.
Because he
No.
didn't have it in life.
He can be in the nine
He's a
house for all I
scum.
care.
Look,
If he dies bitter, he might come back, Joe.
out as a dust devil, as an ash devil,
You
because
know,
that's what he's
at
doing.
this point, I don't know.
But
Okay.
yes, feign death is what he did. Which is also why he couldn't raise any other zombies, because he only has 2 spells that are that powerful.
Yes, but you're very generous. I would not be.
Wasn't very enthusiastic, but
Okay. So, he is dead, and it does appear that where he was getting his magic was from this place that he found. It's where he got his knowledge and where the strange zombies came from. The template that I used,
damn it, and we didn't destroy the sigils.
the template that I used was one I found that it's actually called runner zombies, and that's what makes them fast. And I use them primarily to enhance the jump thing.
The sigils in which sigils?
In the room.
The actual place.
Didn't we scrub them or do something with them?
No.
No.
It's pyrite
No.
fit into the floor.
I mean, we still could have,
Well,
When I was going
now that
back
there's
in.
not really a threat, we can still do it.
you stay out of the water.
Hey, the second time wasn't my fault.
We have
Okay.
to do some swimming
Okay, that's
lessons.
true.
Stay in
He
there.
was waiting. He
That,
was waiting.
by the way, was that a first level spell?
Is that stone still heavy?
No,
or-
when he dies, it falls.
Okay.
But what he did was he used that. It's called sapping sting. Was the cantrip that he was attacking with. It only does D4 damage, but if you fail that save, you take the D4 damage and you fall prone.
Okay.
So when he was waiting for you guys in the water, and when Tristan came out by himself, when he got him under the water, he put the stone on him and used the spell immovable object. And when Tristan couldn't get away, the guy's arrogant, so he just walked away to leave you drowning. But
He's gonna drown.
Throwing a tantrum like a child.
he was clearly broken from before he found it.
Shut up. Hard
So now we have to find out
Yeah,
how
I
his parents
completely
died.
agree.
But
All that
You
forensic
have a
evidence.
dagger.
down
but the
that.
thing is,
Do you have a hammer or something on you?
A what?
A hammer.
Yeah.
Can I have both of those?
Just to point it out, did you keep acid splash?
Hmm?
What?
Did you keep acid splash? No. Okay, I was gonna say that's a cantrip, so you can fling as much acid as you want. But
Can I have both of those?
I
Can't
want
you do
them
that with
back in nice
chromatic
condition.
orb,
What?
I have chromatic orb.
and it's a cantrip.
It's a first level spell.
Oh,
Can
you
I,
people, you're not prepared
can
for
I borrow
vandalism.
What's that?
can I borrow
Not
them?
for vandalism.
Fine, but I want them
No.
back
Well, yes,
in good condition. These are expensive tools.
which you are
It's-
very good at repairing.
On
Can
the
I
other end
borrow
of
your
this
dagger?
coin, I have no love for this other village
You want a
either.
chisel?
Who pushed him out?
Oh, well, sure. Here, take the dagger back. Can I have a
There you
chisel?
go. Hammer chisel.
Thanks.
Okay. You can't.
Are they
There's-
your size?
Oh,
So they're this big? You know what?
All
Take
right.
these back.
Okay.
Give the dagger back.
This is feeling a little targeted.
Well, I just realized it's going to take me a while, and I don't want to be in there for a long time. So let me have your dagger.
It's fine. You guys can take a look. It is enchanted, but there's
All
not.
I'm going to do is use a rock in the dagger and just
There's-
gouge.
Yeah, there's not
separations
not
and-
anything that would
I
prevent
almost
you
said Pyrex.
from
Just
destroying
take a-
it. And
Stone and brain him until he's just.
No, you can do whatever you want
What
with
else are
him.
you
Or he's
doing?
running. I'm going back and getting rid of those.
Oh,
she's getting,
okay,
she's
okay,
getting
okay,
rid
okay,
of the
okay.
things that,
Right.
that allows when the kobolds are
Yes.
Because if
raised.
he found the seat of power,
Okay.
we're not doing this again.
Someone else might somewhere down the
If,
road.
if
Yeah,
the if the
so-
kobolds that are from there are raised in there, it's a very specific thing. It's the template that they get raised with are runner zombies instead of just regular zombies.
So
Well,
I'm
sure,
just
but-
gonna dive back under there.
And the
No
funny
one
thing,
should go alone.
the funny thing that never happened is if those things
Okay.
knock you over, knock you prone, they get a free bite attack.
Oh,
so
that's-
they get so they do a little extra damage. And here's the other thing: at any point, as part of their psychology, at any point if somebody gets reduced to 0 by one of these, they frenzy and they swarm that person and do additional attacks.
I have another reason that I want to
That's
go
brutal.
back there.
That's
Hey,
horrible.
they're ugly.
That's horrible.
So the staff that the chieftain was holding.
Mhm.
Kobolds are little.
Yeah.
I'm assuming the staff is as well.
It's about 2.5 feet long. It would have been almost a walking stick for him, but it's about this long.
That's like, I have it like my scepter. It's like that one.
Kind of, yeah. So we're gonna do the rock and dagger thing. Get rid of mess up the sigils. However, I can mess them up with just
Okay.
that really quick.
There's not a lot of sigils that are on it. It just has a lot of baubles hanging off of it, like shiny
Yeah,
things.
I'm not
that-
messing that up.
Okay.
I'm messing
Oh,
the
okay.
things up in the floor.
Yeah, you can do that.
And then I'm just gonna take bits of rag or whatever and carefully wrap the staff around it. I want to see if I'm taking it back because eventually I want to see if he will be able to, I don't know, build it into something
Okay. Yeah.
magical or whatever. But it struck me that it was very appropriately his size.
Mhm.
So I'm bringing it back for my friend.
You know, because it's a kobold thing.
Well, I mean, littler.
All you little species look alike.
Oh, no.
Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna leave it there and not do anything next.
No, it's too late. You already wrapped it and brought it up. So now you're on the outside with it wrapped in
What am I gonna
soaking
give
wet
him a
rags.
7-foot staff? Like, no. It's not often that you see tools that are smaller in stature. So, yeah, so I swim back out with that and give you your dagger back. And here, I brought this back for you. I know you like to craft magical items and things, and I thought that you might find this interesting to work on or build something with at a later date.
All right.
With your passive investigation
you.
and perception from up on the ridge, while you're waiting for all of this to be done and whatnot, and sort of catching your breath and tired of nearly drowning today, you catch sight of you're being watched from up high by 2 kobolds who are actually very sneaky. They're just, you catch them because of your training and what your passives are.
We should just leave them alone.
They don't look like they're aggressive, but they do look like they're keeping an eye on you.
Okay.
And remember, there's not supposed to be kobolds here.
Oh,
But they're up above. Looks like they're actually higher than the caved-in mine entrance,
This whole town.
and they're watching you.
Oh, I have no love for anybody in this town.
It actually takes a little bit for them to realize that you've seen them, and once they sort of,
We're getting paid.
once you
and we
guys
get
actually kind
recognition
of
for
glance
doing
at each
this.
other at the same time,
Yeah, and information,
it looks like they do fall back,
which I think is
and you don't see them after that.
okay.
But it looks like they had been watching you for a while, and they didn't have bows or spears or anything. It looks like you were being scouted, not
Mm-hmm.
sized up.
Yeah.
But the kobolds are supposed to be gone.
Are we ready?
If they got caved in, then they built other tunnels.
Who they?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Kobolds. They're master tunnelers.
Oh, I'm sure.
So we'll leave it there. We did run a little long, so folks that stayed with us, thank you. We don't anticipate the gaming sessions going this long, but part of the reason we want to stream,
fun.
the reason we want to stream earlier in the day rather than later is so that when we get to points where we are into it, want to run long, we can without it going way late. So again, thank you for watching. We hope you enjoyed, and we will be bringing more of this to you as the dates provide. We're going to be trying to do this twice a month. It won't be every other week. We are all professionals with our own schedules and everything, so a set schedule is tough to maintain, but we're going to try to keep the momentum and hope folks are enjoying and come along with us. Everybody have a good night, and let me see, where is this? We'll go. All right. Thanks for watching.